That's great. I didn't check to make it public. Well, I set it to public now. Oh well. Grey Knight donated $2. Let me see. Did you check out Ghostface gameplay MK1? No, I haven't. Let me see. I'm not playing this piece of shit game.
Sv3rige Bahrain is being a moron again.
Today there are...
Wow, what a fucktard. Bernie Sanders preparing to block massive arms sale to Israel. Of course he is, because he's a fucking retard. We'll watch that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Could be so cold-hearted. Are you really one to be throwing stones?
Fight!
I hear you've got quite a scream.
I will be glad to let you hear it.
I love I can kill you again and again.
You will not succeed even once. Finish him.
What? Oh, come on! This is bullshit! He's a dude with a knife!
Fatality.
See you soon.
Ghostface win.
He looks like the most interesting DLC character to actually play. His fatality is kind of lame. I ain't getting shit for MK1 though. All the DLC is massively fucking overpriced. You barely get jack shit, and they're charging like full price for their story DLC. Like, you're literally paying for a full price game when the story DLC is only like 2 hours, and it sucks.
Is there anything you agree when it comes to Red Pill? If yes, what would it be?
I mean, there's levels of truth to a number of the things they say, but I haven't really seen much that's uniquely like red pill ideology that I'd say is, you know, like 100% true. But there's levels of truth to a lot of what they say. Thanks for the donation though, Milo.
Are multiple international aid agencies that say that Israel has failed to address the concerns and that the situation is even more dire than a month ago. Does the administration think that Israel has taken enough steps, or do you agree with these aid organizations and their assessment?
Israel has taken
Yeah, the aid organizations that have Hamas members in them that are anti-Semites.
steps to address the measures laid out in that letter from the two secretaries Blinken and also Austin.
Last month, the U.S. the U.S. State Department, I should say, threatened to withhold military support for the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, if the Israeli government failed to improve the humanitarian crisis that's currently ongoing in the Gaza Strip. Now, they were given 30 days to do so. Unsurprisingly, Israel has failed to meet the benchmarks that the U.S. laid out. And even more predictably, the U.S. announced
Dodo donated $2.
Some of the greatest advances in our civilization.
I don't care about fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson. President-elect Donald Trump has picked RFK Jr. to be his next Department of Health Human Services Secretary. Yeah, we're living in a retard, wacko, backwards world. I mean, the guy has an actual fucking brainworm. Yeah, that's very foreboding. Donald Trump has nominated tech leads as head of the Department of Science and Technology. That's hilarious. That's a good joke. Tech leads is such a piece of shit too. I fucking hate him. He would be somebody Trump would appoint. Shawn Diddy Combs will overlook the oil reserves. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Announced that it's not going to punish Israel for failing to meet those benchmarks at all. In fact, you just heard Karine Jean-Pierre, White House press secretary, try to explain away that gross fecklessness. Now, the Israeli government did.
There's really not much more Israel can fucking do. They're already facilitating like more fucking humanitarian aid than was going into Gaza pre-war. Like, what are they gonna fucking do exactly? Just stupid.
Reportedly take some steps in the right direction, but not nearly enough. Israeli officials admit that they won't be able to meet the US demand that at least 350 aid trucks be able to enter Gaza daily. And
What is that gonna do? This is so retarded. Dodo donated $2. That's a good joke. No, that's not a good joke, sir. He really nominated tech lead, not JK, but you can't put it past him. He would definitely do it.
Are you actually serious here? The leaders of the uncommitted movement in Michigan who told people not to vote for Vice President Kamala Harris because she wasn't strong enough on requesting a ceasefire, even though she requested a ceasefire between Israel and Palestine. And they encouraged people to protest Kamala Harris and to protest President Biden, who were working to try to do a ceasefire deal. Now, the uncommitted movement leaders are begging and pleading at President Biden to do something right now to stop Donald Trump from bulldozing Gaza and Palestine to the ground, which Trump previously said he was going to do. He said he was going to encourage Netanyahu to, quote, finish the job. But this is for real. Here is an uncommitted Michigan delegate on CNN pleading with President Biden after harming Biden and harming Kamala Harris and cheering on and rooting for Donald Trump, saying you need to do something about Netanyahu before Trump and Mike Southern Lebanon. Here, watch this.
It looks like ethnic cleansing. It sounds like ethnic cleansing. It's an ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza and the West Bank and Southern Lebanon. And Mike Huckabee was just named as the guy who's going to oversee the final stages of that campaign. And so our message right now is to President Biden, you've got to do something about this. President Biden, stand up for once to Netanyahu before Donald Trump successfully gets away with pinning this legacy of this ethnic cleansing campaign on you and you alone forevermore.
These people are just retarded. They're just Donald Trump, please deport them. Just deport them. They don't need to be here. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Let's just hope it's just a joke, seeing how both are things Trump does not believe in.
Can only hope. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Why girls in school go after thugs with anger issues and poor grades. I see this very often even with seemingly intelligent women. Is there any scientific explanation?
That is not quite normal, but women generally, like men who are kind of more dangerous, they're actually women who are super obsessed with like psychopaths and serial killers. Just about every guy on fucking death row has a girlfriend, so. But yeah, women generally like the more bad boy, dangerous types. Thanks for the donation, Bart K. Logic.
Trump should have gone with Frank Tufano for head of HHS, Blaha for Secretary of Defense, Genova for Secretary of State, and probably Sv3rige for VP. A strong group of dedicated patriots who would make a real difference. Make America up again.
Yeah, that'd be far more retarded. If he really wanted to fuck shit up, he should have done that. Thanks for the donation, Adam. Dodo donated $2. Hamza Den is a homophobic bigot. Well, we already knew that. Donald Trump is expected to nominate... sad day for those in healthcare. Yeah. Jake Paul, it's sad that you're a book-thumping sheep doctor that wants your fellow citizens to still be suffering and dying from so many of the things wrong with the healthcare system. The only thing wrong with the American healthcare system is that it's fucking private. Jake's really out here taking shots at the wrong mic. I'm at the hospital right now helping to treat sick elderly patients, and Jake is getting ready to try to beat one up.
What would happen to your foot if it ended up...
Yeah, somebody sent me that video yesterday. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Oh, missed this one.
Unnecessary, the guy assaulted my wife and he said that she cannot go in because she's Israeli. And he's closer to the... Come here, down. Down, please. Sorry. 1 minute, I will tell you 1 minute. I did a mistake. Okay, sorry. Okay. What was your mistake? What was your mistake? Mistake is, or I tell her I am not selling for the Israeli people anything. So I say sorry. Now why you are saying like that? Why you are saying? I did a mistake. Why you behave this way? Why you behave this way? Why you Siddhartha, why? I'm saying sorry. I did a mistake. Why? I'm asking because you think yes, it's not the right way.
Well, that's nice that people intervened.
Meanwhile, the people of Gaza are trapped in a deadly and dire situation. Let's hear what Abu Bakr Abed, a correspondent for Drop Site News, has to say about what's being experienced in the Gaza Strip.
You write, I dream of food every day. I imagine our fridge full of meat, lettuce, milk, and cheese. I sometimes...
Reports that Matt Gaetz' Ethics Committee report may leak amid a handful of Republican senators stating they will not vote confirm him. Multiple senators in Judiciary Committee calling on them to just release it. Must be pretty bad stuff in there.
If they're reacting like that, yeah. Dude, fuck Matt Gaetz. Like, it's so funny. Republicans are the ones who are like, oh, we're the party of anti-pedophiles. We fucking hate pedophiles. And then here's Matt, I didn't know she was 17 Gates. Like, what the fuck? It's just so insane. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Sometimes talk to myself at night when I'm hungry and have nothing to eat. I dream of when I will be able to sit at a dinner table with my family again. My nephew and niece, both 2 years old, wake up every day crying for an egg. Their mothers don't know what to do. To distract them a bit, we show them videos of eggs on the internet. You also, you write about some anecdotes where a mother breastfeeding a baby, waiting in line for hours for something. And just coming up empty. The State Department said Israel has 1 month to improve. Did things improve?
Not at all, no, unfortunately, because I've been hearing from the Secretary Blinken for over.
I don't know why they think getting more food trucks into Gaza is necessarily going to solve anything, because one, some of the issues where there's more food insecurity, Israel is conducting military operations in those zones. If they're fighting with Hamas and shit's popping off, food truck workers can't go into that area to deliver food. They're going to get shot or blown up or something. So they do have to maneuver food trucks into safe areas, and that's going to create some bottlenecks when it comes to food delivery. And on top of that, I'm sure there's also issues with just rubble blocking some roads and shit.
They just say that because they are the pedophiles and therefore they hate themselves. Granted, in this case it's ranted.
Yeah. Yeah, that's about right. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
This man caught one of the most stunning fish you'll ever see, and it looks like something straight from another planet. But it's not what you'd think. So this fish is actually called the ribbonfish, and it's mostly found in warm, tropical ocean waters. Unlike some sea creatures that produce their own light, this fish glows only when sunlight or any other light source hits it, which helps them camouflage in the ocean.
Dude, why would you want to catch a fish like that? They're so beautiful.
And this glowing effect comes from specialized cells.
I wonder if they bite. Looks like he has pretty sharp teeth
In its skin called iridophores, which contain mirror-like crystal structures that reflect light to create this shiny.
These people are assholes. Frequency has the effect. Tell me the frequency and I tell you the effect. That's cool. Scroll up, hopefully he can influence him. I doubt it. RFK Jr. is a retarded ideologue. Like, there's no convincing him of anything. He's just stupid.
If you had sex with a 17-year-old, according to allegations, and you asked for a pardon, hold on. You asked for a pardon. You asked for a pardon. Why did you ask for the pardon?
Yeah, why did you ask Trump for a pardon if you didn't break any laws?
Sleeping with a 17-year-old.
Overwhelmingly re-elected. You guys are in some sort of weird struggle session there, and I'm just glad, even though the internet hated you having me on, Cenk, you're getting to see what a congressional victory party looks like, and that's something that might be a novel experience.
Why did you ask for a pardon for having sex with a 17-year-old?
Something that even happened. You're like reading into an anonymous internet conspiracy.
If you had sex with a
He is guilty as fuck. He did it. He's fucking guilty, dude. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Blocking arms to isn't Yale will stop this. Free Palestine.
What is the issue with what happened there? I didn't see anybody die. And they were probably attacking a Hamas thing. So if Israel was trying to just kill civilians, why didn't they land the bomb where all the civilians were? Thanks for the donation, dumbass. Sean Baker donated $2 based.
All right, guys, so breaking news. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was just named as the head of the HHS, Department of Health and Human Services. Now, that will give him oversight over things like the FDA, the CDC, the healthcare system in general. He may even have a role into our food system. And there are a number of physicians that are kind of bemoaning that fact. They're worried that he's going to take away vaccines, or he's going to have some impact on, how drugs are approved and so on and so forth. And, the real answer is, for all those guys moaning about that, is you brought it upon yourself. This election, in part, was due to that very issue. A lot of people voted for who they did for the very reason that they thought that RFK might have some influence over the healthcare system. And I think the behavior.
Ed Nigma donated $2 at Jessica.
Stop fucking crying, bitch! Where? I don't want to fucking hear it!
Well, thank you, Ed Nigma. Appreciate the donation.
Of the healthcare system, the doctors within it, academic medicine over the last few years, quite honestly, has been appalling. the complete shutting down, the censorship of dissenting voices. That's not how science is supposed to be done. That's not how medicine is supposed to be practiced. The mocking and the ridicule of people that thought outside the box or had a different opinion than yours did. You know, you people that have literally outsourced your brains and your thinking to the pharmaceutical industry so you can follow their algorithms, so you can practice quote unquote evidence-based medicine, when we know much of that evidence is corrupted. We've had how many journal editors retire and say they can't believe.
What the fuck is he talking about? Like, this is just fucking insane. Recommendations for like I can guarantee you he's talking about like statins in particular. The recommendations for statins are based on the best available data showing taking more earlier on in life helps you live longer. If doctors wouldn't adjust their recommendations to take more medication, they would be ensuring more patient deaths. So he's literally saying, well, people should die more.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are doing fucking great tonight. I'm grateful to be following Avi on social media since he seems to diminish any fears that the far left/right conjures up, lol.
Let me see. Reminder that RFK Jr., Tulsi Gabbard, Matt Gaetz all need to be confirmed by Senate for their respective roles. In my view, the best outcome for our country and the Trump administration is if they do not get confirmed, the latter because Trump will get to say he was loyal to those who were loyal to him without actually bringing these lunatics on board. Former, for obvious reasons. Yep. They do still have to get confirmed, but again, Republicans control the Senate, so they're probably going to get confirmed. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Dodo donated $2. Get ready for RFK Jr. to ban pesticides. Everyone's going to have to eat organic. Food guideline recommendations will be changed for the worse. Research disregarded and slowed down. Hopefully Dr. Avi is satisfied. Well, I don't think they're going to be able to ban pesticides, because if they do, there's going to be pretty big food shortages, and food's going to be way more fucking expensive. So I don't think they're going to be able to do that. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Pepe donated $2. The problem with the healthcare system is that they don't use medication enough. 90% of the population should be on statins. It wouldn't, like, especially given the rates of obesity, there's a good chance that, yeah, 90% of people should be on statins. But no, the main problem with America's healthcare system is that it's private. It being private just makes things massively more expensive and causes a huge amount of fucking delays. Thanks for the donation, though, Pepe.
Us regular folk are sick of the pilot's behavior. Why should we be forced to wear seatbelts during takeoff and landing? I will take control of the plane as an average Joe and steer us to the right place.
That's essentially RFK Jr.'s idea. Thanks for the donation, retard.
The corruption that is within the pharmaceutical industry, within the research community, which builds some of that quote unquote science. You know, the fact that, you know, you minimize patients that, you know, have been injured by pharmaceutical agents, dismissing that as, you know, not relevant, things like that. I mean, this is what you've reaped this, and now you've sown the consequences. And I hope Kennedy gets in there and throws most of the clowns out of the FDA and the CDC and the other agencies that allowed this, that profited from this. You know, it's
what in the fuck is he talking about?
Sickening to see so much money and so much profit being made on the backs of poor, you know, average Americans that are just trying to live their lives. Instead, they're contending with chronic disease. We don't focus on root cause medicine. All we do is manage disease, and that is just giving you pills to...
Well, that's total bullshit. Any of these fat fucks who walk into a doctor's office and are given advice to lose weight, change their diet, remove processed food, eat more fruits and vegetables, none of them ever fucking do it. So that is absolute 100% fucking horseshit. There isn't a single fucking doctor on the planet where if a 500-pound patient walks into the office, they're not going to advise them to lose fucking weight. And they never do it. You expect some, like, fat shit moron to, like, cut out Oreos and potato chips and shit and just starting, like, eating healthy? They're never going to do it. And again, that's why Ozempic exists. And then this dumbass fucking tells people, oh, don't take Ozempic. It's a drug. It's dangerous. Even though the people who are on Ozempic literally live longer. So you have a much higher chance of dying if you don't take Ozempic. And this fucking idiot's like, Ozempic's a drug bad, when it's the only thing that's gonna make them actually lose weight.
Somewhat lessen your symptoms, at an enormous cost. I mean, we spend an inordinate amount of money on healthcare, and our results, quite honestly, are shockingly bad for the amount of money that we are paying into the system. And so, as I said, anything I can do, our company, Rivero.
No, there shouldn't be a weight limit for socialized healthcare. That's fucking retarded.
We are already practicing root cause medicine. And so hopefully our company and others will continue to show and lead the way.
Ozempic has been on the market for more than 5 years, dude.
How to change this, because I think this is something that our country sorely needs. It's been overdue by decades now. Our country is, for a country of tremendous resource, and I've said this over and over again, we are one of the wealthiest, resource-rich nations on the entire planet. And what do we have to show for it? We have a sick, fat, depressed populace. We can't.
Why do you think people are fat, stupid? It's because we're wealthy. We're so productive. We can make all these fucking stupid foods that make people fat. That's why when you go to poor, broke-ass fucking countries, a lot of them are fucking starving and skinny as shit.
Tolerate that anymore. So good for you, RFK. Good for you, Donald Trump, for appointing him. And, for you physicians that don't like it, too bad. You're going to have to suck it up and get better. Get better at being a doctor. Don't just be a damn pill pusher, right? Learn how to listen to your patients. Learn how to inspire them. Learn how to support them. It takes more time. Yeah, it's gonna be disruptive, but it's something you should have done all along. You've allowed yourself to be captured.
Actually, no, I might be wrong. Maybe it was 10 years. And yes, 5-year follow-up determines. How do you dude? You realize in randomized trials, there's going to be people who die over the course of a few years. So if the group not receiving the treatment has more deaths than the people receiving the treatment, yes. How long has Ozempic? I think it's 10 years, actually. No. 2017, so it's been... Yeah, it's been about 5 years. Or no. 6.
How do these retards' heads not explode complaining about corruption/bias in the FDA when they cheer on pig fucker who paid off porn stars and has a tower in Dubai who wants to hire his guy who's unqualified while he's wearing meat industry propaganda?
Every accusation is an admission. It's like Bart K. Like Bart K said, oh, all these companies are scamming and biased and they're lying about their data to make more money. And then he's promoting some bullshit fucking supplement. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. So GLP-1 agonists have actually been around for 20 years. The first class of FDA-approved GLP-1 agonists was in 2005, so yeah, that's close to 20 years. And Ozempic got FDA approval for treatment of type 2 diabetes in December of 2017. So these drugs have been on the market for nearly 20 years. And the first FDA approved GLP-1 agonist was released to market in 2005. So, yeah, 20 years.
Have allowed this system to become what it is because of your cowardice, because of your desire to take the easy way. And I mean that knowing that most of you are good people, but at some point, good people have to step up or evil will triumph. All right, guys, take care.
Well, stupidity is triumphing right now. Hey, what's this? India car driving simulator. What the fuck? Okay, this doesn't look anything like India. It's not nearly enough traffic. And nobody's honking at you either.
5G marks yet another wireless technology transition. One part of the transition promised immense bandwidth and super-fast speeds, millimeter wave. It's a fascinating technology, but a few years into the 5G rollout, difficult technical and economic challenges remain. If semiconductors are black magic, then radio frequency integrated circuits, or RFICs, are the darkest of the dark arts. Let us take our first defense against the dark arts class, no cursing allowed. In this video, we dip our toes into RFICs and the 5G millimeter wave deployment. Imagine a wave traveling through open space. The distance that wave travels in a single cycle is called the wavelength, and it is measured in meters.
If Shawn Baker could make it through medical school, then I certainly could too.
How many cycles pass through a given point is the frequency, and it is measured in hertz, named after the American car rental company based in Florida. Not really, don't leave a comment about that. A megahertz means a million cycles passing in a second, gigahertz a billion, tera a trillion. Frequency and wavelength are inversely related, so as frequencies rise, the wavelengths fall. Some of the highest frequency waves are unholy things like gamma rays. Their wavelengths are measured in the picometers, and they have so much energy we use them to kill cancer cells. Countries allocate parts of their spectrum to certain use cases like radar or wireless or Wi-Fi. Spectrum is fundamentally limited, so making the most of what you have is a challenge. The last big wireless generation was 4G, and in that generation the world's telecoms converged on the LTE standard.
Hey, Gum Gum. Hey, Gum Gum. Come on, Gum Gum. You want to come on my lap, Gum Gum? Gum Gum. Hey, Gum Gum. Come here, Gum Gum. Come here. Gum Gum. What you doing, Gum Gum? Hey, Gum Gum. You're so beautiful. Yeah, that's a good boy. Oh my God. There he is. He's right there. You can see him there. He's right there.
Due to its superior data downlink speeds. But being a world standard, LTE had to accommodate many different frequency slices, anywhere from the 450 MHz to the 3.6 GHz neighborhood. This made developing an LTE world phone exceptionally difficult, but a larger issue concerned the capacity constraints when you only use these small slices of frequency. The 1G through 4G systems have always used frequency bands below 7.125 GHz, but over the years, those neighborhoods had gotten very crowded, and typically a cell operator in a particular geography has only around 200 MHz of spectrum to work with, and that is not enough. So, in that context, engineers began pondering the philosophical foundations of 5G. What should 5G try to be? Yes, 5G wireless networks must be able to handle yet more data traffic, mostly mobile video it seems, and this section of the 5G standard.
Oh my God. Guys, Gum Gum jumped on my lap. Oh my god. Oh, I love you, Gum Gum. Mwah. Look at him, he's so beautiful. Oh, you are so soft and handsome. Oh, I love you. What a good boy.
Standard is called Enhanced Mobile Broadband. But its creators also envisioned 5G enabling other types of communication.
Oh, look at his kitty tail. Oh my god. Oh, what a good boy. We're friends now. We're really good friends. Oh, I love being friends with Gummy. He's such a good friend. Yes, we're friends. Love having a kitty friend. That's a good boy. Yeah, it's nice sitting on my lap, huh? Got a nice blankie for you and it's nice and warm. Oh my god, I love Gum Gum. Yeah, that's a good boy. Oh my god, I love you so much, Gummy. Oh, you're such a good boy. Yeah, you're so nice. Oh, you're so nice. Sometimes he bites me when I'm petting him because he just likes biting. He doesn't mean anything personal by it. He just wants to bite sometimes. Bend over, donate $2. Let me see.
Morning, Dum Dum.
Me no Dum Dum, you Dum Dum. You bring me Gum Gum?
Yes, I did, fathead. Lots and lots of Gum Gum.
Yes, that's my Gum Gum. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
One is an ultra-reliable low-latency networking, or URL-LC.
Yeah.
URL-LC is for handling super
That's
important data that must be delivered quickly and reliably. Imagine self-driving cars communicating with each other to avoid collisions, or a robot arm being wirelessly...
Yeah, this is the first time he jumped on my lap when I'm in the chair. He only... Like, when I'm in bed, he jumps on me all the time, but this is the first time he's jumped on my chair in the basement. Such a good boy, Gummy. Oh, I love you. You're so handsome. Yeah, you're so big and handsome. Oh, I love you so much.
Controlled. Both cases, we need to deliver signals in like less than 100 milliseconds. The other use case is massive machine-type communications, meant for lots of low-cost machines that transmit data infrequently, but for a long time. Think sensors, actuators, vending machines, and the like. These three cases involve different requirements. For example, streaming video on your phone does not require the same latency or reliability as autonomous cars exchanging data to determine how to avoid a collision. Because these philosophical goals for the 5G standard are so broad, 5G was thusly designed to be more flexible, particularly in what frequency bands it can use. And for the first time, 5G opens up a whole new slice of the spectrum for us. In 2011, Doye Pai and Farouk Khan from Samsung Electronics wrote an influential article in the IEEE Communications magazine. Pai and Khan looked at all the tricks that LTE had to do to get the most out of the limited spectrum and concluded that something else was necessary. So, Pai and Khan suggested entering the then largely unexplored millimeter wave regions,
Yeah, we'll watch the other Pierce video.
Pointing to several millimeter wave bands in the 70,
no.
80, 90 gigahertz range. These are called millimeter wave.
He sees the pointer on screen, and he wants to get it. Oh no. No attacking my monitor. Oh, you silly kitty. It's just a pointer on the screen. Okay? Oh, I love him. You are just so soft
Wave
and
bands
beautiful.
because their wavelengths are in the 1 to 10 millimeter range. The FCC
The ADL is now revealing the identities of popular anonymous Nazi accounts on X. I'd bet a good chunk of these niggers are Mexican.
There's a chance. Huh. Yeah, Nick Fuentes would definitely be one of them. Holocaust denier, the official 1984's name has been revealed as Cyan Cruz. Yeah. Well, that's good. These people really should be unmasked. What's funny, too, is I can guarantee you this fucking dipshit, because he's anonymous, he probably has a lot of white supremacist friends who don't actually know his ethnicity. Once people find out that the guy is, like, Mexican or something, they're probably going to lose followers or, you know, like, be told, you know, you're kind of one of the good ones. I dig that you hate Jews too, but once we take over, we're going to send you back to Mexico. These people are fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, retard.
FCC opened them up in 2003 for new economic development. Before that, the spectrum was only used for military radars, satellite communications, or...
No, I don't think Piers Morgan is wrong for platforming somebody like Dan Bilzerian because he is publicly criticizing him and outing him as an anti-Semite.
Cellular backhaul. Basically, point-to-point connections where a big fixed antenna fires narrow millimeter wave beams at another big fixed antenna several kilometers away. The beam tolerances are such that strong winds can sway the towers and misalign the beams. So, you can guess why millimeter wave has not been much used for consumer wireless. Probably the first consumer use case after the FCC decision was automotive radar. The 77 GHz spectrum band was opened up to help the advanced driver assistance systems in cars identify dangerous situations and prevent crashes. Another use case was the WiGig Wi-Fi standard, which uses a 60 GHz band. First formed in 2009.
How would you feel if a bunch of illegal immigrants started living in your neighborhood in Ottawa? You don't even know what an illegal immigrant is, dumbass.
And I can't really say that it has caught on. But soon after Samsung's paper, the idea gained traction, and in 2014 published research at both NYU and UT Austin showed it technically feasible to bring millimeter wave to consumer wireless applications. So in the end, 5G gained support for a set of bands in the range from 24.25 to 52.6 GHz. This is in addition to two other sets of bands located in more traditional sub-7 GHz neighborhoods. Here, we should take a pause and talk about RFICs and how they work. Your slick, sexy iPhone 16 and your grandpa's two-way radio might seem light years apart, but at the end of it, they're both radio transceivers, a transceiver being combo devices that work as both transmitter and receiver. Let us sequentially step through how they work, and bear with me, there's going to be a lot of terminology, but these big words convey relatively simple ideas. Imagine a phone, and it wants to send a message. First, the phone's processor sends text data to the transceiver in the form of bits, ones and zeros. The RFIC begins by converting those digital bits into a continuous analog signal. The analog signal you get as a result is called the baseband, just an analog encoding of your digital data. Great, we can transmit the signal now, right? No. The problem is that the baseband is low frequency, and that will cause problems with the antenna. The rule of thumb is that the antenna should be about half the wavelength. A low frequency, like with the baseband, means a big wavelength and thus an impractically large antenna for a phone. So we, and by we I mean the RFIC, not literally us, employ a mixer to mix the baseband signal with a higher frequency signal called the carrier frequency. This unholy ritual is known as upconversion, and it transmogrifies the baseband signal into a passband signal. The cell operator...
There's someone I know, IRL, that's Mexican, but says he's white on the inside and is super racist towards non-white people. Yeah, that's pretty fucked.
Chooses the carrier frequency based on what was allotted to them by the regulator, as well as what is supported by the wireless technology standard. When we create the passband signal, we also create a small band of frequencies higher and or lower than the carrier frequency. These are called sidebands, and this is where the actual data from the baseband is encoded. The whole slice of frequency from the lowest to highest sideband is called the bandwidth. The size of the sidebands is defined as
And over $22, threats of intimidation.
Matt Gaetz get the votes in the Senate?
I don't know. You're finding all the swamp creatures coming out right now. Everybody's got an opinion up here, but at the end of the day, President Trump was elected by an enormous vote, and he deserves a team around him that he wants. It's not us to determine that. We've got 53 votes in the Senate. We can.
It is up to you to determine that. Like, what does he mean?
Confirm with 51. I've already seen where a couple of them says, I'm not voting for him. Wait a minute. You are not the United States of America. You have one vote in the U.S. Senate. You did not get elected president. Vote with President Trump. This is the last chance we're going to have of saving this country. And if you want to get in the way, fine. But we're going to try to get you out of the Senate, too, if you try to do that.
What parts of Trump said Matt Gaetz get the votes?
Dude, these people are fucking psychotic. Holy shit. Gum Gum. What you doing, Gum Gum? Gummy, what are you doing? Oh. Oh, he's stepping on my keyboard. No, Gum Gum. No stepping on my keyboard. Thank you. Oh, you are just so big and handsome. Oh, you smell so good too. You got such a good kitty smell. Oh, you're so beautiful. Look how handsome he is. Oh my god, he's so handsome. Oh, I love you, Gum Gum. Oh, you're the sweetest, Gum Gum. Love you so much. Mwah. You're such a silly kitty. You're so silly. Mwah. Love my silly kitty. Well, thanks for the donation, Ben.
As a percentage, and that explains why a higher carrier frequency, like that of the millimeter wave, gets you more bandwidth. 10% of 25 gigahertz is way higher than 10% of 7 gigahertz, and that means more data capacity. Now, the passband signal is more suitable to send, but not quite yet. Your iPhone needs to communicate with the cell tower, but the nearest traditional tower is usually about 2 kilometers away from and 30 to 100 meters above the iPhone, and it needs to reach that. Imagine a wave traveling or propagating through plain air outwards from the phone. You might imagine it as like a spherical wave moving outwards from the mobile device, kind of like a force field or some bubble in a sci-fi movie. The formal name for this expanding bubble behavior is isotropic radiator. In the real world, a perfect isotropic radiator, like a perfect marriage on Instagram, does not exist. At distance, at certain areas, the bubble will flatten out, but I think it is helpful to visualize it like as such. Anyway, so we have this bubble expanding outwardly from the mobile device in every direction. The mobile phone used some amount of power to output that bubble, and that power is spread out across the bubble's quote-unquote surface area. So as the bubble travels outwards, its surface area expands, diluting the wave's power density. This dilution is known as path loss, and it is measured using the Sv3rige equation. Path loss, in turn, leads to attenuation, which, in the wireless world, refers to the gradual reduction of signal strength. Not all attenuation is due to path loss.
Oh, there are already a bunch of illegals living in cities like New York. They're using public money. Yeah, so again, you don't know what makes somebody an illegal immigrant or not. A lot of them are seeking asylum, so they have legal status, stupid. How's your martial arts training? I haven't started doing it.
Rain, object obstruction, and the like are other reasons, but path loss is indeed a significant contributor to attenuation. Thanks to this path loss and other attenuating causing factors, if we
Nerd $20, is there any archive where I can find your old videos before you got banned on YouTube? You might be able to find some of those old videos on LBRY. I have an LBRY account, so I'd check there. Thanks for the donation though, nerd.
Want the passband signal to reach the tower, then we must amplify its power. This is the job of the power amplifier. The power amplifier is the RFIC's most power-hungry module. It is also one of the most difficult modules to design. Designers must design a power amplifier that can achieve the highest level of output power to reach the tower while also maintaining good efficiency and linearity. A wireless device is a power-constrained environment, plus pulling power also generates heat, so we want to be as efficient as possible. We can measure this with a metric called drain efficiency. If the amplifier draws 2 watts of power from the battery and outputs 1 watt, then it has 50% drain efficiency. Another thing that power amplifier designers have to consider is something called linearity. Linearity describes the signal's quality as it travels through the amplifier. Finally, after exiting the power amplifier, the boosted passband signal is transferred.
Did you see news that came out about Delhi's pollution? No. Yeah, that does not look good.
And let's stay with climate, because India's capital, Delhi, has overtaken the Pakistani city of Lahore as the most polluted city on Earth. According to the Swiss group...
Do they have a coal plant in Delhi as well?
IQ Air, Delhi's air pollution index had reached 418 on Thursday, which is defined as severe. A good...
India is fucking retarded. They have such a huge population and they didn't invest in public transport, so you have so many fucking cars on the road. And the traffic is so bad, a lot of them are literally idling, you know, just constantly. And it massively increases air pollution. If they had just made a good public transit system, people wouldn't have to fucking drive, and it would massively cut down on emissions. Yeah, if there's any fucking country that needs like good public transit and maybe electric cars, it would be fucking India.
Good rating is between 0 and 50. The Indian city has had to deal with smog every winter as cold air traps dust emissions and smoke from illegal tyres. Our India correspondent Arunoday Mukherjee in Delhi and our Pakistan correspondent Caroline Davis in Islamabad join me to discuss the impact on both countries.
It certainly isn't the kind of tag that India would like to show off to the world as it tries to project an image of a developing country which really is trying to make a name for itself on a global stage. But if I could, I'm not sure how much you can make out behind me. Of course, I'm on a very busy road. The buildings behind me are clouded in a thick blanket of smog, and that's the kind of picture that greets us almost every morning for the past few days. When you step outside of the houses, of our homes, there's a burning sensation in your eyes start watering very fast, your throat starts itching, there's a hoarseness, there's also a shortness of breath because you're trying to breathe in as little as possible. I know that sounds difficult, but psychologically you start trying to take shorter breaths, which leaves you breathless most of the time. Now, of course, there are some people who have the option of staying indoors by keeping their doors and windows shut, keeping those very expensive air purifiers on 24/7. But then there are many other people who can't afford purifiers, whose jobs are outdoors. You can see the traffic just gives you a sense of how many people need to be out and about. And that is the reality for a majority of the residents here in the National Capital Region as they brave this kind of hazardous weather. And you pointed out some of those figures. We really feel the impact of those figures.
To those we saw in Delhi, I suppose the question is it that Lahore has got better in terms of pollution or that Delhi has simply got worse? I'm in Islamabad, where here the numbers are much lower than we're seeing in Lahore, they're lower than we're seeing in Delhi, but you can see the images behind me, it's still incredibly smoggy, and this is when we're hovering at around the 200 mark on the air quality index, whereas the numbers that we've seen in the course of the...
I remember the forest fires in fucking Ontario. It looked like this for a couple of weeks. Dude, that was so miserable being outside with the fucking forest fires.
The last couple of weeks have been extraordinarily high here in Pakistan. It's been about 2,000 has been hit in one of the cities in Multan, and that was over the course of the weekend. Now, in terms of, as you say, this is not a competition that either country particularly wants to be at the top of this particular chart. Is from space. That gives you an idea of how potent this this smog is. One of the major issues, I've been speaking to some climate scientists.
Breaking news, I'm just finding out Musk has been doing his signature faggot leap for over 4 years. Here he is seen being cheered on like a toddler with a full diaper. What does this mean for the country?
Again. Jump again. Very good. Jump very high. It was good. Thanks, Elon.
He doesn't look well. Maybe he needs RFK Jr. to give him a workout and diet plan and some TRT. Like, it's just so weird how just pushed out and bloated his stomach is. Yeah, I think he might have like what Big Lenny has with liver failure or something. It's fucking weird. Well, it's not a good sign that we have a retard, you know. But thanks for the donation, retard. Look at this fucking guy. He has a helmet that he's holding on his fucking motorcycle, and he doesn't wear it.
Scientists as well about what has been going on and why this smog is still sitting here over Pakistan for over 2 weeks now over some of these major cities, including Lahore. They've said that this is a large amount to do with the fact that there hasn't been any rain, there hasn't been much wind, it hasn't moved the smog on, so instead it's just accumulated.
Yeah, ascites is ascites is fluid buildup in your stomach, and it's usually caused by liver failure.
It's built up, it's spread across, so it's not just in Lahore, it's across.
Yeah, is ketamine hepatotoxic? Liver tox, clinical and research information on drug-induced liver injury. Ketamine is parenterally administered, generally anesthetic used largely for short-term diagnostic surgery. Long-term ketamine use can cause inflammation and irritation of the urinary bladder and urethra, and similar changes have been recently described in the biliary tract, resulting in acute or chronic cholestatic liver injury that can resemble sclerosing or cholangitis. So that is possible. Short-term use of ketamine for anesthesia has been associated with rare instances of serum enzyme elevations, but not with clinically apparent liver injury. With chronic or intermittent use, however, unusual, I have a hard time pronouncing that word, biliary, and hepatic complications have been described. In a manner similar to its effects on the urinary tract, ketamine can also cause abnormalities in the biliary system with dilation and irregularity of the intra and extra hepatic bile ducts. Patients typically develop right upper quadrant pain and tenderness associated with elevations in serum alkaline phosphatase and aminotransferase levels with minimal or no increase in bilirubin. Biliary imaging may reveal dilation and irregularity of the intra and extrahepatic bile ducts with fusiform dilation of the common bile duct suggestive of choledochal cysts. Liver biopsy demonstrates changes suggestive of chronic liver obstruction or sclerosing cholangitis. Discontinuation of ketamine is usually followed by slow improvement, and the abnormalities found in biliary imaging may no longer be demonstrable several months later. So, yeah. He may actually have a liver injury from taking ketamine constantly, and that might explain his distended gut.
Across a large amount of Punjab as well, and even spread into nearby Khyber Pakhtunkhwa too. So this is a
Does whey protein reduce LDL and total cholesterol? No. If you're substituting whey protein for, say, like a whole milk product, so if you're drinking whole, like full fat milk and you substitute it with whey protein, that will lower your cholesterol just because you're getting rid of the saturated fat you were consuming, but there's no direct effect that whey protein would have on your serum cholesterol score. It's just protein, like it doesn't have any fiber or anything that would lower cholesterol. Nerd donate $2 can link on chat this IBRW site. I can't find this archive on the internet. Oh, LBRY. LBRY, vegan gains. There you go. So, I know for sure that, like, my Eddie Hall video that I had to delete, like, that's on there. A lot of the videos that I had to take down are on here. So, yeah, there's a lot of shit. There's a lot of shit still on here that I had to take down. So, have fun going through all that. Dude, this day was so fucked. This fucking massive-ass truck almost ran me over when I was rollerblading. And I had to jump onto the fucking grass to avoid getting run over by this stupid-ass fucking truck. I don't know why it's so hard to just have fucking bike lanes everywhere. North American city planning is just so stupid. But, oh yeah, there's Jasmine on the Sv350. I don't know why it's running like that. Okay, you want to just follow me? Doors temporary. So we had to make a quick emergency stop. Yeah, I gotta do more moto vlogs. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at that fuzzy handsome boy.
Wow.
Oh my god.
We're home.
So fuzzy and handsome. Well, thanks for the donation, nerd. Goatis Jungle Fever, donate $2. You made him go black and he'll never go back.
Best in the world! Unless I beat someone stronger than me, that won't happen!
Is anybody else getting shivers? I literally just got shivers throughout my whole body. Whoa. It was... just the transition from that guy to these actually true real men. Wow, I'm literally shivering right now. Like, these are real men. Literally shivers. Incredibly good video.
You know, it's very strange. Sv3rige is racist. He's talked about a lot of weird, crazy racist shit He's like literally promoted racism, saying like, yeah, people should be racist because it's natural to only like people from your tribe or your race or something. He's also promoted this idea that black people are naturally violent, but at the same time, he like fetishizes black people a lot. He'll claim like they're more masculine and shit like that, and they just have more testosterone and crap. A lot of racist people do that, where they'll claim like one race is inferior, but then they'll fetishize them at the same time.
Like in Afghanistan, like you're able to buy like a
Get a 2022 Hayabusa. That bike is fucking pointless. The new Hayabusas, they're very high compression. So people used to like put turbos in them and everything to increase the compression. Now you can't really do anything with the bikes. Like you can't put a turbo in them or anything and make them go faster. The only thing you can do is just change the tune, and they're like, that's kind of lame. So I don't know why you'd get a Busa. They're not even particularly cheap. Aren't they like 20 grand or something new? Yeah. They're like 20 grand new. Why would you get the Busa when you can get a ZX10? Oh no, the ZX10's way more. 33. Okay, I thought the ZX10 was 20k. Yeah, still. 20 grand for this sort of bike where, you know, you can't really mod it anymore. I'd rather save up like another 10k for a ZX10. They used to be cool, but now it's
12 or 13-year-old bike, even though it's...
Oh yeah, this is the... Yeah, he wants to have sex with a fucking 12-year-old.
An old bike, it's a rusty bike. You can literally buy bikes like that there. But it's dangerous to buy those or ride those kind of bikes in the US, because you need like a license, because those kind of bikes are seen as rusty and dangerous to ride. But like in Afghanistan, you can buy and ride those kind of bikes. And you know, in a lot of Muslim countries.
No, the idea that meat made us smarter is just bullshit. If meat caused, like, you know, huge increases in intelligence, then cats would probably be the dominant species on the planet. All right? Your cat would probably be able to do your homework for you, but that's not how that works. Oh. What a lot of people kind of don't get to is our ancient ancestors would have had to have been like highly intelligent to begin with in order to like coordinate in large groups, develop tools and stuff for hunting. So I don't know why there's that prevailing myth. Early hominid species would have already been extremely intelligent to do that in the first place. And there was just further selective pressures for intelligence. So, just being more social, being able to communicate with language, being able to make tools, and actually the first tools were made for processing plant foods, so. Okay, so it looks like there's a 15-year-old who has too much time on his hands. I guess his parents took away his Xbox or something. Let me see. There we go.
So there's like a lot of different rules, but we get programmed that these kind of bikes are dangerous to ride in Europe and in America. And it's funny because it's actually not dangerous at all. It's actually a lot of fun, but it's actually very good for you, and still you can ride the bike for a long time, I would say still.
Oh yeah, I gotta send this to Turkey Tom. I was actually looking for that clip. It's good you sent me that. Where is he? Turkey Tom. Found the clip of Sv3rige where he says he wants to go to Afghanistan to have sex with 12-year-old girls. He obviously is speaking in code, but it's clear what he's actually saying. There we go. Thanks for sending me that.
You know, but like we throw those kind of bikes away, and it's a waste. It's basically a waste not to ride those kind of bikes, even though they're already old. You know, like 12 and 13-year-old bikes isn't really an old bike, but they are seen as old in a lot of these countries and where people watch Hollywood movies. Or, you know, my new bike, like a 1 or 2-year-old bike, which is very new, if you understand what I mean. You know, 30-year-old bike is also dangerous. No, I mean, a 2-year-old bike, that's the safest, of course.
That is just so fucking disturbing, dude.
Okay, let's do it.
Let's do it. When you first did it, was it a problem for you to actually...
Is he gay for black dudes?
Let's do it. When you first did it, was it...
Yeah, Goatis, you look sexy. I think he's gay for black dudes.
Was it a problem for you to actually eat the raw meat? Like, did you, like, gag at all or anything like that?
No, not at all.
Weird. Thanks for the donation, Goatis Jungle Fever. Just random vids don't need $2 sound on. Let me take a look.
How are you, bitch? Hi, bitch. How are you, bitch?
That's a good dog.
100 G's, Louis duffel bag. Paying pussy, make that dick have a heart attack.
Yeah.
Who that is? Riley Reid with my booty fat.
Yeah.
Leslie, less swag. Porno cam, damn. Pimp that bitch. Women and the men.
Yeah.
Got the money out the flick, headed to the trap. Pussy getting so wet from the money stack.
Okay.
Triple stacks, bitch. We clean out 100 packs.
Okay.
You ain't heard what I said, nigga. Run it back. MAGA ho, MAGA nigga.
Dude. I would love for Riley Reid to call me the N-word. That'd be great. Andrew, thanks for the membership, dude. Appreciate it. She said nigga with the A in quite a few of her, like, videos, so that's nothing new. Someone must be allergic to G. Hide, lol. Oh, that's great. Thanks for the donation, just random vids. Mangooses $20 they didn't want to fuck with the grass puppy. Oh. Oh my goodness. Wow. I really like baby bears. They're so cute. It's too bad they don't stay babies. Yeah, I've tried Odd Burger in Ottawa. It's good. So majestic.
Albert, no!
Oh.
Albert, come on! Please.
Oh my god! They have a house camel?
Please, Albert!
Oh my goodness, look how handsome!
Seriously, I understand how this happens. Those are lemons, you don't
Oh my god. They have a house camel stealing lemons.
like lemons. You don't like it. You're not gonna like the lemon. You're gonna hate it. There you go, I told you. Don't try another one. They're the same. They're all the same. Please. Don't go in there. No. Please. Please, just come with me. I'll give you... Oh, I know what I have. You love these. Look. This mixed fruit stuff. Come here. Here. Come on.
Oh my god.
Albert. Come on. Don't... I'm not trying to trick you, Albert. Here. Here.
Oh, what a nice camel.
Come on. Out. Come on. Here.
Oh my goodness.
Come on.
Oh, that's a nice camel.
Out. Come on.
This is Winston. He is the dominant species of our planet.
Let me take a look.
Trim your toenails? Can I trim your toenails? What? Ow! Why'd you get up here biting me all of a sudden? Damn it!
Oh my god. Oh. Well, that's a sweet round boy. Thanks for the donation, Winston. Oh.
Here.
That's a really cute camel. Oh. Oh my god. Oh. What is going on here? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Can I get a... Let me get a Piers combo, extra salt please, with a medium Jake bro. Please make the mince fresh, I don't want the stale reacts you leave in the Chrome tab for hours.
Alright, we'll watch Pierce in just a moment, alright? Thanks for the donation, retard. Wow, it's a really pretty sheep and a nice goose. Oh my god. That's a nice Hyrax. Oh my god, look at his tummy. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. I like Hyraxes. Thanks for the donation, Mongooses. Callus $22, what do you think of this?
'Cause I'm a gangster. bitch, I'm gang banging on the strip on some gangster shit. Hammer in the truck and I can bang this clip. And if you want to test us, I let the raptor rip.
Wrapped up, get bagging, the slacks ain't sagging. The suit stay pressed while the boys go grab him. The clock keep ticking, the block keep trapping. This one phone call if I want to toe tag him.
I'm a bag flipper, sipping the jack ligger. Big black jacket on my back, chinchilla.
I'm a rider, drop an Eddie and I'll drag him in his eye there. Run up on him, then I clock and knock his eyes there.
Wouldn't expect them to be able to rap like that. Thanks for the donation, Winston. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
So basically, the Christians are slaughtering the Jews throughout Europe. And when the Muslims came in there, the Jews were protected under the Caliphate for 800 years.
Yeah, so that's not true. Christians and Jews got along fairly well. It was the Muslims who were slaughtering Jews and Christians, and that's actually the whole fucking reason why there were the Holy Crusades. It's because the Muslims were slaughtering fucking Christians.
Not only were they protected, it became a center of learning for all of Judaism, where they could learn their religion in peace and protection and security without Catholics trying to convert them or kill.
No. Muslims forced them to pay a jizya, and if they didn't pay the jizya, they'd be executed.
Them or burn them at the stake. And even when Isabella and Ferdinand became strong enough to remove the Muslims out of Spain, what did the Jews do? The Muslims give them their jizya back. They said to the Jews, we can't protect you, give your jizya back. What did the Jews say? Let us come with you. And the Jews left Spain with the Muslims, and that's why before the state of Israel, one of the biggest enclaves of Jews was Morocco.
Guy is just a delusional fuck, dude.
Which part of this country is Christian based?
All of it. The Queen,
give me an example.
Royal Family, Christmas.
Okay, homosexuality permitted in Christianity?
No, it's not permitted, no.
And his...
Homosexuality is technically permitted under Christianity. It's just that the way it's written in the Old Testament, in particular, is... They had a different cultural standard then, where if a man was having sex in a submissive position, it was seen as like a form of disrespect. But because we don't have those cultural standards anymore, if you just read that stuff in its historical context, there's nothing in Christianity that says homosexuality isn't permitted.
Homosexuality allowed, encouraged, condoned, permitted by this country?
As I said, the country...
So it's not Christian value. Is divorce permitted in Christianity for a woman?
It depends what divorce, what divorce is, what that divorce is.
Is an abused woman being abused by her husband allowed to divorce in Christianity?
If she's been abused, then you should be allowed to be divorced, yeah.
No. Does Christianity allow her to be divorced if she's being physically abused by her husband?
Again, it depends.
So, by the way, Islam does not allow women to divorce if they're being physically abused because they have completely different standards of what's considered physical abuse. In Islam, you're allowed to rape your wife. So if your wife refuses sex, you can just rape her over and over and over again, and that's not considered abuse, and that wouldn't be grounds for a divorce.
What the Bible says.
The Bible says no. Which part?
Yeah, he doesn't even know anything about Christianity. It's so weird.
I find easier to debate.
I don't know why he talks about Christianity. Like, by the way, this guy was terrified of debating, what's his name? That bald Christian guy who goes on about Islam all the time.
Christians or atheists?
Atheists.
Shamoon or something.
You're coming to me. You're not giving me anything. You're not offering me anything. You're not giving me an alternative. You know, I believe in God. How are you convincing me God doesn't exist? What are you inviting me to? You're inviting me to nothing. You're offering me nothing. You don't know anything. Any atheist who says to you, we've got empirical evidence for our position, I don't know, evolution or whatever, just ask them, what was the last experiment you did? Just ask them, what was the last experiment you did? And they're like, well, I haven't done any experiments. Okay, so where's your empirical evidence? Well, this guy's done the experiments, some scientist. Okay, so your empirical evidence is now testimony of somebody else. So now you've introduced testimony as empirical evidence? That means I can bring testimony as empirical evidence. And basically the philosophy of science is based upon what? The idea that you cannot determine truth using the philosophy of science because new data could change the information. Therefore, you cannot even be sure what you believe today as an atheist is true using your own position because it could change tomorrow. So how are you here to tell me I'm wrong about
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this guy, so Christianity is talked about in Islam, and everything the Prophet Muhammad wrote about Christianity is totally fucking wrong. So I'm pretty sure he's actually done absolutely no research on Christianity, and all the information he's getting is from the Prophet Muhammad and the Quran, and he gets literally everything fucking wrong.
Homosexuals, that's a problem.
What's the problem?
That you're not allowed to be a homosexual. He even says you should punish homosexuals. So
No. It's not punishing the homosexual, it's punishing sex in public.
Well, you can...
That's not true.
Well, no, what is that?
All Muslims agree with you on that.
Right, so you're saying if two men have sex
So he just dodged the question.
inside their house,
Yeah.
is it anyone's business?
Well, it
No,
isn't.
nobody's business.
But
Yeah, so that's not what Islam stipulates. You're supposed to execute gay people. Has nothing to do with them having sex in private or in public. You're just supposed to execute gay people.
not all Muslims...
And if you accuse somebody of it, you need to bring 4 witnesses. Muslim witnesses who...
You don't need to bring 4 witnesses. That's only if there's a case of adultery. And the Prophet Muhammad arbitrarily made that rule because he didn't want to have to divorce his wife, Aisha.
were honest and trustworthy.
I don't...
You don't agree with that?
Yeah, I don't agree.
Oh, so forgive me, Ken.
Yeah.
Why did
He's literally just lying.
you agree with that?
Not all Muslims say it that way, and if we're talking about the practicalities...
Let's stick to the teachings of Islam. Because I don't care what Muslims do. I know Muslims drink alcohol.
Yeah, right. He's just a fucking massive liar.
Homosexuality also happens in nature. Do they have...
You want to go to that? Or let's go to that. So you're saying, because animals do this particular action, it should be, we're using that as a standard for human beings, yeah?
Not as a standard, but it's...
Well, yeah, you can sodomize your slaves in Islam. It explicitly states that anal sex is okay as long as it's with a slave.
Like, it's not unfamiliar in the animal world.
Animals eat their young. So should we be eating babies?
No.
Why not? Animals do it. Animals do incest. Should we be doing it?
No.
So do you realise, no disrespect, but how ridiculous using animals as a source of morality is not the greatest source of morality?
That's a massive straw man. She wasn't saying homosexuality is moral because animals do it. She was just merely saying it's a normal thing for practically every animal to do, and I don't know why it would be immoral if there's no victims involved.
Do you ever get tired of sucking so much cog?
Yeah, sometimes. Thanks for the donation, Ahmed. Shiny Bald Head donated $2, 1.5x. Your favorite Muslim reacted.
Semite. So, of course, he's speaking about context, because something happened before October the 7th, of course, for Hamas then to...
Okay, so I don't care. 45 minutes of Bobby just apologizing for anti-Semitism. I don't really care. Can you give me like a timestamp of where Dan Bilzerian like denied the Holocaust or something and Bobby reacts to that? That would be interesting, but I don't really care about watching the whole thing because we already saw the video and he's just going to make excuses for him.
The other guy was...
Let's see. Pierce Morgan. Oh, hey. That one might be interesting.
Politics is tough. A transition that...
A revolution. Trump is at the White House with Joe Biden today as he sets forth his plans to turn things upside down. Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy turned the bloated federal government into a blue chip business, Or are these planet-sized egos heading for a cosmic explosion? Or Trump's new defense team?
VG, why is everything so cringe? Why is everything a performance? Why do we take ourselves so seriously? Why do people believe their character? Why do we exist only to die? Why do we all think we're right? Why are we floating in an empty fucking void?
Well, there's no reason. It's just the way it is. Existence is a stupid, pointless joke. Thanks for the donation, though, Void.
Give us peace through power, or is this a sellout to the neocons? And as the Democrats simmer in the glow of a map turned Republican red, where on earth do they go from here? In a moment, we'll debate all this with an all-star panel, but first a short word about an interview we ran yesterday.
They said that it was 4 million that died in Auschwitz, and then they said it was down to 1 million, so they've revised the figure.
You're literally an anti-Semite. You said, and I quote, all Jews deserve to die. I hate those big-nosed, greedy, power-hungry kikes.
That wasn't me. That was somebody else. Thanks for the donation, though, Ahmed.
Well, how many people? How many people do you think were killed in the Holocaust?
271,000 that died in Auschwitz.
How many do you think were killed in the Holocaust?
Shiny Bald Head donated $2. Watch from 2750.
You know, acts of
2750. All right, thanks for the donation, Shiny Bald Head.
There's a bunch of fags in the chat tonight. Simon and I think you should ban them all. Bunch of queers. Donald Trump, baby. Fuck, fag bitch.
I'm not gonna do that, but thanks for the donation. Why are you gay? Anyone know where I can read Berserk manga online for free on Android? Just Google read Berserk online.
Different to what you did say. When you said on Patrick Ben Davis' podcast as well, they play the victim card so effing much about Jewish people. I mean, do you not understand why Jewish people might feel a sense of victimhood, given that 6 million of them were killed in World War II by a genocidal monster?
He has to bring
in the
this
Holocaust. Do you not understand why that might make Jewish people feel that, yes, they have indeed been victims?
Feelings. See, now he has no argument, and therefore he has to bring up emotion. Feelings, that's how they feel.
So, all the retarded beliefs in Islam, like not drinking alcohol, hating gay people, slavery, like the only thing they can talk about is it makes God angry. He doesn't feel good about it. So it's funny how they use feelings to justify all their stupid, retarded, bigoted shit, but then when people don't like it, when, you know, people deny the Holocaust, oh, well, that's just your feelings.
But we're not talking about individual people and their feelings. We're speaking about the state of Israel and the atrocities that the state of Israel commits.
Yeah, I mean, that figure's been revised, but, you know...
What is he even talking about? Dan Bilzerian is talking about Holocaust revisionism, and then he doesn't even address anything he's fucking saying.
I believe that Jewish supremacy is the greatest threat to America, and I think it's the greatest threat to the world today. I truly believe that.
What do you mean the figure's been revised? What do you mean?
Well, they said
even
that
mainstream will
it
say
was
that.
4 million that died in Auschwitz, and then they said it was down to 1 million, so they've revised the figure.
Yes, that's true.
Well, how many people? How many people do you think were killed in the Holocaust?
271,000 that died in Auschwitz.
How many do you think were killed in the Holocaust?
I don't know, but I would bet my entire net worth that it was under 6 million.
Yeah, again that's a mainstream opinion, actually.
That is not a mainstream opinion.
What's the motivation for making claims like that?
Oh
what do you stand to gain?
So there you see it again. What makes you say that? You cannot say that. And meanwhile, yes, numbers from Auschwitz, for example, have been revised. At first, they said it was roughly 4 million Jews being killed in that labor camp, and then they revised the number, and then they narrowed it down to 1.1 million.
Okay, that doesn't change the total fucking death count.
And this, of course, tells you that ultimately nobody...
Where is he getting this from, by the way? Number of Jews killed at Auschwitz. Yeah, so historians estimate that around 1.1 million people perished in Auschwitz during the less than 5 years of its existence. Okay. That doesn't change the total death figure.
Truly knows, and that the numbers are wrong, or they used to be wrong, and now they're trying to find out what the truth is. They said 4 million first, and then they came down to 1 million. That is a huge drop, of course. And therefore, why do you cling so much to the number 6 million? It has to be 6 million.
Yeah, it's 6 million because the Nazis recorded the amount of Jews they killed. That's where that figure comes from. So, did the Nazis lie? Were they lying about the amount of Jews they killed? Were they just trying to brag that they killed so much? Please explain to me why they would lie about how many Jews they killed, and it was actually a massive overestimate. But then they tried to burn all the records and destroy everything once the Nuremberg trials, started. Like, why did they try to hide everything after the fact?
Million. It has been said once, and therefore this is now the gospel, this our new religion. It has to stay 6 million, even though you see revision in those statements. And now Dan Bilzerian...
Like, what does this have to do with the total death figure? Yeah, so he's just a massive anti-Semite. He's literally a Nazi and a Holocaust revisionist.
I don't know, but I would bet my entire net worth that it was under 6 million.
Well, unsurprisingly, the interview sparks a massive response. Bilzerian has millions of followers, and many of them, of
No, I don't drink alcohol.
course, crawled out of the woodwork to cheerlead him. Plenty of people were shocked, as indeed I was in real time, that any public figure could spew such obvious prejudice as brazenly as he did. Others, well, a few people, are angry at me for giving him a platform. Michael Rappaport said, I'm sick of Piers Morgan having disgusting, known, proven, shitbag Jew haters on his show and saying afterwards, I don't agree. Jewish people, please unfollow this scumbag now. Piers Morgan also hates Jews. Oh, Michael, calm down, you silly little man. I obviously don't hate Jews. And the thing about platforms is that everybody has access to them. You've often yourself been offered access to mine, but you haven't appeared yet. The offer still stands if you have the guts. In the new media landscape, anyone can speak unfiltered or uncensored to their followers and acolytes. At least when I interview somebody with incendiary views, audiences get to see those views being vigorously challenged. And free speech is supposed to be uncomfortable. It's only by hearing the polar opposite of your own worldview you can be sure that you're right and understand why you believe that you are. Dan Bilzerian went a lot further than I was expecting him to. I was genuinely appalled by what I was hearing. I started out the interview thinking it was going to be more about his apparent so-called redemption arc. As you all saw, there's no redemption arc. He's sunk into an abyss of anti-Semitism. And on that point, I've interviewed many people on both sides of the Israel-Palestine debate: professors, politicians, medics, victims, journalists, musicians, diplomats, comedians, and more. At regular intervals, I've been criticised by people on both sides. Do I think Dan Bilzerian's interview made some big intellectual contribution to his vexed debate? No, I don't, actually. There's a beginner's guide to the kind of ignorant anti-Semitism that's suddenly becoming extremely and worryingly prevalent. I think it was quite an eye-opener. And to the many Bilzerian fans demanding we release the unedited interview because they thought their man surely couldn't have come across that badly. Well, I'm afraid I've got bad news for you. That was the unedited interview. That's what he really sounds like when he actually has to talk about these despicable views. If we cut out the parts, frankly, that I didn't agree with, it would have been the shortest interview of the year, as well as the most shocking. But now down to real business with my stellar panel of white dudes for and against Harris. Host of the Rubin Report, Dave Rubin. Host of the David Pakman Show, David Pakman. Host of No Lie with Brian Tyler Cohen, Brian Tyler Cohen. And host of the Ben Ferguson podcast, Ben Ferguson. What a magnificent quartet of white dudes, if ever I've seen one. David Pakman, I want to start with you. You were very clear to me when we spoke before the election that this whole issue of transgenders in sport and so on was completely irrelevant and nobody cared. Let me remind you.
You're saying Kamala Harris and Biden have come out in support of this.
They do. They support policies which actively
protect.
They support policies that protect transgender athletes performing in women's sport, and I think that is madness. You're saying, well, because most of these things in this UN report were outside of America, it doesn't matter. It does matter.
What I'm saying, it's a completely contrived issue that almost no one cares about in every single opinion.
The UN report was absolute dog shit. We looked up the original source. It was from a online blog that just catalogs reports where a trans person won in some sort of sporting event, and they don't even actually explain their methods of data collection. There's literally just a link on their website to their email where you can just email them and say, hey, I lost against a trans person in some sport. They don't talk about how they verify any of this data. Literally anybody can make a submission from anywhere. So since they don't actually explain how they collect data, there's no way of knowing if any of those reports have actually been verified or actually happened. On top of that, the vast majority of these reports are coming from foreign countries like the UK, Ireland, Australia. They're not in the United States, and the vast majority aren't even professional sports. They're not even technically amateur sports. There's like reports from like New York fun runs, like charity events, where anybody can just sign up to run in a race, and it's a charity event. And like there's people complaining, oh, a trans person participated in the race and they won. And again, there's no, like, nothing on their website talks about how they verify whether or not a trans person actually won. So who knows if a lot of these are real? So it's a complete fucking non-issue. I think in the United States, there's 2 professional trans athletes, like literally just 2. I think one is an MMA fighter and one is... No, maybe it's just 2 MMA fighters, if that. I know there was that... I think there was that woman who competed in the Olympics, but no, was she from New Zealand? I can't even fucking remember, but yeah, I think there's like literally 2 trans professional athletes in all of the United States. And I can't imagine it really being any higher in other countries.
Wow. Well, the problem is, David, you couldn't have possibly been any more wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Because the New York Times...
And I forgot. In that UN report, they're not even... a lot of the events aren't even sports. They mentioned a poker tournament. So, like, some of these reports aren't even from fucking sports. They're from, like, shit like poker.
The Liberal Bible, did a whole piece about the ad that Trump ran, which is the Kamala's for they, them, Donald Trump's for you. They said it's one of the most effective 30-second spots in political history and may have shifted the race, according to her own side, by 2.7 percentage points in Trump's favour after people watched it. Let's take a look at the ad before I come to you.
For prisoners. For prisoners, every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access.
Hell no, I don't want my taxpayer dollars going to that.
Kamala supports transgender sex changes in jail with our money.
Kamala even supports letting biological men compete against our girls in their sports. Kamala is for they, them. President Trump is for you.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
So, look, on reflection, David, do you want to admit you were completely and hopelessly wrong about this?
No, in fact, in the aftermath, we figured out how dishonest you were, Piers, during that. And hopefully we can get a little bit of an opportunity. So let me lay it out. First of all, I went back and looked at the UN report in more detail. The UN report said nothing of the sort that you said. What you were referring to dishonest...
You once said Bobby is Macedonian. He is not. He is Turco/Bulgaro/Mongol. He is biggest scammer ever, and total lunatic. Most Muslims are lunatics when you think about it.
Okay, I thought he said he was Macedonian. Maybe he was talking about his nationality, because he was living in Macedonia. So, and I'm pretty sure he said he was Macedonian. He might have just been talking about his nationality. Like if I were to tell somebody I'm Canadian, you know, it doesn't say anything about my ethnic background. So maybe he was just talking about that. And yeah, Bobby's always been kind of a crazy retard. Thanks for the donation, though, STX or Sticks.
Honestly, was one footnote from an anti-trans organization making completely unsubstantiated claims. So I will wait for the apology from you. The UN report doesn't say that, but that wasn't the crux of your question. Second part of it, that ad with Kamala, I would have loved Kamala to respond to it. All she had to say was at the time that she said that, it was Trump administration Bureau of Prisons policy that that's what's available to trans inmates when determined medically necessary. She would follow the law. You haven't said that. And then number 3, Piers, on who cares about the issue, I checked, Gallup survey, trans issues at the very bottom. The reality is almost no one's trans. Almost no trans people are in competitive sports, and people do not care about the issue. However, there's a lot of money made grifting about trans this and trans that, even from people on this panel. So I get why they keep bringing it up.
Ben, you burst out laughing then. Would you like to take the first shot back?
Yeah, number one, I've never made any money off the issue. And I doubt hardly anyone that I know, if you want to talk about how few there are making money off trans issues, but that is a
bizarre statement.
Have you ever actually tried femdom? Even gentle femdom? How do you know if you'd like it or not?
No, I haven't. And, I know I wouldn't like it for the same reason I know I wouldn't like, getting fucked in the ass. It's just not something I'm into. Yeah, I like being dominant, so... Thanks for the donation, though, Dominatrix.
I'm sorry, but they them is just a dumb thing to refer to someone as hell. It does not even make any sense grammar-wise. The term they them refers to a group of people, not an individual person.
They can refer to a single individual, but it's usually used in a plural form. But who the fuck cares? Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, so these conservative pundits saying they don't make any money off of grifting about trans issues, like, they talk about a variety of political topics on their fucking podcast, so I don't know how you would, like, begin to calculate how much money you would make off of a single political topic. Like, these people talk about trans issues, gay rights, the economy... you know, who should or should not be in the House, Senate, who should, like, there's so many political topics, but you can guarantee, like, spreading bullshit misinformation about some of these niche topics like trans issues, they're certainly making money from it. Like, look how much Jordan Peterson has grifted about this whole trans issue. Like, that literally kickstarted his entire fucking online career, lying and grifting about the whole fucking trans topic. He can attribute all of his social media success to him just lying about the the amendment to the Canadian Constitution making trans a protected class.
Very interesting play there. I don't think it's a good one, but we'll move on from that to the second point. Vanderbilt.
Kid Boo, donate $2. My nigga Trump don't play.
Iran, that if you do anything to harm this person, we are going to blow your largest cities and the country itself to smithereens. We're going to blow it to smithereens. You can't do that. And there would be no more threats. There would be no more threats. But right now we don't have that leadership or the necessary people, the necessary leaders. We have two people, not one. We don't even know who our president is right now.
Dude, it's so fucking bizarre. Like, on one hand, he fearmongers about creating, like, some massive war with Russia, but then he says... oh yeah, we'll fucking annihilate Iran if they, like, just fuck with one single American. Like, his messaging is just so fucking inconsistent.
Who is our president right now? This case...
Well, I do like how he takes a hard stance against Iran, but I wish he had that energy when it came to Russia and China. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
For example, they said, and I quote, "You better get on board as a doctor, and if you don't with trans surgeries, you're out of here." They said that on tape and got busted. Then they said that every kid that we could bring in. I'm answering the question, and you may have heard a different question than I did, so you can calm down and let me finish. Apparently. You look at what they said at Vanderbilt. They said over $1 million is what each kid is worth if we can hurry up and get them these surgeries, because they're going to be on drugs the rest of their life, and we're going to be able to own them for the rest of their life financially, and we can make millions off the kids. They said that.
So the drugs that are used to help people transition are incredibly inexpensive. Like, nobody's making any money off these drugs, and again, very few people are trans on top of that. So the idea that anybody's making a killing off of kids transitioning is just absolutely fucking retarded. They're like, if you're talking about like total gross revenue, there's more revenue getting kids on medications to treat like ADHD or autism spectrum disorders than there are, for trans kids. Isn't it like only 5,000 kids in the United States that are actually transitioning? Number of trans kids in U.S. transitioning. It's only about 5,000, isn't it? Yes, so among youth aged 13 to 17, 1.4%, about 300,000 youth identify as transgender. That's only the ones that identify as trans. I'm pretty sure the amount of kids that are like on puberty blockers or gender transitioning drugs, it's only 5,000 across the entire United States. Let me see. New diagnosis of patients, 6 to 17. So in 2021, it was 42,000. I just want to know the amount of kids that are like actually receiving puberty blockers. Yeah, here you go. So puberty blockers, U.S. patients aged 6 to 17. 2021, it was only 1,390. And over the last 5 years, there were at least 4,780 adolescents who started on puberty blockers and had a prior gender dysphoria diagnosis. So year by year, there's only around 1,000 to 1,500 kids who are on puberty blockers. And total, at this very moment, it's about 5,000 that are currently on puberty blockers. And then hormone therapy, which may or may not include puberty blockers, 4,231. So the numbers are extremely, extremely small versus number of kids on ADHD medication, US. Nearly 300% increase in ADHD medication errors.
Also, children under the age of 18 should not transgen. They are not even old enough to be sure of it yet.
No. I don't know why you would think that. So, if you're given a medical diagnosis by a doctor, why would a kid not be able to treat the medical diagnosis? That's kind of a stupid idea. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. So, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder is among the most common pediatric neurodevelopment disorder. In 2019, nearly 10% of United States children had a diagnosis of ADHD. Approximately 3.3 million children, or roughly 5 out of every 100 children in the U.S., are currently prescribed medication for ADHD. So you have 3.3 million children prescribed medication for ADHD, And that's also not including medication that may be prescribed for autism spectrum disorder. Number of kids on medication for autism, US. Let's see. Many young children with autism use psychotropic medication. This is a case control. About 1 in 36 children has been identified with autism spectrum disorder. About 1 in 6 children aged...
Simple because both their mind and body are not fully developed yet.
Well, that's great, Dodo. I don't know why it's okay to prescribe ADHD medication or psychotropic drugs for kids with autism or something, but apparently you can't do that with gender dysphoria, so thanks for the donation, dude. About 1 in 6, 17% of children aged 3 to 17 were diagnosed with a developmental disability as reported by parents during a study period of 2009 to 2017. These include autism, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, blindness, cerebral palsy, and others. So, like, you're talking about millions of kids who are on psychotropic drugs for autism, ADHD, and other disorders, but you're only talking about like 5,000 kids who are on medications for gender dysphoria. And they're claiming, oh man, they're making a killing off these kids with gender dysphoria. Like, it's just, they're totally fucking brain broken. Caleb donated $2, let me see.
I see you, nigga, you fucking the hell out of me, bro.
Okay, right off the bat, I'm noticing something interesting. There is a subversion of the usual roles. Usually, the giver of the back shots is much more vocal, and the receiver is much more quiet. But just what I'm hearing right now, the receiver is very...
This isn't funny. Thanks for that donation, Caleb.
At Vanderbilt University. Now, back to the bigger point here about the election. The reason why this was an issue in the election is because Democrats made it an issue. They wanted to force little girls to be in locker rooms with grown men. They wanted to force women off the podium and allow men
Mark
on
Robinson,
the podium.
huh?
Riley Gaines is a great example of this. Maybe you should listen, and then you understand why you got your ass kicked in the last presidential election and nationwide. Actually, I'm glad you guys aren't listening, because you don't listen to the damn people. And the people said this was an issue. And then you mocked them, and you act like it's not an issue, when in fact it is an issue. So keep acting like you know it.
Okay, I gotta take a fat shit. I'll be right back, but I gotta go poo-poo. See you in a couple minutes. I'll be right back, Dum-Dum. I don't know where you are, but I'll be right back. Gotta poop. All right, I am back. Eh. Zaniba donated $2. Mike Tyson is a nihilist, low fucking based.
Turn to the ring. For this fight, you are setting a monumental opportunity for kids my age to see the legend Mike Tyson in the ring for the first time. What type of legacy would you like to leave behind when it's all said and done?
Well, I don't know. I don't believe in the word legacy. I just think that's another word for ego. That's just some word everybody grabbed onto. Now it's used every 5 seconds. It means absolutely nothing to me. I'm just passing through. I'm going to die, and it's going to be over. Who cares about legacy after that? What a big ego. So I'm going to die. I want people to think that I'm this, I'm great. No, we're nothing. We're just dead. We're dust. We're absolutely nothing. Our legacy is nothing.
Dude, if only he was vegan, he'd just be like the most fucking base dude ever.
Thank you so much for sharing that. That is something.
Absolutely based.
I'm about to make myself retarded. So here we go.
Usually my Instagram reels are just animals.
Year-old Ahmed Mohammed took his homemade digital clock to show his new engineering teacher.
I took it to school to show my teachers the talent that I had. It didn't look like a...
Yeah, this story was totally fucked. It looked like a bomb. It did. So they're lying, and I think his dad put him up to it.
The Muslim student was handcuffed in the hall. 14-year-old
Yeah, because it looked like a fucking bomb. He should have been arrested. If you look at the fucking thing, Ahmed Clockboy, let me see. It looked like a bomb. There was another photo where it looked like there were like packages. I think it was like a battery or something, but it actually looked like packages of like C4 or some shit. But it looked like a fucking bomb. So no shit. If any kid had done that, they would have been investigated just like this stupid ass fucking kid. And it's so dumb too. All he did was get a circuit board for a fucking clock and then wired it up to, you know, a little digital LCD thing. He didn't do anything. It wasn't even a fucking science project. It was fucking stupid. So I think his dad put him up to it to make it look like some sort of fucking bomb. Just so, like, I have no fucking idea. I don't know if it was like a test run to see if he could plant a bomb in school, or if it was just, oh, I know everybody's racist and we can get attention off of this. Who the fuck knows, but yeah. Yeah, that's probably how that works. Thanks for the donation, Zaniba.
What's going on in this country, when the reality is this was an important issue to voters. It was an important issue to mothers. It was an important issue to moms that have girls in sports. It was a really important issue to men and dads that have young girls in sports. And so when you act like you guys weren't trying to do this, and you weren't mandating that men compete with women and men beat women in sports, and you weren't protecting young girls in the locker room, this is what you get. You get the American people and the silent majority that said no more of this radical and extreme position. And they showed up on election day. And if you would have listened to the American people, you would have understood this issue mattered to moms.
Dude, protecting young girls in a locker room. Are we forgetting about fucking Matt Gaetz? Matt, I didn't know she was 17 Gaetz.
Moms and dads, including liberals and undecideds, and that's why you lost.
Yeah, look, I just don't think there's any doubt about this. Let me bring Brian Tyler Cohen in here. You know, as much as my Democrat friends want to try and put their head in the sand and pretend this was not an issue, it just all played into the same big issue for the Democrats, which was firmly rejected by the American electorate across the board, by the way. Latinos, blacks, whites, Jewish, Muslim, just about everybody gravitated to Trump in this election in bigger numbers than before. And a lot of it was down to the economy, a lot of it was down to the immigration crisis, but a lot of it was also down to what is perceived to be just woke insanity, including this whole trans debate. And you've heard Bill Clinton was warning them about this. Joe Scarborough said afterwards it had been a disaster. You're seeing David Axelrod say they should never have fought on this hill. Lots of senior people now are coming out and saying this was a massive strategic error because you're trying to basically tell people the sky is blue when it's red.
Here's the reality is that this wasn't an issue except for the fact that Republicans made it an issue. There was almost $250 million disinformation campaign surrounding the issue of gender reassignment surgeries among trans inmates. This is a position that Kamala Harris has been virtually silent on for over the last 5 years, but they took a cherry-picked quote from 2019, shoehorned it into the narrative,
she said it.
put a ton of money from a very well-funded right-wing media ecosystem behind it, and convinced Americans that, again, an issue that Kamala Harris didn't say a word about in this election cycle is somehow the most important issue in this election cycle.
She had so much more money than Trump to spend. So much more money.
$1 billion.
But the idea that the right handles the money here.
It does not change the fact that what the right's money went to was a well-funded disinformation campaign.
Hang on. You say disinformation. Are you denying she said what we all heard her say?
No, but I am denying that it's her position, or that this was her position in the 2024 election cycle. Some comment that she has walked away from 5 years ago, before she was vice president, does not create her position now. But nobody would know that. Nobody would know that. If I just have one question.
Simple question.
If I just have 1 second to finish, I know that you want to shoot it in, but you don't have to be quiet until I finish my comment. If there wasn't such a well-funded issue, I could do the same thing, bro. I could just talk over you the whole time as well.
I'm asking you a genuine question about members of Congress. Name any Republicans that had trans flags in front of their offices, and then tell me how many Democrats had trans flags in the halls of Congress. You cannot.
Tell me how many Republicans had sex with underage girls. How about that? This is just ridiculous.
Not tell me this wasn't an issue when there were congressmen and senators.
The notion that because somebody acknowledges,
they made it an issue. They made it an issue, man.
Do you just want to yell, or do you want to actually have a conversation? Because I know that you love the sound of your voice. The fact that somebody
wants to yell.
Ben, my dude, I know you just want to yell. Like, this is, it's great that you have your own show. You can do that into a camera with nobody interrupting you the whole time. The fact that somebody can acknowledge the humanity of trans people is not the same as the issue of gender reassignment surgeries for trans inmates. And if you ask the majority of Americans, because of this very well-funded right-wing disinformation campaign, where again, $250 million was put behind this thing, that is why the vast majority of Americans thought.
Okay, look, before I come to Dave Rubin.
Well, they know exactly what they're doing. They know that they're going to make an argument that just defeats their point, so they're just yelling over him.
There is a huge difference between diagnosing someone like me with autism and performing lateral life-changing surgery on a prepubescent child.
So there aren't fucking surgeries performed on prepubescent children, you fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I actually want to bring in an extra guest, the former Democratic congressional candidate, Brianna Wu, who is also a trans woman. Brianna, welcome to Uncensored. I can't think of anyone better qualified, given you're the only trans member of the panel now, to respond to what our two liberal friends are saying.
I'll be trans if you'll give me a chance to talk.
You've had so many shows.
There's something actually there. There's something there, Dave.
It's always some gay person that's talking on our behalf. So I'm really excited today to talk about how everyone here is wrong. David, I love your show. I consider you a friend.
I can't be wrong.
You and the Democrats are completely wrong about what trans people need. We don't need you advocating for trans vaginoplasties in prison. We need to retreat back to the basics of what we need, which is HRT and healthcare.
No one was advocating for inmates to have trans surgeries. And again, that was a Trump-era policy.
And the problem is the Democrats have been captured by this fringe left that has redefined what trans means to all this non-binary nonsense and all this stuff that has nothing to do with how we got our rights in the first place. Ben, you can appreciate this. I was the first trans person to ever transition at Ole Miss, our alma mater. That was very, very different. It was 20 years ago, toddy. And the thing is, the way I got equality and got people to respect me in Mississippi was not by screaming at them or lecturing them about my pronouns. It was getting them to see my humanity. This is something trans people just completely lost. And the problem is the Democratic Party is unwilling to call out these bad actors. And because of this, we are having a conversation that does not serve trans people. Pierce, I am begging you on this show, stop inviting these stupidest leftists on to make the argument for trans civil rights. Let some people actually understand this stuff. And Dave is laughing because you understand integration as a gay man. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You've done the same playbook your whole career.
Well,
this works.
First off, I'm only gay starting at 10 p.m. What time is it? We'll have to check on that. But actually, you're completely right. Brianna, you're completely right. What's happening with the left is that these saviors, these progressive warriors that you see in these boxes here, think that they know more about these people than they know about themselves.
Ridiculous.
And by the way, this has nothing to do with a well-funded evil money machine that the Republicans were doing. There's something called boys and girls. And
Ruben's the right guy to talk about that, isn't he?
Most parents, oh God, you're such a smug prick. Listen, most parents actually want to defend their daughters and don't want them.
Dave Rubin paid a woman to be a surrogate mother so that him and his gay husband could have a kid. That's what the joke is.
to have the crap kicked out of them by boys, and they don't want them to be playing boys in soccer or any of these other things. That is a defense of girls. If someone, as an adult, 18, 21, we can discuss the age, wants to dress how they want, have any surgeries, take whatever drugs, do whatever they want with their body, most people, even Republicans, don't object to that. And I have no problem referring to Brianna as she, because I can clearly sense she would treat me with respect, and I'll treat her with respect. And it's a two-way street, rather than pandering and bowing to a bunch of people that could not give a crap about anybody else.
Yeah, and David, hang on, let me bring in David Patton again, because you were very quick when I asked how you felt about being so wrong about this, to accuse me of being misleading, disinformation, misconstruing a United Nations report. So because we're a very nimble team here, while you were talking, they just went and double-checked, because I was curious what you were talking about. And we found the United Nations report. And it's not a footnote, as you said, it's page 5 of the report. It says, and I quote, the United Nations says nearly 900 biological females have fallen short of the podium because they were beaten out by trans athletes.
Yeah, so they're quoting the stupid fucking blog article.
Findings were compiled by the UN's Rapporteur on Violence Against Women, entitled Violence Against Women and Girls in Sport. The report said more than 600 athletes didn't medal in more than 400 competitions in 29 different sports, totaling over 800.
Yeah, so this is over a period of 20 years, by the way. And the vast majority of these competitions weren't professional sports. I think like something like only 2% of them were professional sports, if that. Most of them were either amateur competitions or they weren't even amateur competitions. They were literally, I don't even know what you'd call it. It's like charity events. And a lot of them weren't even sports. There was a category for poker. I think there was also archery in there as well. And what especially doesn't make any fucking sense is I'm pretty sure with archery, there's categories for bow weight, like draw weight of the bow. So you can't have like a male athlete, you know, do, I don't know, like 50-meter like archery shots with like 100-pound fucking bow, which like no woman would be able to draw, which would give them a big advantage versus like women who are maybe using a 30-pound bow. It doesn't work that way. So there were a lot of like non-sports, basically, like poker or archery, like target sports.
No, Rubin said this has nothing to do with a well-funded misinformation campaign, and Pac-Man said he would know cause he accepted bags of cash from Tenet Media ran by the Russian government. That was the joke.
Oh, they were talking about the disinformation. I thought he was talking about the children thing. But thanks for the donation, retard.
But there are VG, just look up Josie Tota from Dinsey Channel's Jesse. He was only 17 when he transited and came out the following age.
I don't have a problem with that, Dodo, but thanks for the donation. Oh yeah, there was also darts. Yeah, like, so non-sports that people don't fucking care about, like target sports, where men presumably wouldn't really have an advantage. I think Olympic handgun shooting was in there as well. Again, another sport where men wouldn't really have any inherent advantage. So, and again, a lot of them weren't even amateur sports. They were literally like charity events.
190 medals. The replacement of the female sports category with a mixed sex category has resulted.
Playing Black Ops tonight? Maybe.
In
I do want to get up to rank 55 so I can unlock the Val.
The female athletes losing opportunities, including medals, when competing against males, the report said. So, David, again, would you like to now apologise for being not only wrong about this being an election issue, but being wrong about your correction when I asked you if you were sorry for being wrong?
Look at the underlying source, Piers. I have it printed out in the other room. Look at the underlying source. Now, I do want to say one thing about this. I actually agree with a lot of what Brianna and what Dave Rubin said. I actually agree with I am not the savior here to do X, Y, or Z for trans people. What I'm saying is I don't actually think I even need to play that role. I don't think this is the issue that maybe you think I believe it to be. So I agree with a lot of what Dave Rubin and Brianna said there. I do think it's important to consider. that when Dave Rubin talks about well-funded this or that, his Russian money source just dried up, and he's the last person who should be talking about funding sources. And to be honest, Dave, hold on a second. Hold on, Ben, everybody's talking. Hold on. I can't even hear. Why would Ben jump in? I'm not even addressing Ben.
Hang on. You made a very direct charge against Dave Rubin. Let Dave Rubin reply to that.
No one believes your BS anymore. Jesus Christ, these people are so
They've been
pathetic.
indicted, Rubin. The tenant media people were indicted.
I got indicted. And it said in the report, if you want a smug prick to quote it
I didn't
earlier,
say Rubin was
the report
indicted. I just said the money dried up.
that Dave Rubin and the others involved did not know about it. And this is why people think you're kind of a jackass.
Yes, this is why everyone hates progressives.
Words in my mouth.
This is the reason why you read the report. And by the way, if this happened to you, and in the report,
No, Overwatch is just trash. It's a stupid fucking candy shooter.
if it said that you were unaware, I would defend you because I don't think you indict people for things.
I'm defending Dave.
In the indictment, they had no knowledge of the money where it was coming from. So don't be a jackass.
I'm defending Dave on that note. But the money dried up.
Pac-Man, you are no real Pac-Man, which I'm quite good at. You know, there's a reason. There's a reason that everyone hates progressives, and the reason that everyone hates progressives, it's not just that they're wrong about all of the issues and they will lie and their only real goal is power. It's because they're also smug elite.
Yeah, I played some of the single-player campaign on Black Ops 6. It was pure trash. I literally can't fucking play it. It's really, really fucking bad. Apparently they're coming out with Season 1. Did it already release? It says November 14th. I don't know if it releases at midnight. 9 a.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. UK time. So it should be out right now. I didn't see an update. Okay, Season 1 should be out. I didn't see an update for the game, though. Maybe the update was only for, like, PS5 and the actual data was already on the PC. I don't know. So Season 1 should be out now.
And Pac-Man, I did see online the other day you were crying because your audience is purging you and you're running out of subscribers and you're in a doom loop and the reason is no one gives Piers, pardon me, a shit about this woke bullshit anymore. We've had it and now you guys can sit back and be quiet. You want to talk about people being paid for their ideas?
Just let me address this.
Dude, it's so funny. He's talking about woke bullshit. Bro, this is the same fucking guy. Wait, do you have to pay for Season 1? No. Oh my god. Oh, is this the battle pass for Season 1? Oh, okay. Or am I not? Battle pass for Season 1, 20 top tier skins, Black Cell package unlock. Oh, okay, that's just the battle pass. Purchased and I never got it in game. I've contacted Activision, purchased about an hour now, still not have received it. Still not received. Typical Activision taking money, robbing us blind without actually giving the product we paid for. Every single review. Oh my god. What the fuck, dude?
It's you people who have had the entire cultural machine for 20 years. You've had all of entertainment. You have had all of Hollywood. You have had all of music. You've had all your P. Diddy parties.
Yeah, dude, like, again, it's funny how Ruben's talking about woke bullshit. This is the guy who has a gay husband and paid a woman to be a surrogate mother so he could have a kid, and then he got, like, just absolutely fucking, I don't know what you'd call it, like, homophobed at by his, fucking conservative audience. So weird. Dota donate $2. Get a job here and you can stream with a Starlink so you can work 2 jobs like a real American. You need a job. You stop mooching off me.
Here are the top 3 largest oil rigs in the world. Number 3, Berkut. Weighing in at over 200,000 tons, Russia's Berkut oil platform in the Sea of Okhotsk works in temperatures as low as 44 degrees Celsius. Despite this, it extracts about 4.5 million tons of oil and creates about $900 million in tax
Dude, fuck the cold. I don't know if I can handle that.
revenues per year. Number 2, Hibernia. Located on Canada's east coast, Hibernia features a 37,000-ton platform mounted on a far heavier 600,000-ton gravity-based structure to keep it in place. Number 1. Petronius. Between 2000 and 2010, this 640-meter-tall Petronius oil rig held the disputed world record. That's because, technically speaking, it was the tallest building in the world. However, because it was partially supported by buoyancy, experts were unsure whether it could support its own weight if ever built above water. As such, the title was disputed until it was taken away by the 820.
Apparently you can make a lot of fucking money working on an oil rig.
This massive oil rig has a floating cylinder that extends hundreds of feet down to keep the structure stable. And you would need about 2 Statue of Liberties to reach the end of this cylinder. Cables are attached to the rig, anchoring it to the ocean floor. And at this depth, you would need about 3 of the tallest skyscrapers to reach the bottom. From there, pipelines extend deep into the seabed, going over a mile below the ocean's surface to reach oil. It's
crazy that people can even build this shit. I mean, if the money's right and YouTube doesn't work out, wouldn't mind working on an oil rig. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Once again, good reviews mean nothing anymore.
Yeah, they don't. Black Myth Wukong got good reviews and it was an absolute piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
And Epstein and everything else, and now enough of us have had it. So crawl back into your little irrelevant cave. It's time, bro.
Can I address any of that, Piers? Is that allowed?
Sure.
Okay. It is absolutely true that in the 48 hours after the election, a lot of very upset leftists started pulling back from political content. I was hit by it.
No, not from political content, from your political content.
I have to be able to talk about
them about everything.
I have to be able to talk. I have to be able to get a word in. Unless you just want Dave Rubin to talk. Let me know, Piers.
I love hearing Dave Rubin talk.
I would prefer that.
Thank you, Piers.
No, if there's no rebuttal allowed, then I won't rebut.
You've probably done most of the talking so far, so why don't you do a bit more talking?
I'll say this and then I'll be quiet the rest of the show.
Brian hasn't said anything for ages. I want to bring him in.
I want Brian to win. That completely reversed. I do think that it must be that Dave is upset that Brian and I have surpassed him in viewership and subscribers. Because if you just look at the numbers, it lasted 48 hours. They all came back.
I don't even know this other guy.
Well, look, if it's going to come to that, I'm the biggest rocket in the room, right? I mean, it's like as Trump said to Kim Jong-un, you got your little rocket, I got my big rocket. So let's not get into the size of each other's YouTube rocket.
But that's the smug nonsense. Nobody cares about that.
It's the facts, Dave.
I honestly have no idea what your
Let me bring in Brian.
Let me bring in Brian. Your views are, but I couldn't care less. I know your ideas are terrible. Like, I don't care what your views are. Who cares?
Let me bring in Brian. Brian, on a wider point.
Favorite porn genre? Like hentai, I guess?
About this whole issue of wokeism. You know, Elon Musk was big on this for the entire presidential campaign, saying that there's a woke mind virus and it's going to get rejected. It has inarguably been rejected. And I do think we have reached a tipping point now where people have just felt that the left has gone so far bonkers. Look at Bill Maher. Bill Maher's politically where I am, pretty much. And he shares my view completely. The liberals basically have gone nuts. They've taken these extreme positions on stuff that most Americans, and in fact it's the same in the UK, but most Americans just feel no connection with whatsoever. As people like Axelrod, Joe Scarborough, Bill Clinton, others, as they all come forward and say this out loud, do you kind of agree with them? I mean, do you accept there's got to be a lot of inward looking by the Democrats here to say, we have gone too far here?
Here's why this is not going to go away. It's because it's not that Republicans are descending into some woke pit of the depths of hell. It is that everybody else will accept Republican framing on wokeism. And so, I think I'm a pretty good indicator of where the mainstream of the Democratic Party is. Do you know how many times I've spoken about trans issues on my shows because they were the #1 issue of the day? Literally never. But if you watch Fox News, if you watch all of the ads that happened in this election cycle, you would think that it was all Democrats could think of from the second they woke up in the morning until the second they went to bed at night. It was, how can we get more people surgeries, gender reassignment surgeries? Let's get just trans sports, like the whole thing. It is not what Democrats are talking about, but it's what Republicans exploit in terms of convincing.
I don't agree. Hang on, don't shout, please. Hang on that one point.
It's so difficult to finish.
Brian, on that one point, all I would say is this. Both Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have signed up to trans athletes being allowed to compete in women's sport. So it's not a right-wing propaganda campaign to try and tell people that's what's happening. It is official government policy.
Did Kamala Harris say a word? Did Kamala Harris say a word about trans people in this election cycle?
She has definitely spoken about it this year.
Yes.
This year,
yeah.
while she was running to be the president of the United States, which seems like an important distinction in terms of what we're talking about here.
She mentioned the issue of trans.
Actually, I think she did at the town hall. You're right.
Yeah, she did. Yeah. She talked about CNN during the town hall. But here's the problem with what you're saying is it's Democrats that advocated and mandate that women have to compete with men in sports. There was no Republican doing that, and you say it didn't exist now. You say that it's not happening where they're actually doing transitional surgeries to very young children. It's not Republicans that are doing that. Republicans are passing laws to protect kids under 18 from body mutilation. You say that it's the NCAA that's not allowing athletes or the Olympic committee in boxing at the Olympics. We all watched it, men beating the hell out of women. And then you say it's not an issue of the left. If it's not the left that's doing this, then who is it? Because it sure as hell isn't the right. Yeah. And this is why I go back to the point. You lose elections when you lie to the American people to their face and you say,
my neighbor had a salary of 225K pounds per annum per year on a 15% flat tax offshore as a mechanical engineer on an oil rig. Retired at 45. That's pretty sweet, man.
Hey, we're not doing this when everybody sees you're doing it.
Well, let me again
First of all,
let me again bring in Brianna because you are. Brianna, hang on. Let me bring in a trans woman.
What kind of training do you have to do to be a mechanical engineer in an oil rig? Training, mechanical engineer, oil rig. Bachelor's degree. Drilling engineer candidates to have at least a bachelor's degree in petroleum engineering or related field. Participate in internship, hands-on experience, get your license. It doesn't sound too bad. Bachelor's degree is usually pretty freaking easy.
Who's put a hand up?
So this is my whole problem with all of this, Pierce, is, look, respectfully, the liberal shows here, you're right. You don't talk about trans issues. You don't invite people like me on. We don't have a say in our own party. And what has happened? This fringe, progressive, nutjob part of our party has hijacked my movement as well as we've hijacked so many other movements. Look at black people. Do you think black people want their local police department burned down and, like, defund the police? Of course they don't. Do you think most women want to shout their abortions? Of course they don't. Trans people are just the latest victim. And the problem is the left. Like, respectfully, trans people don't have a voice on the left, so you're listening to this non-binary, communist, Hamas-supporting fringe, and they're the ones talking to Kamala and saying, like, look, unless you stand with, like, vaginoplasty in prison, you're a transphobe. So, of course, the entire party is going along with that. The problem is then it gives Ben and his ilk this ammunition. So they're the only ones talking to America about these issues. You heard him say a bunch of stuff here that's just not true.
Okay.
And we have to deal with this.
What did I say is not true? Hold on. For one moment, what did I say that was not true? Because there's nothing that I just said there.
The woman that was in boxing, we're not sure yet. I personally believe she's intersex, but that is a different issue than calling her.
Well, actually, that's not right. No, Brianna, hang on.
Please, if I'm wrong, let me know.
The latest report is, hang on, I can answer that. The latest report that came out of France, an investigation that came out of France last week, is that Iman Khalif, who won the gold medal, who fought an opponent who quit after 40 seconds because she'd never been hit that hard, that Iman Khalif has the male chromosomes, and that's why she was banned from the World Championships, along with...
Yeah, being trans in her country is illegal. She'd be killed, so she's probably intersex. You can have XY chromosomes and still be female. So even if you have a male haplotype, you can still be female.
With one other fighter, and there's been no actual proof that she doesn't have male chromosomes. So for all intents and purposes, I'm afraid it looks like she is a biological male, albeit not a full biological male. In other words, my understanding from that investigation is that she has male sexual reproductive organs, but not complete. But what it does do, it gives her the advantage of male biology, which means that she won the gold medal. But I want to segue out of this.
I don't support trans women in women's sports. Just to be clear, we didn't transition.
Can I try something real?
Most of us are under-socialized computers.
You know what? Here's the thing. If I'm a liberal, Brianna, and I've spent the last 4 years trying to tell my liberal mates, get off this bullshit about trans athletes destroying women's sport. It may be this election result should serve as a reminder to people, get off this thing, because people don't want to hear it.
The only time that I've heard this issue...
Let me give Brian the final word on this, Brian.
The only time that I have heard or debated this issue is literally with you and other people who accept right-wing framing on this issue. So the only people who are continuing to perpetuate this as an issue... It is right-wing framing.
I'm not right-wing. I can be right-wing framing.
We're not talking about it. Again, the only time I hear about it...
Would you not be against encouraging transgenderism in school and stuff? I don't know what you mean by that. Children should not be exposed to ideologies that support cutting off their dicks. I think less than 1% of trans people end up getting bottom surgery, stupid. And I don't know what you mean by encouraging. Like, there aren't any teachers telling kids to transition. There's, like, school curriculum on what transgenderism and homosexuality is if you take a sexual education course. And there's stuff about, like, just teaching kids to be accepting of others, but nobody's encouraging people to be trans in school, you fucking moron.
You can watch MSNBC. You can watch communist, Marxist MSNBC all day long. You will not hear this issue. The only reason that it's put into the zeitgeist on a daily basis.
Let me bring in Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin.
Every day on my show. They talk about this stuff. Listen, how about let's try it this way with a simple yes or no answer. Let's try a simple yes or no question to Pac-Man and the guy in the hoodie. Let's try it. Let's try it this way.
Right there on my phone. MSNBC. There's LGBTQ in breaking news right now on MSNBC. Like, I love calling out the BS. It's right there. MSNBC on my phone.
I don't know what that is.
Dave Rubin.
Oh my God.
Dave Rubin.
Yeah. Here, I'll try this very simply for our progressive friends here, for Pac-Man and the hoodie guy. If you guys had, I don't know if you guys have kids, but if you had a 14-year-old girl and she was a wrestler, would you be okay? Yes or no? No other words. Yes or no? Would you be okay with her wrestling a 14-year-old boy?
Well, it's interesting that you say that because I wrestled for a decade, and men and women wrestle together. That's how it works.
Please stop advocating this. It hurts me. It hurts.
That's how it works. I wrestled for a decade. There's no
trans person. You have a progressive warrior fighting for you.
I have a better question. I have a better question. I have a better question, Brian. I have a better question. I have a better question. If Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah, especially when you're talking about age 14. This is pretty common in most grappling sports. So judo, jiu-jitsu, Greco-Roman wrestling, freestyle wrestling. It's usually pretty difficult to fill younger age categories, and because they're, especially for women, like girls, there aren't many girls who do wrestling or jiu-jitsu or anything like that. So usually what they do for younger age categories is they just combine boys and girls, because at that age, there isn't that much of a physical difference. So it's pretty normal for like a 10 or 12-year-old girl to wrestle or do jiu-jitsu or something with a 10 or 12-year-old boy. That happens all the time.
Weather says, I'm now identifying as a woman and wants to fight against a female biological actual woman. Brian, would you be happy with that?
No, of course not.
So you agree?
Yes, but we're having two different. Piers, we're having two different conversations. I'm saying that the reason the vast majority of Americans, think that this was the #1 issue in this election cycle is because a well-funded right-wing media ecosystem continues to thrust it into the zeitgeist as if this is what Democrats care about. As if this is what Democrats are talking about.
Yeah. What a second Trump presidency would mean for trans people like me. Headline MSNBC as we speak. But MSNBC never talks about trans issues at all. Yeah, there it is.
Let me go to Dave Rubin and change subject. Dave Rubin, I want to play a clip. Hang on. Let's change subject. We've done the trans debate. Hang on.
I have a phone too, and it has MSNBC on it. Yes. Democrats would get nothing for throwing trans Americans under the bus. Where did we get this thing? This is incredible.
You guys can think it's like some gotcha to that MS acknowledges.
I'm changing the subject.
That MS acknowledges the existence of trans people.
I'm changing the subject.
Again, that doesn't mean that this election cycle was some referendum on trans Americans.
My 10-year-old girl wrestles boys. There's no girls team. Yeah. There are very few girls in any combat sports, period. So, yeah, that's normal for girls to fight boys in wrestling or jiu-jitsu, even like boxing, kickboxing. It's normal at that age.
I'm changing the subject. We're running out of time. I want to discuss other things, all right?
When you lost.
I want to play a clip of Donald Trump at the White House today. He's just met Joe Biden, and this is what happened.
Politics is tough, and it's in many cases not a very nice world, but it is a nice world today, and I appreciate it very much. A transition that's so smooth, it'll be as smooth as it can get, and I very much appreciate that, Joe.
You're welcome. Now, Dave, I've got to say, kudos to Joe Biden for doing that. Would it not have been better for America if Donald Trump had done that himself 4 years ago? Serious question.
Yeah, I think you can make that argument, but I think we're long past that argument. I would rather focus on what Joe Biden, I think, did right there, and what we now have in a very interesting, 2+ months of the remainder of the Biden administration, where basically Biden, or whatever's left of Biden, or whoever's driving Biden,
MKBHD going 96 miles per hour in a school zone is fucking retarded.
Longer has to placate to the completely lunatic progressive fringe anymore. And Biden actually could take advantage of some of the reordering that we feel throughout the world right now, not just in America, but quite literally across the globe. And he can actually pave the way for a really nice transition into a Trump presidency that I believe is going to reignite the American dream and bring back an 80s style revolution in America. I think we're going to have a burst throughout the economy. I think it's going to be cultural. I think we're going to get new music and new art and new creativity and new businesses on the forefront of AI and all of these things. And Biden he has 2 months now where he could be like, you know what, we're going to get our 5 or 6 American hostages who are somewhere under Gaza Hamza back. We can do that. Like there's a real win for Biden to end up with here, rather than, oh, you ended up with dementia and then ushered in quite literally the worst candidate in American history and placated to the radical left for 4 years when you were sold to us as old, moderate Joe. So Biden, and again, we don't know if Biden's running the show or it's Jill or whoever, but I think there's a real opportunity for him right now to do the right thing and usher in a really strong 4 years for Donald Trump.
Okay, and David Pakman, the appointments that Trump has put forward so far, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy will run a new Department of Government Efficiency. I mean, having the most successful, richest, and possibly smartest guy on the planet getting stuck into government bureaucracy, I would have thought that's very popular, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so funny. A Department for Government Efficiency, new department when Trump wants to eliminate departments, and instead of being run by one person, it's being run by two.
But they are going to eliminate, according to Musk, they are going to eliminate dozens of departments, though. So by the end of the process,
he's going to get rid of 300 departments.
They're going to get rid of a lot of departments, David Pakman. So I mean, that seems to me to be a good thing, doesn't it? Or do you think that they should be?
Yeah, listen. In his first term, it was not exactly promises made, promises kept. I'm going to reserve judgment to see what happens, and the reason why. And Dave, honestly, I know we're not getting along here.
Kid Boot, I need $2. Let me see. Tommy Sotomayor mints are always good.
Hey guys, what's going on? I'm Tommy Sotomayor. I got a question. What rights have women lost that now give them fewer rights than men? I heard a guy by the name of D.L. Hughley. Down low Hughley said that his granddaughter has fewer rights in America than he does. Now, of course, he did not go into it, so maybe some of you could go into it and tell me. What rights do women have that are fewer than what men have today? They can vote. I can vote. They can drive. I can drive. What is it that women can't do that I can do? Now, what they're talking about is Roe versus Wade. And now women don't have unfettered access to being able to have an abortion whenever they want. Well, guess what? Men can't do that either. So what right is it that women are losing that men have and has been
That is such a bizarre statement. Men can't get pregnant.
taken from them? So men can't have an abortion. Let me tell you what it is that women can do. Women can slap a man.
Dude, if men could get pregnant, you'd be able to get an abortion at Jiffy Lube.
Man can't slap her back because we bigger than them, because we men and we should know. Women can call us a bitch, but if I call her a bitch, then I'm a
That's not a right. That's just a, social privilege.
sexist. A woman can marry me because I got money, divorce me and take it. If I do it, that's a problem. A woman can put me on.
By the way, this would have made sense for him to say 20 years ago. At this point, it's become pretty fucking equal where if some girl hits you in public, you can smack the shit out of her back and nothing's going to happen to you. They're even what was it, 10 years ago? There was that ex-NBA player or something who some chick made fun of his jacket and he made fun of what she was wearing. She ended up slapping him, and then that dude just slapped the fucking shit out of her on the train, and she ended up getting charged because it was caught on camera where she hit him first. He's not really up to date culturally. No, women are being treated far more equal these days. And the amount of women too who are getting, prosecuted for sex abuse of children. I remember a couple decades ago, there were teachers who had sex with underage male students and nothing would happen to them. But now you're seeing, way more female sex offenders getting locked up. So
on child support, even though I didn't want the kid. But guess what a woman can do? You still have access to do a few things that would make you a responsible adult. You get to decide who can put their penis inside of you. Anyone who does.
And you can decide who you put your penis inside of.
It without your consent is called a rapist. You have the ability to decide when you want to be a mom. You can take birth control whenever you'd like. You can force me to wear a condom, or else I raped you. And at the end of all of that, if you just have a fun weekend and get so drunk that you let me run in your raw, you know what you can do? you still can get a morning after pill. So what right is it that you are missing out on, ladies, that you...
All right, well, thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Gadget donated $2. Tulsi just made a video about Hindus in Bangladesh.
As a member of Congress, I introduced a resolution that called for the protection of Hindus and religious minorities in Bangladesh, people who continue to be targeted and persecuted to this day. Now, the height of this persecution actually began 50 years ago when the Pakistani army systematically murdered, raped, and drove from their homes millions of Bengali Hindus because of their religion and ethnicity. On March 25th, 1971, was the beginning of a systematic targeting of Hindus in Bangladesh by the Pakistani military. It began in Hindu neighborhoods and villages, first at Jagannath Hall, which was a Hindu dormitory in Dhaka University, where 5,000 to 10,000 people were killed.
To be honest, most Hindus are chill, but a lot of them, especially in India, get very heated and belittle if you mention anything about caste or behavior. I've known some kids from school who are Hindu. I don't really know much about the situation in India. I know a lot of people in India hate Pakistanis, but yeah, I don't know much about the situation there. Thanks for the donation, though, Gadget.
Skip the long caption and react. I bet this shit goes so hard if you're stupid.
Get in there on day one. Say that anybody in the federal bureaucracy who was not elected representatives obviously are elected by the people, but of the people who are not elected, if your social security number ends in an odd number, you're out. If it ends in an even number, you're in. There's a 50% cut right there. Of those who remain, if your social
They're just going to arbitrarily fire people, and they're not even sure if they should be fired?
security number starts in an even number, you're in. And if it starts with an odd number, you're out. Boom. That's a 75% reduction, done literally stochastically, okay? One of the virtues of that, it's a thought experiment, not a policy prescription, but one of the virtues of that thought experiment is that you don't have a bunch of lawsuits you're dealing with about gender discrimination or racial discrimination or political viewpoint discrimination. Actually, the reality is you've, at mass, you didn't bring the chisel, you brought a chainsaw. I guarantee you, do that on day one and do step two on day two. On day three, not a thing will have changed for the ordinary American other than the size of their government being a lot smaller and more restrained, spending a lot.
Yeah, this is a really good sign.
Less money to operate it. And most people who've run a company, especially larger companies, know this. It's 25% of the people who do 80 to 90% of the useful work. These government agencies are no different. So now imagine you could do that same thought experiment, but not just doing it at random, but do it still at large scale while having...
I don't know where that saying comes from. Like how do you measure productivity? Somebody may only be contributing, say, like 1% to a company's productivity, whereas another worker may be contributing like 10%. So if we... like, I don't know if they mean productivity in terms of like gross revenue generating. So somebody who's just, I don't know, a secretary who's just filing things for you, they may only be contributing to like 1% of your gross revenue, but like a salesperson may be contributing 10% of gross revenue. If you're measuring productivity just based on gross revenue, that doesn't give you the whole picture. If you don't have a secretary who's like filing everything for you and making sure that, you know, things are in the right place, you know, the salesperson is going to end up like not being able to make the money because, okay, well, now you don't know who you sold what to or what services you need to provide for who. So I don't know how they're calculating like productivity.
Some metric of screening for those who actually had both the greatest competence as well as the greatest commitment and knowledge of the Constitution. that I think would immediately raise not only the civic character of the United States. Now we feel, okay, the people we elect to run the government, they've got the power back. They're running the government again, as opposed to the unelected bureaucrats who wield the power today. It would also stimulate the economy. I mean, the regulatory state is like a wet blanket on the American economy. Most of it's unconstitutional. All we require is leadership with a spine to get in there and actually do what conservative presidents have maybe gestured towards and talked about, but have not really effectuated.
Okay, so basically they're planning on just firing people arbitrarily for no reason. I'm sure that'll work great. Thanks for the donation, retard. Zaniba donated $2. If men can't get pregnant, explain this.
So I'm looking forward to that tonight. Gonna check out what's inside. Hopefully. Well, I couldn't fit in the one. I guess I'm too big, too much of a freak. Got to find an open MRI. Wasted day. I didn't even eat yet. I'm shrinking.
Well, I don't think he was pregnant. I think he just had ascites. Thanks for the donation, though, Zaniba. Gadget donated $2. My best friend is Hindu, and he told me some older Hindus that caste system and dairy consumption is what makes Hinduism look bad, and they were belittling him, calling him a fake Hindu and an outcast and shit. Why worship cow, but pay for them to be tortured? Well, yeah, a lot of them are retarded. Thanks for the donation, Gadget.
I do like you. I wish we were still friends. I'd love to get our kids together to play soon. Dave Rubin making predictions is crazy because his predictions always go wrong. Red wave for Republicans in 2018. Didn't happen. 30% black vote for Trump in 2020. Didn't happen. Republicans get 54 Senate seats in 2022. I've got a list of 30 Rubin predictions. They're always wrong. So I'm going to wait and see.
I can see why you're looking for new friends, Pac-Man. I think Pierce can attest to this. Being in the business we're in, you're going to get election predictions wrong. I have no problem admitting that. I get
Easy to get an idea of what Mighty Morphin.
But when it comes to getting the ideas right, I think I've had a pretty damn good track record on that. And again, you're just illustrating why nobody likes progressives. Your smug, holier-than-thou attitude, it's just disgusting to most people. You think you're the savior for people that want nothing to do with you. And frankly, for all the David Pac-Man subscribers that want to watch a show that actually is informative and funny and interesting and dare I say irreverent, I would tune into the Rubin Report.
Well, they're probably all watching Uncensored at the moment. Let me bring in Brian. I mean, Brian, I thought it was very interesting, this meeting between Trump and Biden. They obviously can't stand each other. They've abused each other all year. But Biden did show him the respect of bringing him to the White House and shaking hands, and they talked about a smooth transition and stuff. I mean, that is good, isn't it? After the mayhem we saw 4 years ago. I mean, I like to see that. What I would hope is that Trump, in his inauguration speech, hits a much more unifying tone than he did in 2016.
Right. I mean, I guess we're 8 years into new tone for Trump. It's never going to happen. He is not that person. Biden afforded him every ounce of respect that he couldn't be bothered to show, and that he couldn't be bothered to show Joe Biden or any Democrat over the last 4 years, while he lied about some big lie, and all these right-wing mouthpieces perpetuated this lie with zero evidence, and they all just claimed that because Donald Trump was too small to admit that he lost, they all claimed that there must be some fraud, which magically disappeared as soon as 2024 rolled around. Right, so there was mass cheating that the Democrats figured out how to do when they didn't control government. But then when Democrats do control government, we just forgot to cheat this time around? The fact is that there is no acknowledgement from the right that for the last 4 years, these Republican officials that are listening to Donald Trump, these Republican mouthpieces like the ones on this panel, all lied because it served their political interest, but now they won't acknowledge that he was lying once it doesn't serve their political interest anymore.
All right, Ben, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, let's go back to the question you asked. Is it good for America to see these two men shaking hands and talking? Yes. I actually think it's probably because Joe Biden experienced what Donald Trump experienced for 4 years, and that was people coming after you, trying to undermine you, and having a coup on you. And when the Big Five of the Democratic Party excommunicated Joe Biden and said, we're going to force you out, I think he was probably the happiest man in America the night that Kamala Harris lost, because it was revenge for them kicking him out. So I think there is a different Joe Biden sitting with a different Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump is different now than he was in 2016. And I think these two men have experienced this level of persecution against them. And there probably is genuinely more respect now for the two of them than there has ever been in the last 8 years.
Hang on, Brian.
I've literally never heard such lazy commentary in my entire life.
Brian,
Joe Biden was the happiest person in the world.
Let me ask you a question. Excuse me, I run this panel at the moment. Ben, a question for you, Ben, because I put this forward on X and got a lot of blowback from MAGA Republicans. But I said, Trump really wanted to set a different tone for the second administration. What about pardoning Hunter Biden? Not because I think he's innocent of the crimes, but because it would go a long way, perhaps, to showing the left that Trump is a different person, that he is prepared to forgive and move on. What do you think of that?
I think it's a terrible idea. I think you have to be held accountable for your actions. And I think the abuse of power by Hunter Biden, by Joe Biden's brother, and by the Biden crime family, and the money they were receiving from Ukraine and from Russia and from China is egregious. Now, let me also say, I think the olive branch is, hey, I'm not going to weaponize.
What in the fuck is he talking about? And by the way, there's some pretty good evidence that Trump accepted money illegally from Egypt to help with his campaign, but Trump successfully blocked the fucking investigation, but none of them are willing to acknowledge that.
The government to come after you. I'm going to let you go off into the sunset, but I'm not going to make it easy on you and do this pardon, which, by the way, if he did pardon him, I'm a realist. The two people in these boxes over here, I promise you, there's no way that would make them like Donald Trump. They would still hate him. They would still come after him. They would still say he's Hitler and we're all Nazis. And so I'm sorry, their elections have consequences. We kicked your ass. We're going to go in and do government.
Let me bring in Brianna.
And that's the way it's going to be.
Okay, let me bring in Brianna. Brianna, just on a big picture here. Brianna, as an American, Brianna, what would you like to hear Trump say on Inauguration Day?
I would like to see us find a way to move forward as a country. I've thought so much, Pierce, about what I'm going to do differently this time around, because Resistance 2.0 is not what the country needs right now. Don't get me wrong. I'm a Democrat. I worked 16-hour days trying to get Kamala Harris elected. This election broke my heart. But at the same time, what is frustrating to me about this panel is I see my fellow Democrats, and we're sliding into the same mistakes that brought us here. The American people do not care, respectfully, about your show viewer count. They don't care about this left versus right nonsense. They are looking for stuff that makes their lives better. So what I'm committed to doing is Trump has done some stuff I think is good. I think he's taking a much harder stand on Israel. I like the people he's appointing to represent us and to bring our countries closer together after I think Biden and Kamala Harris have really spit in the Jewish community's face. And, what I'm willing to do as an American, not as a Democrat, so when he does stuff like that, I agree with, I will stand with him. And, Ben, you're wrong. If Trump were to come forward tomorrow and say, for the good of the country, I am pardoning Hunter Biden because these charges are just out of proportion to the issue at hand, that would mean a lot to me. But what I need for y'all to do is to give some of that goodwill back. We are not going to move forward as a country if everyone on this panel cannot stop hating each other at some point.
To let someone get away with abusing their power. That's not goodwill.
Pick something else.
When you abuse the power you're given.
Well, I actually, personally, I think Joe Biden, before he goes out of office, I think he should pardon Trump for the ridiculous Stormy Daniels case. I honestly do.
Wait, can I ask a question here?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question here?
Yes.
Ben, do you think that Donald Trump should go through with his sentencing then, because everybody should be held accountable for their crimes?
I don't know. I think the whole thing was a farce. I think the whole Stormy Daniels case. I think Joe Biden should pardon him and end the whole thing now.
Do you think that Donald Trump should be allowed to be continued being prosecuted for in the Washington D.C. case, or the classified documents case, or the Georgia RICO prosecution, since everybody has to be held accountable for their crimes?
I think it's very clear that it says you cannot go after a sitting president. And I think we all know
that's
it's law here. And every time I just answered the question. I just said no. The first thing came out of my mouth was the word no.
So everybody has to be held accountable for the crimes except Trump, right?
And then I explained why.
You
said everybody should be held accountable for their crimes, but not Trump.
The American people just held Donald Trump accountable, and they said they thought it was crap, and they reelected him.
That's not how it works. I'm asking you.
Yes, it is.
You said
that
everybody should be held accountable for their crimes.
And that's exactly why they have said we're going to wind it all down.
Okay, all right. Listen, Dave Rubin has to leave in a couple of minutes. Dave, you talked about predictions for elections. It would be remiss of me not to point out that about 9 days before the election, I said this on Fox News. Look, my gut feeling, and I had this in 2016, and when I was saying it and writing it in 2016, people were laughing at me. But I kept saying, I'm getting a feeling that the Trump train is steaming to victory. I get that feeling again now. I've been in LA, I've been in New York. I'm getting a lot of people who did not vote Trump last time, but who are prepared this time. Even if they don't like him, they're prepared to vote for him this time to stop Kamala Harris becoming president. I'm going on my gut, and I'm feeling he could actually end up winning quite big. You know the moral of that story, Dave Rubin, is always trust a British gut, is the moral of that story.
Yeah, well, the moral of the story, I think, for the progressives is stop being so authoritarian and hysterical and better than everybody, because what you've done is you've taken all of the good liberals of America, of which there are many, and most of them are now Republicans, or at least voting for Republicans. And I would like to say to Brianna, who I've enjoyed watching a bit of her evolution here, is that what I think you're going to find over the next year or two is that consistently you are going to have some differences with people on the right, but they are going to welcome you. They are going to treat you with respect. They're going to agree to disagree, and you're going to have rich conversations and find an awful lot of agreement where you thought there would only be scorched earth. And on the other side of it, you're going to find exactly what you have found over the course of this panel. And I think very quickly that will change your party affiliation. But maybe I'm wrong, because I do get some predictions wrong. We'll see.
Well, thank you, Dave Rubin. Thank you. Sorry, who was that? Yeah, Brianna, last word to you. Last word to Brianna.
I hear what you're saying, Dave, and respectfully, trans rights are under attack like I've never seen in my entire life. And I transitioned over 20 years ago. So I will not be moving to the other side like you, but I'm always open for conversation. We got trans rights by policies right down the middle, and it's what this fringe left has completely thrown us under the bus on. So
yeah, and you know what, Brianna? I think it's such an important point. I absolutely and have always wanted fairness and equality for all trans people of the same kind that I enjoy, but not to the point where it starts to erode women's rights. Exactly. And that's the crucial debate that has to be properly had.
Pierce,
and that's the one Democrats have failed
on. Pierce, this whole thing changed 10 years ago. If I was writing a book on the history of trans rights and when it went wrong, it was on your show. 10 years ago, Janet Mock on CNN, you held an interview with her. We were not talking about trans stuff back then. Everyone in the community was thrilled about it. What did she do? She went on your program. She lectured you. She was beyond rude. She told you she was not interested in your opinion on anything. She just shut you down. It was this.
Well, worse than that, she said that I was very respectful to her. I gave her the platform of CNN Primetime Worldwide. And then because I said that she was born a boy and then transitioned to be a trans woman, she said that was transphobic and tried to basically...
Well, yeah, Trump's had people killed. He killed that, Iranian general. He's ordered a few assassinations.
Destroy me. And right there was the start of this nonsense. Obviously, I wasn't being transphobic. Actually, I was being completely biological.
The saying you were thinking of is Price's Law, which is a meme business degree version of the 10% law relevant to ecological efficiency, where they say the square root of a number of people in a company do 50% or more of the work.
I see. Yeah, I'd have to look into what that really is, because you can measure productivity in a lot of different fucking ways, so I don't know if that really makes any sense. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Logically, scientifically accurate. She was born a biological boy, and she transitioned and became a trans woman, and I have full respect for her for doing that. But don't then go after people who actually are allies. That's the irony.
But this is, Pierce, this is the problem. I'm saying this to you respectfully.
I don't know if I can grow an afro anymore. My hair's gotten straighter over the years.
I've seen your evolution over the last 10 years, and I understand why you have less patience from my side than you did 10 years ago. I get it. I deal with these freaks every day. But you've got to, our stories, people that understand that actually medically...
Animal Liberation donated $2. Have you reacted to this yet?
All right.
No, haven't. Might watch some of that next. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation.
Transition. Our stories are not in the media. No one is talking to us. We're horrified by all this nonsense.
I agree.
It's like, give us a shot.
Brianna, it's why you're such an important voice in this. Because again, I've repeatedly said the people I feel most sorry for are people who are transitioned, who are just trying to get on with their lives and be treated.
Jordan Peterson popularized the Price's Law meme.
Well, yeah, I've seen him, say that stupid shit a lot.
So, okay. So, now, there's a number of things to consider if you're thinking about performance prediction, and one of them is, to what degree do people vary in terms of their performance capacity? And you might say, well, there's very little performance variability, or you might say there's a tremendous amount of performance variability, or you might say there's an absurd amount of performance variability. And it turns out that the claim that there's an absurd amount of performance variability is the proper claim. IQ is normally distributed, so is conscientiousness, but productivity is distributed along the Pareto distribution, and I'll show you why. And that follows a law called Price's Law from someone named Derek DeSola Price, who was studying scientific productivity in the early 1960s. And what he showed was that a vanishingly small proportion of the scientists operating in a given scientific domain produced half the output. And so what you see, and what's happening is that to do really well at a given productive task, which would also include generating money as a proxy for creative productivity, is that you have to be, a bunch of things have to go your way simultaneously. So maybe you have to be really, really smart, you have to be really, really lucky, you have to be really healthy, you have to be really energetic, you have to be really conscientious, you have to be in the right time at the right place. And maybe you also have to have the right social network, right? So it's a lot of things, and each of those are small probability. Each of those are small probabilities, and then if you multiply the small probabilities together, you get an extraordinarily tiny probability. And you have to have all those things functioning before you're going to end out on the extreme end of the productivity distribution. But if you do end up there, then you produce almost all of everything. So it's a tiny number of people that produce almost all of everything. That's Price's law. And technically it is, and I mentioned this to you before, it's the square root law. The square root of the number of people in a productive domain produce half the output. Right? So if you have 10 employees, 3 of them produce half the output. If you have 100, 10 of them produce half the output. If you have 10,000, 100 of them produce half the productive output. And so what that also means is that because there's massive variability in performance, you don't have to shift your ability to predict performance very much up towards being better at it to gain substantially on the positive side, because there's so much difference in productivity. And that actually happens to be also a function of the complexity of the job. If the job is simple, which means this job has 10 rules, that's a janitorial job, let's say. It takes a little while to learn it, but once you've learned it, you basically do the same thing all the time. There's not a lot of performance variability in those jobs, and most of that would be eaten up by conscientiousness, and also to some degree by neuroticism, because the higher people who are higher neuroticism would be more likely to miss work. But general cognitive ability, for example, is not a good predictor at all. It'll predict how fast you learn the tasks initially, but not how well you perform the tasks. But if the tasks you're doing are shifting constantly, so your responsibilities change, or you're in a creative job where you're constantly solving new problems, those are kind of the same thing, then IQ, as the complexity of the job increases, the predictive utility of IQ increases, which is only to say that smarter people can handle complex situations faster. It's like that doesn't seem like a particularly radical claim. So Price's law dictates that there's massive individual productivity differences between people, so increasing your capacity for predicting performance even by small increments has a huge economic consequence. That was established in the 1990s. The equations were first developed in the 1990s, and that's part of the reason that I started working on performance prediction tests, because I read the economics and I thought, oh my God, you can produce a test that costs $30 times, say maybe you have 50 applicants for the position, $1,500 to administer, and it'll produce an increments of something like 30% of salary permanently for the person that you put in the position. So let's say you hire a $75,000 employee and it increases their productivity by 30%, so we'll say roughly $25,000. You get a $25,000 return on a $1,500 investment every single year that person occupies the position. On average, that's 4 years. That's a $100,000 payoff for your $1,500 investment. I read that and I thought, oh, that'll be easy to sell. It's like wrong. Even though the economic payoff was so massive. I told you the other impediments that emerged, but the arithmetic or the capacity to produce these calculations was established in the 1990s, and I'll show you the equations in a bit here. Okay, so we already talked about what a normal distribution looks like. That's the red line, and a normal distribution emerges as a consequence of chance processes, so we'll take a look at those here. All right, so here's a Pareto distribution. This is the distribution. Remember I showed you with the creative achievement questionnaire that almost everybody stacked up at 0? People have 0 creative output. The median person has 0 lifetime creative output. And then there's a tiny proportion that are way the hell out on the right-hand end of the distribution, right? Those are the people who everything is cycling forward for them. And as they get more well-known, of course, they get more opportunities as well. So I'll just run this simulation for you, okay? And this shows you why the Pareto distribution emerges. Now you have to watch this quickly because it's a fairly fast animation. So here's what happens. Everybody starts out with $10. There's 1,000 people playing the game. Everybody starts out with $10. I have $1, you have $1. I flip a coin. If I get heads, you give me $1. If I get tails, I give you $1. We go around and we trade with everyone. Okay, so the first thing that happens when people start to trade is this. Normal distribution develops, right? Because some people lose and some people win. It's just like the Galton board that I showed you. Okay, so you keep playing. People start to stack up at 0. Watch. Because they lose 10 times in a row. Bang, they're done. The bottom graph is a graph of the entropy of the distribution, which increases as the game continues. Because at the beginning, it's maximally ordered, right? Everybody has exactly the same amount. Now it's being distributed. Same equations apply to the distribution of gas into a vacuum. Well, what happens? Now someone, there are people out there at the $50 range, or at the $60 range, or at the $70 range. You keep playing it. Well, eventually what happens, if you play it right to its conclusion, is that one person ends up with all the money. So that's, to those who have everything, more will be given. From those who have nothing, everything will be taken. That's the law of economic productivity. It's called Matthew. It's the Matthew principle, and it's actually an economic principle that was derived from a saying in the New Testament. I'll tell you some more about this on Tuesday because I didn't get through all of it. And I want to finish up the performance prediction lecture and show you a couple of things I didn't get to show you the last time that we talked. And then I want to do the closing lecture since we're done today. So we'll start with the performance prediction. And so I've been thinking more about this Pareto distribution issue because it's a really big deal, and it's difficult. It's still difficult for me to understand.
Why white pea come out? I don't know. Maybe you should see a doctor about it. Might be the mosquitoes.
And see, I didn't really learn about this till about 10 years ago, which is quite a shock to me because it's such a fundamental phenomenon that it seems to me that it would have been addressed in my training somewhere along the way. And so I'm still thinking it through, what it means exactly. Now, here's an interesting thing. You know that IQ is normally distributed, and it's a good predictor of long-term performance. And conscientiousness is normally distributed, and it's a good predictor of long-term performance. And openness is also normally distributed, and it's a good predictor of creative behavior. But creative output is not normally distributed. It's distributed in this weird Pareto distribution that's indexed here. And I showed you that with the creative achievement questionnaire most specifically because that provides a really concrete example of it. So it looks like the capacity to think creatively might be normally distributed. That would be openness, say, and intelligence. But the consequence of that turns into this strange Pareto distribution. And the Pareto distribution with regards to creative achievement was best, the catastrophe of it in some sense is best indexed by the fact that, if I remember correctly, 70% of people who complete the creative achievement questionnaire, which indexes lifetime creativity, score 0. So, and 0 is a strange number. 0 isn't like other numbers. And the part of the reason for that is that it's difficult to do anything with nothing. So, if you buy a stock and the price sinks to like 2 cents a stock, you're still alive. But if the price sinks to 0, you're done, right? That's it. The game's over. And that's the thing about 0. When you're hit 0, or maybe when you're at 0, the game is over. And so there's these weird barriers to moving forward in life. And you see this, there's a poverty trap that's sort of like this too. Like if you're so broke that you can't keep up with paying your bills, it's really, really difficult to get out of that because you can't get a bank account, for example, and you can't pay your rent. And there's economies of scale that you can't take advantage of because you don't have any money at all. And so you can't get going in the game. And then, so there's the problem of starting out with 0, which is a big problem and very difficult to get out of. And then there's the problem of falling to 0 if you are in the game, because when you fall to 0, then it's very difficult to get going again. And so now I want to show you something about how trading games work. So I think we closed with this last time. But so this is a graph that shows you how a Monopoly game starts, roughly speaking. But you could say this is how you would set up the world if you wanted perfect equity. If you wanted everybody to have the same outcome, everybody would have the same amount of money. In this case, it's $10, and so it's dollars along the bottom axis, and it's number of players along the left.
I had a really nice dream where I stole a bunch of gold. There's like gold bars that fell off a truck, and then I was like melting them down and turning it into jewelry so that nobody knew that it was the gold bars that fell off the truck, and I was making good money like selling it.
Left-hand axis, and you can think about this as a Monopoly game. Everybody starts with the same amount of money, and then you start trading randomly. And you know, if you have $10 and you're trading $1 each trade, if you have enough people, some unlucky person is going to end up with $0 after 10 trades. And if they end up with $1 after 9 trades, they still have a chance of recovery. It's a low chance, but it's not zero. But once they hit 0, they're out of the game. And so what happens is if you run this simulation, you have people flip a coin to determine how they're going to trade, then this is what happens. So the first thing that happens is you generate a normal distribution because some people win.
JP remotely making sense for once, who would have thought?
Yeah, he has trouble with that. Thanks for the donation, David.
And some people lose, and most people sort of half win and half lose, but some lose continually and some win continually, and so it turns into a normal distribution. That's fine, but then when the game continues to play, then what happens is that people start to stack up on the zero end of things and a tiny proportion at the upper end, and if you play the game right to cessation, which is what you do if you play Monopoly, for example, somebody ends up with all the money. And the funny thing about playing Monopoly, as you know, if you've played Monopoly multiple times, is that the probability that you'll win continually across games is pretty low. You know, there's a lot of randomness in Monopoly, and if you play with the same 5 people, 10 games, the probability is pretty good. You're not going to win more than 2 games. So there's chance elements that come into play that determine the outcome. And so anyways, I was thinking about this a little bit more last night, and somebody asked me, I was talking about it with somebody, and he asked me if the Pareto distribution was a necessary consequence of the fact that production is number 1, measured, and number 2, social. And I thought that was a really interesting question. It's like, do you get a Pareto distribution every time creative output ends up being measured in some way? And even if you can conceptualize it, because it might be, the idea might be that anything that you can assign monetary value to is, first of all, is something you can measure, because assigning monetary value to something is in fact measuring it, right? You're measuring it with money. And then as soon as you assign a monetary value to it, you can trade it. You can trade it. And it also takes on some aspects of a zero-sum game. And most of the things that we talked about with regards to the production of Pareto distributions were measured entities and were trading games as well. So even because I mentioned to you, for example, that number of basketball hoops successfully managed by NBA players is Pareto distributed, but that's also, those are measurable with money, because of course you get paid to do it, and it is a social game, and so maybe it is an inevitable consequence of trading in a social game that you produce Pareto outcomes. And then I was trying to figure out why, and I've always had the suspicion that what happens to people is that as they move towards 0, positive feedback loops get set up so they're more likely to hit 0, and as they move away from 0, positive feedback loops get set up so that they're increasingly more likely to move away from 0.
Yeah.
What's up with that pick?
He's right about that. There's basically an absolute certainty that rich people will make more money and poor people will either stay poor or lose money.
Picture of Kim Jong-un like looking at this thing. Like, go back to that other photo for just a moment. It looks like it was taken from like a whole different era. Like the camera is like from like a whole different time period. Why is it all so grainy and foggy, like it was taken ages ago?
Man, they're about to start singing "Are We Living Like in Those Days," man, and they are. Like in North Korea, they are, man. Like, I'll have to play that song for y'all sometime, or put it in the. Oh well, I wouldn't put it in the intro. But this is a North Korean song, and YouTube generally doesn't like songs from countries that the West isn't in good standing with. But still, it is a very interesting song, because the entire song is a North Korean song that pretty much is asking the question of modern people in North.
Everyone, we are live.
Equally and fairly, and they're getting dragged into all these ludicrous headlines like 6'4" biological male who was crap at swimming in the men's game transitions and suddenly beats women by 50 seconds. It is
and
bullshit.
by the way, that's not at odds with anything. That's not at odds with anything that the Trump administration is pushing right now. Remember, years ago, many years ago, when Trump was asked about trans bathrooms, he said, "Hey, I build hotels. You want to tell me I can have one bathroom? That's fine."
And by the way, when it comes to Trump and the LGBTQ community, can we just remind ourselves? In fact, why don't we? Given it's been quite a contentious panel, Trump has been ending his rallies with the famous YMCA dance, right? Which is a gay anthem performed by a bunch of gay guys, right? And is now taken fire and has now become a trend around the world. Why don't we all come together as one big cis LGBT, whatever you want to call it, community, and have a little dance? Here we go.
The fuck are they doing?
And may I note the two Liberals were the two biggest wusses not dancing, as the rest of us got fully into the groove. Anyway, young men and...
Take a look at my cooking. Would you eat it?
Yeah, that looks good. I really like seitan. Yeah, that looks pretty damn dope. I'm not super into rice noodles. Are those rice noodles? But I really dig the seitan. Yeah, I'd eat that. Thanks for the donation, Godzilla rules.
And Brianna, lovely to have you all on the program. Thank you all very much indeed. Enjoyed the spirited debate. Long may it continue. Thank you.
Chair Jamie Harrison is shocked at the amount of debt that we're going to be saddled with in the years to come. We don't even know the extent of the full damage yet. And just last night, we learned that the Harris campaign paid Al Sharpton $500,000 just moments before an endorsement. We learned that the campaign paid Harpo Productions. You know who's behind Harpo Productions?
Oprah Winfrey.
Billionaire Oprah. Right. So I raised millions for the campaign. A lot of that is through grassroots donors who gave $25 or even $10. It pains me that, you know, the money of these hardworking Americans are going to these billionaires.
Yeah. I mean, and the irony is that she kept saying, you know, I'm the woman for the middle class and working people and I'm not into this elitist stuff. And there she is being completely elitist. Oprah Winfrey was doorstepped by TMZ and said this.
How do you think the election went?
Not talking about the election. Thank you very much.
Oh, is it true that they paid you $1 million for the endorsement for Kamala?
Not true.
Not true. OK.
I was paid nothing ever.
Now, I mean, technically that might be true, but FEC filings show the Harris campaign paid two $500,000 payments to Oprah's production company, Harpo Productions. Our spokesman for Harpo has now just said in the last few hours, the campaign paid for the production costs of Unite for America, a live streaming event that took place September 19th outside Detroit, Michigan. Oprah Winfrey was at no point during the campaign paid a personal fee, nor did she receive a fee from Harpo. But the bottom line is, that's $1 million to her production company. And then Oprah's out there giving the big endorsement and putting her arm around Kamala. I mean, it's all blending into one thing, isn't it?
Right. And something that's left unsaid, and I'm someone who ran for office myself, who has a deep understanding of FEC regulations. You know what? She didn't have to accept $1 million. She could have made an in-kind contribution. It was her choice to take the payment. So I don't buy the semantics here because she's really just, you know, really just trying to wiggle her way out of this. She owns the production company. The production company got paid. Transitive property, she got paid.
Right.
There's no other way around
No,
this.
I completely agree. It's paper shuffling, excusing. On the bigger picture of celebrity endorsements, it's been very interesting that Kamala Harris, rather like Hillary Clinton, got all the biggest stars in the world seemingly to endorse her. Taylor Swift, to Harrison Ford, to George Clooney, to Oprah Winfrey, and none of that worked. And in fact, my gut feeling is that it actually drove a lot of Americans to go and vote Trump.
Exactly. So the question was, think of it from a voter's point of view. They're living paycheck to paycheck. They work, 9 to 5 jobs or even more. The choice is whether to go to a star-studded concert or to use the same money to grab an Uber to vote. Which one do you think people are going to pick?
Yeah.
So the huge amounts of crowd, the massive amounts of people who went to these concerts, they weren't going for Kamala Harris. They were going for a free concert. They were going to see Lady Gaga or Ricky Martin or whoever.
And in Beyonce's case, they didn't even get a concert.
Right. And that's why, unfortunately, Vice President Harris got booed at her own concert because everyone was under the delusion that Beyonce was going to perform. And the worst part of it, that was the second time we failed to deliver Beyonce. I don't remember, Pierce, but at the DNC, it was the same rumor.
We were promised Beyonce. It reminds me.
Beyonce didn't come. Everyone was let down. And they did it again.
Yeah, I know.
I'm a millennial. This is my generation. So we're kind of like a Beyonce generation. It's just such an unforced error.
The other thing is, I don't think you can, it's wrong to say you can't buy an election. If you had, unlimited funding, you probably could. But the interesting message, I think, from this win and from Trump's win in 2016 is that actually you've got to have a message that resonates. You can spend all the money you want, but if the message you're promoting with all this money through big advertising campaigns is just not landing with the electorate, it doesn't matter how much you spend.
That's absolutely right. And you know what? And people in the Democratic Party are still blind to the truth. People not only on network.
Can you do this next stream?
No, I'm not going to do that. Thanks for the donation, though, Ali G.
He's clearly laid out.
Live, sorry for the late running of the stream today. I'm joined by Pat today. So yeah, we're going to talk about the big old news story that's just happened with the US presidential election and how it might affect other things across the many ponds, and talk about some animal issues as well and how these things might intertwine. Seismic victory here, but at the same time, I think you and I have some theories maybe on kind of what
said that. I haven't really seen any empirical information which confirms or denies whether the Jewish vote went up. I think that it did, but I don't know if that's a different question from whether it made a big difference or not in terms of the election. But I have an intuition that it probably did because of the way October 7th was handled, and because of all the anti-Semitism and just insanity that was tolerated by a lot of left-wing circles in America and college campuses and around the world.
Yeah, I think I agree with you here. I think for any Jews who did used to vote Democrat in the States, I think the way that they've seen just bold, brazen, unabashed anti-Semitism manifest in left-wing spaces, like on college campuses and stuff, I think many American Jews will now find their home more on the right than they did on the left, because they're very much seeing that they might not feel welcomed anymore in American left-wing spaces because of their, most Jews do have a similar opinion on Israel and its right to exist and its right to defend itself. Although there are plenty, obviously, of Jews who take the pro-Palestine side, but I'd say the large majority of Jews would generally see it as very distasteful what's happening, and the appraisals of October the 7th, obviously, by many people on the left. And you're right, I think the Jewish vote was definitely lost there. I'm doing a podcast later today with a lad called Connor Anderson, who's very much on the left, and that podcast will be out hopefully in the next few days. But we're going to call it something along the lines of has the left lost the art of debate? I just want your opinions on that, though, Pat. Do you think that the left has lost the art of debate and persuasion recently? And can you sort of give some examples of how?
Sure. I think there's individual people that would still be considered on the left that are still very good debaters and they'll engage in debate. One person that comes to mind is, I think her name's Anna from the Young Turks, and I've seen her engaged in debate with people from the opposite political spectrum in America. Another person, Barry Weiss, I don't know if you follow her, she's very much in the free speech and anti-politics scene. She seems pretty classical liberal, maybe classical left, but I think it's very few and far between. I really have to think about it for a long time to find examples of people on the left or a leftist community that still engages in rigorous intellectual debate. And yeah, when I see it as a wider culture, I think they have failed in that regard, and I can't think of many examples of where that still takes place, especially being in academia, where other perspectives apart from a politically left one in many departments it's not even considered as existing. So yeah, I would say individually, there's always exceptions.
How much money to crush a watermelon between your thighs? How about if we reach the dono goal tonight, I'll do that for you.
The rule has a rule. I've seen that it's pretty much failed. I don't know how much more I can say that. I don't know, do you have any examples of a leftist community that still engages in, rigorous debate?
Well, I'm sure there are plenty of examples, but I think overall the culture war has been won now by the right or the populists or the anti-woke, whatever you want to call it, because let's face it, plenty of people on the left are anti-woke now because of what's kind of happened in these left-wing spaces. But ultimately, I think one big reason that the election was won by Trump is because people don't find just being called racist and idiots and morons persuasive. If you want someone to vote for Kamala Harris, you actually have to persuade them why she's the best candidate to vote for the things you want. You have to. How will Kamala Harris help you? Why should you vote for Kamala Harris? That's what the left has failed to do. Yeah. All they've managed to do in recent years is just say, if you don't vote for so-and-so, that means you hate women. That means you're a racist. That means you hate gay people. That means blah, blah, blah. And they haven't actually provided actual argumentations for why voting for Kamala will actually benefit them and their family and all these things in many ways. And I think one particular thing a lot of people have been, maybe one or two things people have been particularly disenfranchised with under the Biden-Harris leadership is the cost of living, which has apparently just absolutely soared under them. And the whole border security stuff,
Dude, I bought 2 bags of broccoli today, and 1 bag was $11. That's fucking annoying. Ugh, I fucking love broccoli, but it's so fucking expensive right now. It's total bullshit. Ooh.
Crime and, everyday Americans have been affected by massive crime waves in the cities they live in by just totally uncontrolled immigration. Yeah. And I think these people who just want to hurl racist and stuff accusations at all these people, they're just totally out of touch with the lives of ordinary Americans, and they've completely failed to win the culture war because all they can do is fucking name call. That's it. That's the only argument. You're racist.
Yeah, because I think people were willing.
I buy fresh. It just makes it easier to cook with because I don't have to thaw it. And with frozen broccoli, if you put it right into the oven, it basically steams and then it's soggy. So I typically I prefer cooking with fresh broccoli. It's just easier.
Willing to tolerate a certain level of work.
It's not a huge bag. It's size of a bag of chips.
For a certain amount of time, but over the past couple of years, it got exponentially bad, and it was also worsening. And then things like horrible things like October 7th happened, and I think that made it even worse. Like, just to bring it back to the Jewish aspect.
Dude, fucking berries right now are insane. It's like $10 for small carton of blackberries. It's fucking outrageous.
The broader issues like immigration and border security, I think, would be more on their radar now because it matters more who's coming into the country and what sort of beliefs they
Buy canned broccoli. I've never tried canned broccoli.
have, and if they are importing people from a certain religion or a certain demographic that's known to be more anti-Semitic than others, that's going to impact them as well. So I think all these things kind of play together because I think for a long time most people were just happy to be polite and just tolerate a certain level of wokeness.
Oh, hey, Gum Gum. Having a drink of water, Gum Gum? Oh my God, you're so handsome. Your paws are so big. I love you, Gum Gum. You're the sweetest little cuddle cat. Gummy, you're just so handsome and I love you. Hey, Gummy. Oh. That's my Gum Gum. You know I love you, Gum Gum. Yeah, that's a good kitty. That's my little Gum Gum.
But it just went over the top, I think, for most people. And yeah, I guess the theory of the silent majority is completely correct. Because for a while, when nothing was really pushing back against it, but a couple of podcasters and Elon Musk, I was starting to think like maybe they have convinced a larger majority of people than I thought of these ideas, or just to be quiet about it forever. But obviously this was a big wake-up call for me as well in a good way, because they're nowhere near there yet, and most people obviously just think it's stupid.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, yeah, explain what you mean, by the way, there by the silent majority. What do you mean by that?
Well, I think we've talked about this before, and I think a lot of the ideas to do with wokeness are pushed by a small elite group of people in academia and in media, and they try and convince us that it's really what the majority thinks. But I think the majority of people are ordinary working class, middle class Americans, Australians, and Westerners, and they don't actually agree. And the only reason they have the appearance of agreeing is just to keep them quiet and not be bothered. Because most people don't concern themselves with issues of racism and sexism. They just want to have a family and buy a house and live their life. Like, that's genuinely what most people want. Yeah. And they pay lip service, and they just pay lip service. But I don't think they have any real commitment to these kind of ideals.
You're right. Basically, the majority aren't your friends on social media, right, is what I would say to a lot of people who are just so surprised by, this happened. There's a brilliant left-wing commentator called Jonathan Pye who kind of ribs on like the whole woke stuff on the left and how what we've been talking about here about how they resort to name calling and stuff. And I remember it was the UK election in it must have been 2018, 19 or something like that. I can't even remember when it was. But you were thinking just by going on social media that it was going to be a Labour landslide.
Bend over to Nutellers. Know that you'll never get tired of me sending this when he's in the room. Lol.
Gay! Dum Dum.
Yes?
You give me Gum Gum.
I give you Gum Gum?
You do Dum Dum. You give me Gum Gum.
Yes, give me Gum Gum. I love my Gum Gum. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Victory, because everywhere you looked on Facebook, it was just Labour red, like everywhere. And, everyone who voted Tory is obviously some kind of bigot, an idiot or racist or whatever. And then, boom, the Tories won in this huge victory, like massive, like Labour got absolutely crushed. And Jonathan Pye, I remember he did this skit and he was like, look, the only people who voted Labour was you, me, and your friends on Facebook. Is what it said. And it was so right. Like all these just normal, ordinary people throughout the whole of the UK, they just have these pretty kind of, they don't get caught up in all this crap that you see on social media that's mainly a particularly engaged kind of maybe younger group.
Yeah.
Who are concerned with certain kind of progressive ideals and issues. But another reason we could call them the silent majority, Pat, is because the left over the years has they've created the conditions in which a right-wing rhetoric can kind of fluster because they've shut down the actual open dialogue. They've silenced people. Many people are the silent majority because they feel silenced, because they don't want to be outed as some kind of bigot and white supremacist or whatever it is, and all these slanderous accusations they get hurled at their way. And when people do that, they just push these people kind of underground and away from the conversation. And they don't create the actual ideas, assuming the left is right about everything. Let's assume they have the correct arguments about every little thing. Well, how would people even know? Because they're not... Right-wing people don't really even fucking engage with these people and be convinced of anything.
Yeah, I think the free speech thing really... Because most people don't go around thinking, I love free speech, or I value free speech, but it's been the bedrock of our modern Western civilization for so long. And I think this was a real experience of what it's like to have it taken away, even in not like it was Nazi Germany or something like that, or North Korea, but they had a taste of what it's like to not actually be able to say what you want on important issues. And I just wanted to say, even the worst the most legitimate critique of Donald Trump. Like, I know you won't agree because you think the election was probably rigged in 2020, but let's say that it wasn't, and he claimed election fraud and wouldn't commit to a peaceful transfer of power, even though that's debated as well because he did leave the office. But let's take that kind of broad critique. Most people don't care. Like, I know that's like, you need a real understanding of like the branches of government and the law, and like kind of a more sophisticated understanding of the way the government branches work and the way democracy is to really care about something like that. Like, most people would say that's really inappropriate. Like, maybe you should just accept it and not throw a tantrum. But they don't understand the serious implications of alleging fraud or something like that if it's not true. So even in the best case, and like,
Looking good king, red apple, hot pepper, strawberry, tomato, cherries, watermelon, peach, mango, tangerine, lemon, banana, avocado, pear, kiwi, lemon, green apple, leafy green, seedling, broccoli, cucumber, grapes, coconut.
Well, thank you. I'll give you guys another physique update. What has it been, like 4 days off the diet? Kind of eating normally? Ugh. Ugh. So yeah. Sam still looking lean and mean. Eh. Definitely looking more round and full since upping the calories. Thanks for the donation though, Raw Vegan Cowboy.
I'm just saying, even in the most legitimate critique of Donald Trump, which is probably that one, if you take it to be true, most people are not that fazed by it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, you recommended that I listen to a Sam Harris podcast recently.
Thanks for the donation.
His kind of post-election thoughts. And one of the key things he says in it is identity politics are dead. People don't care anymore about identity politics. It's done. Like, if you look at the whole demographics as well, Trump won the Latino vote. I think he won. I think black women very, very, very much overwhelmingly voted for Kamala, like 93% or something like that. But then if you look across the other demographics, like, it seems that people didn't really care. I think apparently he got most of the Native American vote even.
Yeah. I think like 64% of Indian Americans voted for him.
Right.
The only votes he didn't gain from since the last election was white males, which is kind of hilarious.
That is very interesting. Yeah.
Like, in terms of addressing the critique, that only white Christian males like Trump. I'm just going to please switch my aircon off. It's getting a bit cold.
Yeah, cool. Go for it.
Yeah, but in terms of the demographics, they were very much revealing.
Absolutely, yeah. I think that is a crushing. I mean, if anyone wants just to be completely wrecked on the idea that only certain people vote for Trump, or the minorities, it's better for them to vote Kamala, and the numbers that they head to in the polling station to vote for Democrats each year proves this. Obviously, the right wing just doesn't care about them. I think this election just crushed that idea. People of all different walks of lives, faiths, races, religions, sexualities. They just simply aren't convinced by Democrat policies overwhelmingly.
Yeah, I heard the Onion bot Infowars. That's fucking hilarious.
At the moment, with the idea that identity politics are dead, this idea that if you're Pat, you are a brown minority woman living in Australia, therefore you have to think this way and vote this right after the day of a couple having sex or something like that. The morning after pill is evil. If these things were all just being drummed as fact by the right into school children, there would be a problem with that, and the left would ban that. So I think if these are the types of books that you're talking about here, just the kind of super left-wing gender ideology stuff being taught in schools like it's this kind of uncritical race theory, it's a fact that as white you are privileged and as brown you are oppressed or whatever, or whenever it was transgender. And I think
who cause violence in its name are criminals and thugs, including the KKK, neo-Nazis, white supremacists.
Do you want white supremacists to vote for you?
No, I don't at all. Not at all.
His campaign is denouncing a show of support from the KKK's official newspaper, and it's in the Ku Klux Klan.
In the same New York Times interview, he denounced white supremacists. He denounced the neo-Nazis who
been following this dentist for years. Recently he stopped recommending toothpaste because of how abrasive it is. Watch at 1.5 speed.
Why you should reconsider using toothpaste and what to do instead. A few years ago, I stated I was going to review toothpastes after I reviewed some toothbrushes, but I quickly decided not to do that because the truth is, toothpastes are not that useful and can possibly do damage to your teeth, especially when you compare it to other things on the market. I know this is a hot take, but hear me out. These are the 6 reasons that you brush your teeth. 1, it removes plaque and bacteria. 2, it fights cavities. 3, it fights gum disease. 4, it whitens your teeth. 5, it strengthens the tooth. 6, it freshens the breath. 7, and sometimes it reduces sensitivity. However, brushing your teeth has 2 possible negative effects as well. These are gum recession and tooth abrasion, which these 2 negative effects are actually quite common for people that think they're really doing a good job taking care of their teeth. And then years later, I have to tell them what they did wrong to make those things happen. Now, I will show you how toothpaste come into play with these points. I will show you how mouth rinses do as good a job or better than toothpaste at the positive aspects, meanwhile minimizing the negative aspects. Plaque removal. Plaque removal is the most important part of brushing your teeth and oral hygiene in general. This meta-analysis of studies that compare toothbrushing with and without toothpaste shows that there was no real difference on how much plaque is removed with or without toothpaste when brushing. And there might be a slight edge to actually brushing without toothpaste when it comes to plaque removal. So once again, plaque removal is the most important part of brushing your teeth. So toothpaste actually doesn't help you achieve the most important part of brushing, which is plaque removal. If you watch my videos on brushing and flossing routines, you will see how my amazing toothbrush removes almost all plaque with and without toothpaste. So toothpaste, when it comes to plaque removal, either worsens the amount of plaque removal or does nothing at all for it. Tooth abrasion. The biggest downside to using toothpaste is it wears down your teeth. People don't realize how abrasive toothpaste is, and that's probably because how foamy and frothy it is. I see the terrible results of how abrasive toothpaste are all the time with people that think they are actually doing a good job of cleaning their teeth. But in reality, if you're not being careful, toothbrush wears away your tooth. In fact, I have a video where I do a filling to cover up these notches caused by toothbrush abrasion, so you can see what it actually looks like. And you may notice it.
Super interesting thread on sophisticated bots on social media. Seems like someone is trying to infiltrate academia and science in a freaky way.
I knew there were a lot of fake accounts on this platform, but they're usually obvious. I had no idea how intricate and complex the ruse could be. About a week ago, I got a DM from an account asking me a benign but specific question about my research. This happens all the time. The account looked legitimate. They're a paying account. Never seen a bot that pays. They've been on the platform over 2 years. 52 followers, some of whom I recognize. They compulsively repost interesting science posts, including some of mine. Person kept trying to chat with me, but it was just a little off. I figured it was just an awkward scientist comment or someone had hacked their account. Anyone who follows me know that when something doesn't seem right, I don't let it go. Decide to look the person up, email them, ask if the DM was real. Had a profile on ResearchGate. Picture looks similar in the profile, identical. Lots of pubs, but no email. Papers were all real, listed as Julia as the author. When I went to the journal itself, papers were real, but the authors were different. ResearchGate profile was all fake. They had taken the CV of some Iranian scientist, changed the name on the paper, created a fake ResearchGate account with them. Once I knew it was fake, other mistakes jumped out. One doesn't study organic chemistry. It would be chemistry, cows. It's on the Ithaca campus, not New York City. Chemistry isn't even in cows. There really was a Julia Allen that got a PhD in chemistry at Cornell, but she graduated in 2011. Tried to reach out to her and let her know about this account. Pubs she listed were all those of a scientist in Iran. So it's all fake, but why? This is a paid account, doesn't seem to be political, monetary, or porn. It's all about science. What's the end game? Perhaps one of the people that follow her has gone further down the rabbit hole and can explain. Has Julia been chatting you up too? Curious. It may not be a bot. There's scammers who do this and just fish for people to scam. Yeah, it may be a real account. It's very likely a Nigerian scammer. They do stuff like that all the time. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Ginger Muffins, Donny Tellers, the scene was so epic, dude. I know you remember this. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Afro Samurai was cool. Also, where's your katana, big guy? Master Gaines is the true Afro Samurai and should def have a katana in hand in case of sneaky Karnist attacks. I've actually been looking for a vegan-friendly Sv3rige. Cold Steel has one that, you know, for what I'd use it for, would be just fine, but it's wrapped in leather. I was thinking of getting a comp messer. Or no. Not a comp messer. What's the fucking thing called? It's, comp messer's a knife. It's the other thing. It's something messer. Kriegmesser. Yeah, I was thinking of getting a Kriegmesser. Katanas are kind of cool, but I'd prefer a really big European sword. Kriegmessers aren't wrapped in leather, which is good. And some of them with a less radical curve could get something like this. Oh, Cold Steel Kriegmesser. Are they still making it? 400. It's not too bad. Yeah, I might get that since it's not wrapped in leather. I'd rather have a Sv3rige, but they're all wrapped in leather. Thanks for the donation, Ginger Muffins. Bend over, donate $2. Let me see. She's booping the frog. Oh, what a nice frog. Oh, he doesn't want to be booped. Don't boop him. Such a nice frog. Oh, that's mean. Don't boop the frog.
There you go.
That's not nice. It's a lot of turds.
I'm finna train them better than Master Split. Okay, guys, I only need 4. Only 4! Yo, stop! Stop! Yeah, meet the...
some good turts. Oh my goodness. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Kid Boo donating $2.
Yeah, I got any feel for y'all. Now, this is one of, man, women, man, just, I don't know, women cops. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of evil amongst mankind, men, but I think there's a special type of evil in a woman. They're very vindictive. Yeah. Well, cops are vindictive, but when a female cop's vindictive, it comes off childish. Yeah. Watch this. Get off me.
I'm gonna see all y'all in court.
Just her.
Just her?
Oh, Katana. I don't know. Are Odashis the really long katanas that were made for, like, taking out cavalry? Like, I just prefer the, European, long swords.
Good, because she deserves it.
What's she doing, man? I guess.
Oh, is she measuring the lift on the truck?
This truck too high?
What is that? That's too low for her fat ass. Yeah, exactly.
She's not even measuring.
Her fat ass.
She's not even measuring it right.
On my tailgate, that shit gonna be on the tire.
We don't need all that. She ain't even measuring it right. Yeah. It was coming out.
Huh? I got a special key. It's so people can't steal my wheels.
Are those caps? Or
no, they're the lug nuts. They're the lug nut. It's so people can't steal the wheel.
Oh, they're like super.
You got $6,000 wheels. Tell me if somebody want to steal them bitches.
So is it like that long?
Huh? Yeah. It's like a 6-inch long lug nut key. This is insane. I hope y'all know this. I'm trying to buy something from my friend. I'm buying a tailgate for my friend, and y'all are bringing this to me. Yeah, I was gonna say, and y'all are being disrespectful to this man. Y'all are bringing this to his house. I'm on private property right now.
Oh no, we're not like doing anything nasty to him or anything.
Y'all aren't being nasty, but y'all are bringing all this to his house.
This violation she observed. She was doing a traffic stop.
But she pulled me over while I was stopped.
Yeah.
I was parked and stopped. I was in his driveway, parked and stopped.
Cop does not.
Yeah, so you can initiate a traffic stop on private property. That doesn't make it illegal to do a traffic stop. If they've been like following you and they want to initiate a stop and then you park on private property, they can still initiate the stop. It would be weird if he was on private property and they're literally just driving down the road and then they see this car parked on private property and then they decide to do an investigation. That would probably be an illegal stop.
I was in park. My truck was off. I pulled in here. All of it's recorded also, so I'm going to court for it.
That's good, man.
I know how she plays with people. I know who she is. I know who her sister is.
What's that attitude? Get back in the car. Why you gotta get back in the car? You don't have to get back in your car.
You don't have to get back in the car.
You like the boss people around? I'm sure it makes you feel bossy, huh? You probably can't even see me, huh?
I wouldn't have got back in your truck.
You can't even see over the door.
To submissive. You've been submissive here in Northampton County General District Court on July the 9th at 9 a.m.
And I'm gonna see you there.
Be for improper use of antique tags, and the second one is going to be for no
Improper
inspection.
use?
Yes.
I'm going to work on my truck.
Admission of guilt, but I promise to either prepay or come to court.
I'm getting
You can
work
sign
done
with the
on my
X's.
truck, so how is it improper
Sign
use?
with the X's.
Okay, I will. And I'll see you in court because it's not improper
Sign
use
the
if I'm working on my truck. No, I'm going to take my damn time like you took yours. Rip me out of this truck and you going to
Sign
see
the
even
ticket.
more.
Sign the ticket. That's state property right
I'm
now.
going to look over
That
this
is state
ticket before
property
I
right now.
sign
Sign the
something on
ticket.
my name.
It's totally fine to look over the thing before you sign it.
Sign the ticket.
Okay? I'm going to take over and look over what
It's
you
state
have right
property
here.
right now. You're withholding state property, so go ahead and look at it and sign
Can I
it.
not look over my
You
ticket
can,
before I sign
but
it?
you're not.
Withholding state property.
I would advise you sign the ticket because if you don't, we have to take you in front of a magistrate. Thank you, sir.
He's not refusing to sign. He just says he wants to read it before he signs it.
And I'm going to see her in court anyway, so it doesn't matter.
I gave you a court date. You can come.
funny, lady. You're real funny.
Bushido Blade Donatella's don't fuck with this vegan lol. Def getting into nunchuck training too. I don't think those are big enough to really have enough like power behind them.
Hey, what's up everybody? On today's episode of Will It Stick? Knife chucks.
That's pretty good.
Merci.
I don't know why you'd take out the nunchucks if you have a sword. It's fucking gay how you can't carry like a sword around with you. Ski chucks. I do not understand the point of the 3-section staffs. Oh, hey, Gum Gum. Hey, Gum Gum. Yeah, I don't think that's terribly practical. Thanks for the donation, though, Bushido Blade.
Can I have your name and badge number?
It's on the ticket if you read it like you
Gentlemen,
said.
can I have you all's name and badge numbers? What's that?
Troopers roll at 10:05.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Can I shake your hand? All right, you're disrespectful. Can I have your name and badge number, sir?
We have court on Wednesday.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm Trooper Bell, 1809.
All right, thank you.
What does that do? It's like, hey.
I'm gonna arrest you for
I'm not leaving.
Oh.
I'm staying here.
Private property. Yeah,
Hey, Gum Gum. What you up to? Hey, Gummy. Don't jump on my computer. Oh. Just hearing people move around upstairs. Hey, Gummy. Gum Gum. Gum Gum. What are you doing, Gum Gum? Gummy. Oh my god, you have such a big kitty tail. Hey? Got a big kitty tail. Hey, Gummy. How's my Gum Gum? What's my Gum Gum up to, huh? What's my Gum Gum up to? My sweet little Gum Gum. Yeah. Oh, what a good boy. Oh my goodness. Oh, yes. Yeah, nice comfy blankie. Oh, what a good boy. I love you, Gum Gum. Oh, it's so nice how you jump on my lap now. Oh, I love that. It's nice having a little cuddle cat while I'm streaming.
He's at the back of your vehicle. He's like, I'm not leaving. And then he asked the one cop for his back. He's like, we're going to see you in court tomorrow. Man, those cops suck. Jeez. She said she was going to arrest him for disorderly on private property. Then when he was taking his time signing the ticket, you were withholding state information. State property. Yeah. That is crazy.
He literally jumped off my left testicle.
And then he's on his friend's property. They're on private property. She gets out of her car to give him a ticket. She orders him to get back in his truck.
Yeah.
It's already parked.
Yeah, I'm at my friend's house. Just give me a ticket here. Why do I have to get back in my vehicle? Like, a lot of people are robotic.
Yeah.
She's been trained a certain way, so everything has to...
Well, this cop seemed a little dumb.
Sit also on yourself. As you can see, if you're not careful, brushing with toothpaste can result in these little notches right around the gum line. These notches are unsightly, they cause teeth to become sensitive, and they cause teeth to break sometimes. And food also will get caught in them, like little seeds and things like that. Toothbrush abrasion normally happens due to brushing too hard, brushing with a back and forth motion on your teeth, brushing right after eating, drinking, and teeth whitening, and brushing with an abrasive toothpaste. These are some of the main causes of the toothbrush abrasion. Bad cases of abrasion normally happen from a combination of all these factors that I went over. So normally what happens is these factors will lead to gum recession, and that underlying level is now exposed, and then it wears away much faster than the upper enamel portion of the tooth. And now here's another study that finds that using non-abrasive agents cleaned just as well as toothpaste, but with 14 to 27 times less abrasion. Now that may seem scary, that 27 times is 27 times something that is very, very hard to see, but still it's 14 to 27 times less abrasion. Likewise, this other study found that brushing with a toothbrush alone led to negligible tooth wear versus a toothpaste. In fact, here's a study of a list of toothpaste and how abrasive they are to this layer under the enamel called dentin. You will notice a lot of the whitening toothpaste that don't use peroxide are the most abrasive types of toothpaste on this list. Avoid those toothpaste for sure. You will also note on this list that water is the least abrasive. So you can brush with water and it will remove plaque with very negligible results of abrasion on your tooth. In fact, any liquid around a 6 or above on the pH scale is fine to brush with and won't inhibit the plaque removal like toothpastes might do. When I brush, I personally brush with Act Rinse, water, or peroxide, but more on that in a little bit. Strengthens the tooth. Fluoride in toothpaste is something that can strengthen your tooth to prevent cavities. Many people don't like fluoride for various reasons, so don't even worry, I'm gonna cover that. It's fine to not use fluoride as long as you aren't eating sugar and snacking as well. Sugar increases the bacteria that cause acids that form cavities on your teeth. And snacking keeps the pH low in your mouth, as you can see on this chart. And when that pH is kept low in your mouth, that's when cavities start as well. When the acid level in the mouth is below the critical pH, cavities will start forming. And the critical pH is around 4.5 to 5.5, depending on the person. Fluoride shifts the critical pH threshold of the teeth that is necessary to start a cavity, making it harder to go lower than that threshold to start the decay process. Toothpastes are very good at strengthening the teeth with fluoride. And so that is one of the obvious benefits of toothpaste. But so are some fluoride rinses, like Act Rinse. In fact, this study felt that using a fluoride rinse might be more beneficial than toothpaste fluoride. By the way, these studies use the word dentifrice instead of toothpaste if you're looking at them. Either way, it seems like the fluoride from mouth rinse is equal to or better than the fluoride from toothpastes. Quickly, before I get to the most interesting part, I developed the best toothbrush, floss, and other dental products that are in Amazon affiliate links in the superior results. Freshens breath. The tongue is the major source of bad breath in your mouth. So I want to show you a few studies. This study found that brushing teeth alone with a sodium fluoride toothpaste didn't really reduce bad breath. Now, when they used a toothpaste with an antibacterial and decreases bad breath the most. I haven't used toothpaste. So most of the time, these toothpastes aren't necessary. Peroxide toothpastes are good, but normally give limited whitening results as well. You will see in some of my other whitening videos, to really whiten your teeth, the biggest factor is how long the peroxide is on your teeth. The peroxide rinse and toothpaste will only give you limited results due to the lack of contact time on your teeth. So toothpaste as soon as the surface stains are gone from your teeth. The peroxide rinse and toothpaste will only give limited results due to the lack of to whiten your teeth. You really should watch all my videos on whitening your teeth if that is a big concern to you. Sensitivity. Some toothpastes are made to reduce tooth sensitivity. Anti-sensitivity toothpastes really work well for a lot of people that use them. These toothpastes often have really low abrasivity scores. However, there are mouth rinses out there that have these too. This study shows that they are just as effective as toothpaste at reducing sensitivity, and they are less abrasive than the toothpaste, even though these toothpastes aren't that abrasive anyway. Still, it is less, and if you already have sensitive teeth due to abrasion, you really want to stay anything that can possibly be abrasive and get that abrasion as little as possible. But what do I do? Everyone should watch my dental routine video that shows how I clean my teeth to maximize their daily oral care. But I'll kind of break down to you very quickly. Basically, first I floss with a thick floss. Then every other day or so, I rinse with a peroxide rinse. Then I brush with the best toothbrush for plaque removal with either just water or an Act fluoride mouth rinse. And voila, spotless teeth, fresh breath, white teeth. Now, I know some of you don't like fluoride, and once again, that's fine if you are a person that eats very, very little sugar and someone that doesn't do snacking in between meals.
Elon casually violating the Logan Act discussing US-Iran relations with Iran's UN ambassador.
I knew it. Elon Musk meeting with Iranian ambassador alarms national security experts. Former Trump Iran envoy Elliot Abrams. This meeting seems dangerous because it does not seem that Mr. Musk was briefed on previous UN-Iran exchanges. National security experts are raising alarm. The tech billionaire, who is a close ally of President-elect Donald Trump, reportedly met with Iran's ambassador to the United Nations earlier this week, warning that the discussion risks placating a belligerent and unreliable sponsor of terrorism. Yeah, no. It's making me sign up. Like, what business does Musk even have meeting with these people? It's fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
If you are doing those things, if you are snacking and you are eating sugar, unless you're one of the lucky people that rarely gets cavities, you pretty much need to use something with...
Alright, well, I might start doing that.
Never go to the dentist. Add to that our passion for all things sweet, and you have a recipe for disaster.
Oh my God.
Meet the owners of some of the worst teeth in Britain. Their rotten smiles are ruining their lives, and they're still in their 20s.
I just played with my tooth with my tongue because I had a bit of orange stuff stuck in it, and a bit of my tooth come off with it.
Oh my
God. But all might not be lost. Three of Britain's leading dentists have agreed to take on these terrible teeth. Can they salvage anything from their ravaged mouths?
The amount of tooth loss is almost that of a 100-year-old patient.
If Sarah left her teeth in the state that they are, she's going to be left with stumps.
Or has the rot set in for good?
Bits came off of my teeth. Sugar destroyed my teeth.
Sarah's tale of neglect and addiction isn't heading for a happy ending. Sarah knows her teeth are bad, but just how bad? Years of sugar addiction have left her with cracks, rot, and some worrying cavities.
Dude.
After years of burying her head in the sand, she's finally plucked up the courage and is going to visit a dentist.
We live in a society where image is important, and...
Ew. Booty come to $2. Can we watch the best person for teeth? Oh yeah, Big Lenny.
And I agree with that, but I think I could get them better. First of all, your teeth are a bone, and what builds bone is nutrition, specifically minerals, calcium, magnesium, boron, and water intake. And rinse them.
Dude, it's funny how he had such great dental health and really took care of his teeth, but like everything else was just a shit show.
For a minute. Do it more than the recommended does. If they say do it for a minute, do it for 2 or 3, as long as you can. Dentist, 0. Nothing. Nothing at all. Hydrogen peroxide, 3% solution. What does it cost? 99 cents? Shake it up. After you brush with a paste, pour a little bit on. Brush with that. Don't swallow it. Don't swallow the paste, but brush with that. For your tongue, for your bad breath.
Alright, well, he uses hydrogen peroxide. Yeah, I might do that. Thanks for the donation, Booty Chem.
The basics are important, if nothing else. And teeth, hair and nails are all the basics. And I don't have the basics because they're ruined. So I need the basics.
Oh my God.
Where the biggest problems lie at the moment is in the diet, and that the diet seems to be, much more of a problem than it was 15 years ago. Sugar is so bad because the bacteria on your teeth love to eat it, and then the bacteria love to destroy your teeth. Sugar is really, really bad. Bad.
Oh my God.
Bad.
She has agreed
These
to
are
see
so
Sarah,
bad.
but is she prepared for the challenge ahead?
I don't know what Sarah's teeth are going to be like. It'll be interesting to see what we can save. Maybe the things that we
Bro,
can save.
I just don't understand how people can fucking live like that. It's crazy.
That can't be saved, and then we're going
Think like as far as like dentists have told me that I do have a lot of enamel wear. I'm not entirely sure why that is, but I didn't visit a dentist for 10 years and I only had one cavity that needed to be filled, so that wasn't too bad.
to have to work out what we're going to do from there. But should be excited.
I really believed that she was going to damage all her organs and that she would die. So
that's when I was quite
when
ill.
You were really ill, not your skinniest.
But I still got teeth, so.
Just to think. Does RFK Jr. want people to end up like Brits with fucked up teeth, especially the children he espouses to claim he gives a shit about? Since he'd probably want to ban fluoride in drinking water? He needs to look at them, but he won't LMFAO.
He's really fucking stupid. I don't know if fluoride really matters all that much in drinking water because people do brush with fluoride toothpaste. I don't know if it would really make a big difference anymore. But, like, the idea that fluoride is a problem in drinking water, it's just fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
You still got teeth, but you started to lose them just after that, didn't you? You stopped smiling in your pictures. That one's really sad.
It's crazy, you know, I was an A-star student in my GCSEs, I was a leader of the orchestra, a prefect, a guide leader, you know, all those perfect things that anyone would want their daughter to be, that was me, you know. And I think if I hadn't had the eating disorder, where would I be now?
Constant vomiting has cost Gemma 80% of her tooth material.
Oh my
The
god.
acid levels in your mouth basically wear the enamel away on your teeth. And I guess once the enamel's gone off your teeth, there's nothing protecting them at all. And it does suddenly go from being a gradual process to suddenly they're gone. You know, hardly any teeth left at all.
As her teeth eroded, her fillings were left high and dry. Even her diction has suffered.
I do talk very tonguey. I am aware of that. I have to try quite hard to speak.
One day I looked at her teeth and I went, oh my God, Gemma, they've gone. And she goes, no, but because she wasn't smiling anymore, she had nothing to smile about.
Terrified of the idea of treatment, their early memories of the dentist have left them scarred.
I was about 5, I'd say, at the time, and I was, you know, screaming and kicking and punching, and I really didn't want anything done, so the dentist told my mother to leave, and then he jumped on me and put his hand over my mouth and my nose, and I couldn't breathe then. So I think it's from then onwards.
When I was about 16, I went to the dentist and I had to have a load of teeth out, and then my mate had to carry me home because it was all painful, there was all blood coming out my mouth and all that. I was just scared then.
Apart from emergencies, Jenna and Paul haven't seen a dentist for a decade.
I will do anything to get them off me. I don't mean to be nasty to them, but if you're a dentist and you're coming near me, nah, you won't come near me. I'll do anything I can to get out of there.
Paul's phobia took hold as a teenager.
Dude, it's so bizarre. Your teeth are fucked. Like, it's like they're retarded children. Like, you'd expect children to have this logic. Like, oh, dentist hurt me. I don't want to go to dentist. But, like, when you're a fucking adult, it's just so weird how they have this kind of fucking mindset. Animal Liberation donated $2. Let me see. EPA must reduce fluoride's IQ risk to children. Court says EPA decided what action to take, but it can't ignore the risk. Safe level. Nearly half amount of officials recommend. Adding fluoride to drinking water poses such a sufficient risk of lowering children's IQ. EPA must respond. What is this? Bloomberg? Yeah, I don't know if any of this is true. Send me like an actual peer-reviewed study, preferably a meta-analysis, because I never heard of fluoride reducing IQ in children. Thanks for the donation, though, Animal Liberation.
It's just like a panic attack, you know, like when you start, here we go, like sweaty hands, I start sweating all over and
Jenna's teeth.
Oh my god. How do you live like that? Jesus.
Balls look even worse.
Oh my god. Dude.
10 million people
Are they like fucking meth addicts?
Even registered with a dentist.
IT, absolutely IT comes to the dentist. Something I was really put off with from an early age. I went when I was about 14 and my gum got cut and I bled for ages and it scarred me, really put me off.
I don't really like dentists because, you know, drills and needles and whatnot. It's like, no, I'm all right now with that, but as a kid, you know, it petrified me.
Oh my god.
When I did go, it was just a horrible feeling every
It's
time.
like they're like the goblins from Lord of the Rings.
Might need to have a root canal treatment, a crown, or even extraction. The biggest moral of the whole story is get to your dentist really regularly.
Today, Sarah has come to York to see if one of Britain's top dentists can salvage her smile. Andrea Ubi is going to see if she can undo the damage caused by years of neglect.
Very, very nervous. I've got a headache and I'm very nervous. And I'm tired because I didn't sleep because I was worrying last night, so.
Okay, so if you have a look at the screen, we're going to have a little look around your mouth with the camera. So if you open wide when you're ready. Really bad tooth on the side here, gone very, very deep, and I think you probably need to have a root canal treatment on that. You need to consider taking that one out, but we'll talk about that once we've seen the x-rays, okay? We've got decay on the tips of those teeth, and then a huge amount of decay on that really bad one, that really bad big one there that you can see even better now. So when you get a lot of decay at the front of your mouth, then that kind of implies that it's something you're drinking, so something that's swishing over your teeth, going right to the front. When you get decay on your back teeth, it implies that it's something that you're possibly chewing that's causing the problem. So I think really we've got a bit of both going on there. Your 6 is missing.
One pass of the camera reveals the extent of the sugar damage. Things aren't looking pretty. Andrea estimates Sarah's teeth need over £15,000.
Dude, there's so many sugar-free things now. I don't know why people don't just eat sugar-free stuff.
Worth of work.
We have 10 crowns that need doing, including these 2 at the bottom here, 2 extractions, including those 2 at the top there, and 9 fillings that need doing. Most 20-year-olds around the country, maybe every time they go to the dentist, they may need 1 filling doing maybe once a year or something like that on average. Sarah, on the other hand, she's got huge amounts of treatment to do, and it's just incomparable compared to an average patient of her age.
Before she will even consider starting treatment, she needs Sarah to make a serious commitment. First, she wants Sarah to completely overhaul her diet.
One thing that would concern me is that we fix your teeth, get them to look fantastic, and then if the sugar continues, another couple of years, 2-3 years down the line, we're going to be at square one again. How would you feel about looking into reducing the amount of sugar that you're having?
Definitely cut down, try and stop. Obviously, I'll go for it.
She's also got to clean up her act and get busy with the toothbrush.
So if you have a look down here, if I just do it like that, the bristles don't get between the teeth. Can you see that?
Yeah.
If I squeeze it in like that, can you see the bristles getting between your teeth?
Ah.
I'm not telling you to floss yet, so that's your next lesson. So really good scrubbing. I want scrubbing on the top of your teeth and then scrubbing on the inside of your teeth.
I never really clean the inside. So.
Always clean the inside. And then on your lower teeth, pretend these are your lowers, I want the same thing, and I want pressure.
Sarah faces a simple choice. Give up the sugar or miss out on being treated by one of Britain's top dentists.
Scary. It was like... I do struggle with things bread or corn on the cobs, the no-go area, you know, things like that. Anything you actually have to physically bite into, pick up and bite, can't do it.
Normal chewing is impossible.
Because I've had bad teeth for quite a while, I've learnt to eat with them, so I kind of squish everything with my tongue on the top of my mouth, and sometimes the top of my mouth can get quite sore because I'm eating, like pushing everything to the roof of my mouth rather than... So I've been doing Leonidas for about 10 years. So
The usual procedure is to attach veneers to the healthy tooth. These are undetectable layers of porcelain, custom-made and glued over the surface of the teeth. Rahul estimates that Gemma needs over £20,000 worth of treatment.
Holy
but
shit.
he's presented with a unique challenge.
Our treatment is going to be difficult because the amount of tooth that's been left on these front few teeth is very little.
Rahul's got a cutting-edge solution.
We're going to get a little bit of tooth space by doing a little bit of laser contouring, and that's going to generate a little bit more height as well.
It's a difficult procedure. If Rahul can create enough tooth surface, the plan will then be to attach the porcelain veneers. These will make Gemma's new smile. Brother and sister Jenna and Paul have come to a life-changing decision. They're determined to conquer their dentophobia and stop their terrible teeth dictating their lives.
Walk in there. That's what it's like. It's like you go in somewhere and everybody's just looking at you, and you know that.
With a mouthful of normal teeth.
Here we go. When this blue bit comes off, it's almost like magic. Her teeth will have just changed in shape and size. So just wait for this. Let's take this off and see what we find. Wow.
Holy
Got
shit.
teeth suddenly. Here we go. The moment of
Dude.
truth. This is the real you now. Have a look. You know the mirror? And smile.
Whoa, that's like magic. Holy shit.
Thank you very much.
Oh my god! Wow.
And up to 2 fingers again. Move your fist from there over to this side. All you have to do is lift that hand.
Sarah, has she done enough to persuade Andrea she is worth treating?
No.
For painstaking hours, Andrea has to carefully excavate each tooth. A process known as a root canal treatment.
Inside the tooth it's hollow, and the reamers clean out where the old nerve is and the infected material, and then we need to put a rubber root filling material to perk down to the very end of that, and we've got to measure it, so it's really quite a science getting it right. So we measure the actual length and we take x-rays to confirm the length.
After 9 regular fillings in other teeth, Andrea files them all down in preparation for veneers.
Okay. Do you like it? So we finished phase 1 of the treatment, and those are your temporaries there. So just bite on your back teeth and give yourself a really big smile. It's cool, isn't it?
Definitely.
That's crazy.
These are just temporaries. Her permanent teeth won't be ready for a fortnight, but it's important to protect the newly prepared teeth from the elements.
The teeth are just not sealed. Really, they're made out of acrylic. They're made just for a few weeks, and after that time, they're not going to stand up to wear and tear.
My name's Neil. Neil Taylor. Right. So just kind of general idea.
Check up. But Dr. Taylor's got a good idea of how much work needs to be done.
Fill in your surname and your... Jenna's teeth are savable in the main. There's only one that needs to come out. The others are savable in an ideal world. They are savable with root fillings, maybe 1 or 2 crowns.
Oh my god, she literally doesn't brush.
Is another matter.
The first thing on Dr. Taylor's treatment plan...
Look at that fucking massive load of plaque.
...will be to remove the massive buildup.
Dude, what the fuck are these people doing?
That will be feasible is another matter, so if we could get...
Like they're dumb.
Final teeth.
With Gemma numbed up, Dr. Doshi can get to work. After 6 hours in the chair, Gemma's new smile is finally finished.
Wow.
Way Jenna to sit in the chair so we can begin some essential treatment of plaque that has been in residence in her mouth.
Don't worry, Jenna, don't worry. That hole's supposed to be there. Can you see this? This is stuff that's built up on your tooth. That's why I flicked off. There it is. Here we are. Right there.
I can't do no more today, sorry.
Spelling.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's going to affect your breath and the taste in your mouth and everything.
Despite Dr. Taylor's best efforts, all Jenna could endure was some basic cleaning.
You need to do more, don't you?
There is a long way to go before he...
Dude, what a dumb
Just put your hands up.
bitch.
Okay, let me know and I'll stop. Okay, you're the boss.
The definite results have been fine.
She's hoping her new smile will inspire a new, self-assured Sarah.
It will give me more confidence meeting new people.
Waiting room, but she's still in...
Dude, she's getting, like, she's being offered, like, $20K in free dental work. And then she's like, I can't do it.
In the grip of her phobia.
Right, close, together. Let's have a chat. Let's come round the front.
Animal Liberation, donate $2. Let me see. Fluoride, Children's Intelligence, meta-analysis, using fixed effect model, and negative, oh wait, summarized weighted mean difference is negative 4.97, using fixed effects model, and negative 5, negative 6.51, using random effect model. Which means that children who live in a fluorosis area have 5 times higher odds of developing low IQ than those who live in a non-fluorosis area or a slight fluorosis area. Interesting. Maybe, yeah, maybe. Higher levels of fluoride exposure, such as drinking water, contain more than 1.5 milligrams of fluoride per liter, associated with lower IQ in children. Alright, maybe that is the case. Yeah, like, again, if most people are brushing with, like, a fluoride toothpaste anyway, might be worth getting rid of fluoride. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation. Death of Rabbit, donate $2, bro. Cutting is the hardest thing ever, the amount of discipline it takes. I'm thinking about bulking again, maybe to like 200 or something. I can't take it anymore. Keep cutting or bulk. Well, it's all a matter of perspective, dude. There's a price to pay for everything you do, and it's all just a matter of daily choices you make. You know, if you don't diet, you're gonna have to worry about how you look, how you feel, health consequences down the road if you're quite overweight. And with dieting, like, I mean, all it is pain, right? You can just choose to ignore the pain and not have it bother you. So it's all just a matter of perspective. Thanks for the donation, though, Death of a Rabbit. Appreciate it. Do you like NAS? What is NAS?
My brother's down here and I just
Are looking their best.
I don't know why that dumbass doesn't just go fucking through with it.
Become her phobia.
I feel well pissed off every time. It's my own fault though, I know it is. You know? What did I have done?
What an idiot.
Support him.
President Donald Trump signed a congressional joint resolution that condemns white supremacy, neo-Nazis, and other hate groups.
When he was asked to patriot, and he just doesn't want
America to not go in the direction he doesn't want it to.
It's just like, what an awful, cynical view to have of someone. Like, I just find it very depressing that you can know everything that he's done and tried to do and live through and still have such a bad perspective on him with not even like a pie chart with like a small percentage of maybe he's got these good qualities. It's just like, no, he's a completely selfish asshole. Like, I just can't understand that mindset anymore. Like, I used to be able to at least understand it a little bit. Now I'm just like, yeah, I just have no time for it. Like, he's done so much. He's doing so much. He's trying to get rid of the DI shit in the federal like budget. Not federal budget, but he basically wants to exit from like the
has to say on immigration.
Yeah.
They have like insanely good private healthcare. Why the fuck would we listen to what a celebrity has to say on abortion or something if they can just cough up a certain fee and get whatever the fuck they want? So I think people are kind of catching wind to that. And I think at Trump's rallies, the difference is with the celebrities he has, he just has Hulk Hogan there like ripping his shirt or whatever. It's almost just like a bit of a meme. Like people just enjoy it because it's kind of a meme.
Yeah.
Whereas with the Democrat side, it's almost like you must listen to Cardi B because Cardi B she has the opinions that you need to listen to, and the genocide in Gaza or whatever. It's very just kind of fake. Trump will get on stage during when the whole ISIS stuff was happening in Syria. He doesn't care who's in the room. He doesn't care if some Arabs are in the room. He doesn't care if whoever's in the room. He just goes, I will bomb the shit out of ISIS. Like he literally said that on stage. He doesn't use this. Look at the contrast between Obama when he did the thing about bin Laden being assassinated.
Yeah, the left needs to drop the, politically correct type of speaking. That's definitely one of Trump's big appeals. I don't even know how they tolerate acting like that. Like, I could never be a typical politician and, say everything in the most, correct, soft terms. I'd be like, no, we're going to exterminate ISIS. Fuck them. We're going to bomb the shit out of you.
And then Trump's thing on the spiel about that Abu Bakr guy being assassinated. Just how different they are. It's just like hilarious that he doesn't have to. He's neither a celebrity nor even a politician. He's just this kind of character.
He's definitely authentic. He's not fake, but they did engage with public relations and publicity with the McDonald's stunt and what was the other one? That was something else.
He did garbage. Yeah.
Again, with keeping in mind that it was aimed at middle class people saying about this post, and it's basically like a community node model. And yeah, I really think his presence and the things that he's done has.
Rogan's podcast and said, vote for Peanut and Fred. Yeah. There's all these MAGA people online. A great
out a vision and agenda that was running against the system, if you will, and the American people have delivered a decisive electoral mandate.
How did you call this so badly?
So I'll eat halal liver on your show for you. I was wrong.
Democrats embraced a deranged conspiracy.
Death of Rabbit, don't tell her it's NAS, not NAS. Skip through these. I'm not into gangster rap.
Fuck who did I offend? Rappers sit back humble. You mad because your money come doing what I'm doing. Ready to kill you.
Yeah, I'm just not into gangster rap.
I got you stuck off the realness. We be the
I like Mobb Deep. Like this song.
infamous. You heard of us. Official Queensbridge murderers. The more around, but they never come close. These words home and think it you don't.
I do like that song. Yeah, not into that. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit.
Theory that Trump was a Russian asset, and they've only doubled down. The process they've embraced.
Donald Trump ran on strength, security, right? The Secretary of Defense is Pete Hegseth.
You undermining him is only a foxhole. It's just you being disrespectful.
This is putting lipstick on a pig. This is a reach.
I think it's an inspired choice. The way to solve.
We'll discuss that and more with my panel of uncensored luminaries. The first, a national security expert who's tipped by many to play a significant role in Trump's foreign policy, Elbridge Colby. Mr. Colby, thank you very much for joining me.
Good to be with you, Piers.
What should we read into Donald Trump's early picks for his cabinet? What's the message he wants us to receive from this?
Well, I mean, let me be clear. I don't speak for President Trump. He speaks for himself and the transition and so forth. But I think you really got to bear in mind something, just listening to your intro, is that President Trump is in command here. He's been given a decisive electoral mandate by the American people.
Would he come to any tellers now? If we get more vids about terrorists being killed, that's good.
Tonight was a great night for the United States and for the world. A brutal killer one who has caused so much hardship and death, has violently been eliminated. He will never again harm another innocent man, woman, or child. He died like a dog. He died like a coward. The world is now a much safer place. He was a sick and depraved man.
Yeah, we can
Details
only
tonight
hope.
on
Thanks for the donation, Bootycum. India's most wanted terrorist charged in Toronto shooting. Oh, this is great.
CTV News exclusive on one of India's most wanted terrorists being held here in Canada and linked to a violent shooting. Now we are learning that confidential details of the case have been leaked and are being shared across India. CTV's Adrian Gabriel has the update.
The arrest of a man deemed a terrorist by India's government on Canadian soil is now making international headlines. Arshdeep Singh Gill, better known by the alias Arsh, is accused of being behind multiple violent attacks in India while living in Canada. Well, the details released
How exactly did this guy get to fucking Canada?
By police have been scarce.
Dude, Canadian immigration is actually fucked right now. This is like what, the third or fourth known terrorist that's being arrested in Canada in like the last few months. And this guy was actually able to carry out a shooting too. The other people they caught, they were able to foil the terrorist plot before they actually did it.
A CTV News investigation has uncovered that Dalla and another man were arrested and charged in October after an alleged shootout on this rural road in Milton, Ontario. And now CTV News has learned that a confidential
That's not too far from where I used to live.
Document that purports to be the Crown Attorney's synopsis for the case has been leaked and, according to media overseas, has gone viral in India.
A distinct possibility.
Bootycum donate tellers, our Indians in the UK are chill. Why the fuck are your Indians all fucking retarded? Well, it's just the Sikh separatists here that are fucking insane. Thanks for the donation though, Bootycum. Oh, hey, Gummy. Oh, my sweet little gum.
That somebody with India's interests in mind have decided to share the information that's not necessarily in Canada's interests.
A Crown synopsis isn't a...
What's this meowing? What's this meowing? Yeah, you're a kitty. You go meow. Oh, I love you, Gum. Oh, Gummy's such a sweet kitty. I love him.
A filing that you can walk into a courthouse and gain access to. It's essentially the details of an attorney's case, which in this case haven't been made public yet in Canada, though that hasn't stopped the allegations in the alleged report from being shared far and wide in India. Ontario's Ministry of the Attorney General's office confirming to CTV News that what has been shared in India is contained within the Crown brief, the contents of which are confidential. One former CSIS terrorism...
Oh yeah, isn't there that fucking guy who was wanted for a terrorist bombing that killed like 20 people in France? He's in Canada working as a fucking professor at a university.
Analyst believes the apparent breach could be an example of the reach the Indian government may have inside Canada.
If the information was in fact passed, it could have been someone here in Canada with links to either the Indian government, the Indian security services.
For 2 days now, CTV News has been requesting a comment from the Office of Canada's Minister of Foreign Affairs. So far, our questions...
Oh, is he a fucking Sikh separatist?
...have been met with silence. Dalla and the co-accused in this case both addressed this Superior Court in Milton, Ontario today while being held in custody. And they're expected to appear once more tomorrow when a date will be set.
Dude, that is just absolutely insane how many fucking terrorists are brought over here on like student visas and shit.
He's laid out a very clear vision of America first, of peace through strength, as he said it in his memorable, I think, historic victory, and then his victory speech that night in Florida. He said, I don't start wars, I end them. He knows the crowd now. This is not like it was in late 2016 when he was new to Washington. He knows the kind of team he wants to assemble. He's bringing together people who have shown their loyalty, represent different parts of the country and the constituencies and so forth. But I think I just really stress that he knows what he's doing, I think, and he's got a clear vision. He's got a mandate to pursue it. So I think that's the message that we should receive.
people are reacting in different ways to some of these announcements. Pete Hegseth, who I know from Fox, he's an excellent broadcaster. He's obviously served his country very courageously in wars in Afghanistan, Iraq, and others. He's won medals for this. But people say, look, the guy's not remotely qualified for a position of Secretary of Defense. What would you say to people that think that?
Well, I disagree. I think, as you pointed out, he's a decorated combat veteran, a highly educated guy. He's published multiple books, and I'd say with all respect, being a leading television figure is a very tough job, and he's developed a real following. He's shown a clear commitment to a kind of America First agenda. He's got a wide following and admiration in this country, and I think there's sort of different models and different ways of having people who can lead a large department with people there supporting the principle, as you say. And I think also Pete Hegseth has shown real commitment to veterans. He has, I think, a clear kind of finger feel for veterans' concerns and what war means for the American soldier and his or her family. I'd also point out that Senator Roger Wicker just recently said supportive things about Pete Hegseth, and some of the critiques are coming from quarters that I think are validating some of the people. Former Vice President Cheney's key advisor was critical. There's
Gum Gum. Yeah, come here, Gum Gum. Don't step on my keyboard, please.
a political piece that said there was an unnamed defense industry lobbyist.
Oh, that's a good Gum Gum. Love you, Gum Gum. You're so beautiful.
Was criticizing him, which says to me, well, maybe that's a good sign.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, Trump is never going to do things the normal way, and he certainly has always talked to draining the Washington swamp. Is the nomination of people like Pete Hegseth,
the determination about lower IQs in children was based primarily on epidemiological study? Well, yeah, no shit. You can't run randomized trials where you might actually cause developmental defects in children. Non-U.S. countries where children receive total fluoride exposure amounts higher than 1.5 milligrams. Okay.
Is that a clear message to the world that I'm just not going to play by the normal Washington rulebook? I'm going to have left field picks in here who are people who I think understand perhaps.
U.S. Public Health Service currently recommends 0.7 milligrams per liter, and World Health Organization has set safe limit for fluoride in drinking water of 1.5 milligrams per liter. All right.
Things like the Department of Defense better than some of the people who've been running it.
Well, I mean, look, Piers, I think it's, if you ran things the normal way over the last 30 years, we would crash right into the iceberg, the proverbial iceberg. And that's where the Biden-Harris administration and what I call the liberal primacist alliance has put us. We're a couple thousand yards away from that looming iceberg right now, and we do need dramatic change. In fact, I hope that's a signal of dramatic change. I think Pete Hegseth has clearly been committed to that. I don't want to speak for him or anything like that, but I think that's the signal. And I think a lot of the voices, I mean, there's a bizarre presumption on the part of a lot of, like, for instance, these 4-stars or retired civilian officials who were instrumental in the invasion of Iraq, in the long and ultimately failed war in Afghanistan, et cetera. And I'm thinking to myself, on what basis are these people passing judgment? Of course we need change. So if anything, I hope that represents change. Again, I don't speak for President Trump, but I think
say to people that think that. Zone News, Aramata. Well, welcome to all of you, a high-powered panel to thrash all this out. Let's start with you, Wijaya, because last time I spoke to you, you said, quotes, that you would eat crow on this show if you were proven spectacularly wrong with the results of the election. And let's just remind you of what you said.
This is why Republicans are painted in a corner, right? I feel bad for them. The people have come out to defend Trump. There's two things they can't defend. January 6th, Roe v. Wade. Those are two galvanizing factors, which is why I believe Kamala Harris, I'm going to say in front of the camera, is going to win tomorrow. And if I'm wrong, he's buying me halal crow, which I will eat on your side.
Yes, I am. I hope you brought some with you, Jaya.
Well, first and foremost, thank you so much for referring to all of us as your luminaries. That makes me feel really good. And I'm a man of my word, Piers Morgan. This is not halal crow, but it's halal liver. So I will eat halal liver on your show for you. I was wrong, and I'm eating halal liver. And at the very least, I hope you can say, Rajat and I disagree, but he's a man of his word. Hopefully he's consistent in his principles. So that's halal liver. It's not that good. I hope your fans are happy. And at the very least, I hope you can have a man of my word. That's halal liver, not crow, but liver. Hopefully I don't choke live on air. In response... the foreign policy. Listen, Donald Trump says a lot.
Well, hang on. I'm not asking you about that yet. I actually just want to ask you one thing.
You want me just to eat the crow? All right.
No, you can finish your liver, but I can't think of liver without thinking of Hannibal Lecter, actually. We'll keep off that. Just to be clear, you weren't just wrong. I mean, every reason you gave for why Kamala was obviously going to win turned out to be non-existent. Women didn't rush to vote for her because of abortion. There was no great rush to vote as a protest to January the 6th. Trump broke records for himself with almost every demographic possible. And he won everything. The White House, the Senate, the House. He's going to get more judges on the Supreme Court. He won everything. How did you, and I say this with great respect, but how did you call this so badly? Why did you possibly think, because I kept trying to tell you, Kamala Harris is a terrible candidate and Trump's going to win. Why were you so wrong?
So the reason why I was so wrong, I was wrong twice, 2016, 2024. I thought it would swing 1.5 points her way. When we were talking on your show, if you remember, you asked us, well, how could be some reasons how he wins? And you said, and just for the sake of entertaining, and I said, yeah, maybe the men come out for him, men of color, and he gets enough people in the swing states. When all is said and done, Pierce, as the data is being collected, as we know, he will get less than 50%. He will beat her by 2 points. For perspective, in 2020, Biden beat Trump by 4.4 points. It's not an overwhelming
We
mandate,
won the popular vote, Vijay. Come on.
yeah, well, wait, but less than 50%, number one. He's going to beat her by maybe 2 points, number two. There's a fascinating trend around the world. In the past 140 years, this has never happened. Nearly every single incumbent party around the world has lost. Fascinating, number one. Number two, if you look at the polls, it's fascinating. Most people, when blindly presented with Kamala Harris's policies, including Trump voters, supported it. Most people who had incorrect facts about economy, inflation, immigration, crime, went to Trump. Most people who had correct facts went to Kamala Harris. So I think there's a lot of things that factor here. Number one, I do think even if Biden would have run, I think he would have been even worse. Looking at the internal polling, there's a fascinating phenomenon right now that's happening in 2024. Nearly every incumbent party has lost around the world. Number two, the racism and misogyny I think is caked in, which is why Trump attacked her. A lot of people, I thought, Piers, listen, I thought enough people in 2024 would be okay voting for a black woman. I was wrong. Number three, right-wing disinformation really worked on $140 million.
So to be clear, it was about, just to be clear, Vijay, hang on, just to be clear. So far, you categorized the reasons that people voted for Trump and not your woman, Kamala Harris, was racism, sexism, right-wing disinformation, and because they were basically too stupid.
Yeah. Like, yeah. Obviously. I think that's obvious, especially disinformation and just dumb people.
Stupid.
No, I didn't say that. The number one.
Well, they didn't
factor
believe
is that-
facts, as you put it. So they voted.
No,
they voted on the wrong facts. I mean, I'm not being funny, Vijay, but it does seem to me you
Look at
are.
the number one factor.
You
No,
are.
wait, can
You
you just
are.
add the number one
If you don't
factor?
mind me saying,
Add the
you
number
are
one factor.
sounding. You are sounding quite ludicrously deluded. I've got to be fair to you and say I like you and I respect you, but honestly, you are. Let's bring in Clay Travis, who can't stop laughing. I mean, Clay,
I said you're
hang
guy
on,
one.
hang
I
on.
admitted
You've had a
it.
good start, and I'll bring you back. Clay, I've really noticed this trend, which is rather than just admit what I was saying for the entire campaign from when Kamala Harris came in, which is she was a terrible candidate who couldn't seem to articulate any policy for how she would improve the fortunes of the country, and quickly reverted to the Hillary Clinton failed playbook of surrounding herself with Beyonce and pop.
Son Goku donated $2. Let me see.
I love bulking, and I'm not gonna stop no matter what anyone says. I don't care about the extra fat gain. I can easily transition from fluffy to shredded within the same year. I want the best possible results, even if they're considered marginal on paper. To me, it's worth it. I fight for those small percentages. Limited research on non-elite naturals won't change my position. I value experience and high-level anecdotes above all else. That's why I bulk every year. For guaranteed progress, the best recovery, the best strength gains, and maybe an extra pound of muscle. Some charts dismiss that as not worth calculating, but over the years, it really adds up. So in today's video, I want to poke some holes in the arguments against bulking using common sense and critical thinking. To start, there are only 4 studies on bulking, all of which acknowledge major limitations, and just 2 are frequently referenced for their accuracy. Let's
I'm farting a lot.
briefly examine those 2. To begin, regarding the most recent study by Eric Helms and colleagues, effect of small and large energy surpluses in strength, muscle, and skin fold thickness in resistance trained individuals, a parallel group design, 17 participants were randomized into maintenance calories, a 5% surplus, and a 15% surplus for just 8 weeks. The average bench press 1 rep max went from 215 to 235, and squat from 310 to 330, both increasing by 20 pounds. This is normal progress, expected for late novices regardless of perfect dieting, which is significant as diet becomes more crucial when progress slows down with plateaus emerging in the intermediate phase. Here, the minimum requirement was only 6 months of lifting experience, resulting in a mixed group with the majority being novices, thus ensuring faster linear newbie gains. The study also states all 3 groups increased squat and bench press 1 rep max, and despite the group-based finding that high gained more bench press strength than moderate and main, our regression did not reveal any evidence of a relationship between squat or bench press 1 rep max strength gains and increases in body mass. Yet, we know that both powerlifting lifts are highly dependent on weight gain. How can they claim no relationship when every single strong bencher or squatter will tell you there is? There's more cushion for the pushing, which you won't spot with these low numbers, especially.
Oh. I might have to poop again. Yeah, I gotta poop again. I'm pooping a lot. It's nice being able to shit every day now that I'm eating. Alright, I'm gonna go take a quick poop. Shouldn't take too long. I think I got most of the poop out last time. But I'm gonna go take a poop, and I'll be right back. Gummy, do you want to come poop with me? Do you want to come poop with me, Gum Gum? Oh, he's got a ball. Okay, he's playing. Alright. Sorry, I don't have an extra camera to bring in the bathroom with me. But I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go take a poop. I'll be right back, Gum Gum. I'm just gonna go poop. Love you, Gummy. You're my Gum Gum. Doing Gum Gum. Yeah, I love my Gum Gum. Here's your ball. Yeah, that's your ball. I love you, Gummy. Oh my god, you're so big and you have such big kitty paws. I freaking love you. Gummy is so beautiful. Oh my god. You're just so majestic. Oh, I love his big kitty paws. Yeah, I love you, Gum Gum. Gummy and I are really good friends now. Freaking love Gum Gum. I think I ate too much broccoli. I had like almost an entire bag. Fucking love broccoli. But I think it gave me diarrhea. Bend over, donate $2. Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's like the time he soiled himself at that dinner party.
I was so sorry to hear that your father passed away.
Yes, it spread through his body so fast, but he's at peace now, and the whole thing...
Oh! And on this day, the Sabbath, we gather here to... Oh!
Yeah.
Now I can get myself to the... Uh-oh!
Uh-oh. Your powers are weak, old man.
Yeah, thanks for the donation, Ben.
Actually in just 8 weeks. So what can you even detect when the gains are this average and this predictable? This is exactly what you would expect in first-year lifters. There's no new insights here. I wouldn't expect faster or slower progress. This is played out thousands of times in many novice programs. It is the most common pattern I can think of. Those who have been training for years already went through this honeymoon phase. Compare that to bulking for an entire year after linear gains completely cease, plus training all out because you can handle the extra recovery demands, and we'll get a very different study. So what else might go undetected in a short-term study with a small sample size, none of whom would place well in any competition, whether it be for powerlifting or bodybuilding? We need to document stronger lifters who are transitioning into higher levels, which requires running longer training blocks with pristine dieting. Monitor their performance gain when they gain weight. And if there's not enough funding, don't run the study or make big claims on social media. Do it right if you want to help professionals in this space. In the real world, every time strength athletes move up a weight class, even if some of it is from fat gain, their strength skyrockets, especially in the squat and bench. The fact that studies don't show this correlation is proof that the science is missing something. I'm calling this out now because eventually these gaps will be addressed. Regarding the surplus itself, there wasn't a significant difference in gains between a 5% and 15% surplus, and neither group showed substantial muscle growth to begin with. And keep in mind, the programming was very powerlifting centric, not a lot of accessories, with 3 times a week frequency featuring reps in reserve in varying percentages. So there was also a skill acquisition component. A lot of potential performance gains could have been due to technical improvements. So it's hard to draw comparisons when the net results were pretty meh. Again, this is why you need longer training blocks for more trained lifters. That's when hidden differences may start to appear. However, what is interesting is that the study notes the biceps brachii, the muscle which received the greatest stimulus in the study, may have been positively impacted by greater body mass gain, albeit slightly. And thus, if an overfeeding strategy is followed, it may be more successful from a body composition standpoint if accompanied by a more stimulative training protocol for all muscle groups. Yet, the authors recommend that more advanced trainees consume smaller surpluses and gain weight more slowly. This is a weird contradiction for the sake of caution. It's like the discussions around volume studies. Most lifters won't run the maximum volume they can technically recover from, but some hardcore lifters want that option, and they should have the right to know that it's possible, even if it's vastly diminishing returns. It's the same case with bulking. If the goal is the most muscle growth, then the negatives of health or disproportionate fat gain don't take away from the target positive. This shouldn't be hard to understand. So an interesting takeaway is the observation that it is possible, however, that faster rates of body mass gain could enhance hypertrophy to some degree if a sufficient training stimulus is provided. So combining high stimulus training with a larger surplus may be more anabolic? That would make for a great follow-up study, which we don't have yet. But influencers are already making videos and posts entitled, "Bulking is Dead," citing this exact study. Crazy, right? The authors also suggest in well-trained overfeeding populations, higher frequency and volume protocols may produce more favorable body composition changes than we observed. Okay, so more work combined with more food might yield better results. How surprising. 20 rep squats and milk, anyone? Or how about running the small off squat program on maintenance versus a surplus, say with a 440 or 500 pound 1 rep max? Do you think the maintenance group would have the same experience as those in the surplus? I don't believe so for a second, and I'd love to see that study. Historically, the hardest programs have always been run in a surplus, and for good reason. Next, let's pull up the previous well-known study that everyone's been making videos about for years. Effect of nutritional intervention on body composition and performance in elite athletes by Garth and colleagues. The researchers compared a small surplus with a larger one in elite athletes.
Mike $2, what would you say to someone who says men should get married for tax benefits? You don't get tax benefits for marriage. You only get tax benefits if you can claim your spouse as a dependent. So if your wife doesn't work, then you can claim a tax benefit. Otherwise, you can't. So in Canada, the US, the UK, I don't know about the rest of Europe, you don't get any tax benefits for being married unless your spouse is a dependent. Thanks for the donation though, Mike.
Setting the calories at an average of 3,000 versus 3,600. Basically, it's a comparison of adding 100 extra calories versus 500. The conclusion was that a 200 to 300 calorie surplus is probably ideal, not maintenance or the lower.
Q donated $2. Let me see.
Hi everyone, my name is Whitney and I'm a registered dental hygienist and someone who brushes her teeth every day with fluoride toothpaste because fluoride toothpaste is not toxic. Let's talk. There are many misconceptions and myths about fluoride circulating on social media, and the number one myth is that fluoride is toxic. Here's the thing. Fluoride can be toxic, but so can everything. Even the oxygen in the air we breathe. If the level of oxygen is too high, it would be toxic to our lungs. The toxicity is in the dose. Same goes for fluoride. The dose of fluoride that we are exposed to through toothpaste, it's not even close to toxicity. The probable toxic dose of toothpaste is about 11 milligrams of sodium fluoride per kilogram of body weight. So a child weighing about 40 pounds would need to ingest about 200 milligrams of sodium fluoride to reach the toxic dose. Given that a typical tube of fluoride toothpaste contains about 4 to 6 ounces of toothpaste and around 1 milligram of fluoride per gram of toothpaste, a child would need to consume a significant amount of toothpaste, eating about 7 ounces or 1 to 1.5 tubes of toothpaste in one sitting to reach toxic levels. And here's the thing, whether you're a child or an adult, you're not supposed to eat toothpaste. You're not supposed to be consuming it. Toothpaste is to be used as a topical paste that you brush your teeth with and then spit it out. And the same goes for many things we use on our bodies, such as chapstick. You're not supposed to be eating that either, right? Even though it's put on your lips close to your mouth where you would eat, you shouldn't eat the whole stick of lip balm or lipstick. Same goes for shampoo, conditioner, lotion, nail polish, hand sanitizer. Everyday products have specific uses and are safe when used as directed, but they can be toxic if used incorrectly. If you drink a whole bottle of shampoo, that'd be bad. You get a little tummy ache, right? Just like fluoride toothpaste. If you eat the whole tube, that would be bad. You would probably get a tummy ache. But if you use it properly, it is safe and beneficial and recommended for improving dental health. Now, I know people will debate me in the comments about how we may ingest a little by accident when brushing our teeth. However, the amount you may swallow, of course, depends on the amount used, swallowing control, and frequency of brushing. But the typical amounts of fluoride ingested daily from toothpaste, if any, is 0.1 milligrams to 0.25 milligrams for infants and kids and 0.1 milligrams for adults. Now, since the dose to cause systemic toxicity for sodium fluoride is about 11 milligrams per kilogram, for an adult who weighs around 180 pounds, this would amount to 900 milligrams of fluoride, which is equivalent to eating between 4 to 8 tubes in one sitting. 900 milligrams is way more than 0.1, which is the possible amount we may ingest. As for a kid who weighs 40 pounds, like we said earlier, it would be about 200 milligrams of fluoride, again, way more than the 0.1 to 0.25. Consuming these levels of fluoride from the potential swallowing while using toothpaste with standard fluoride concentrations would be practical toothpaste that doesn't contain fluoride. That's not a correct statement, right? Fluoride is not only naturally occurring in Earth, but because of that, it's also found naturally in plenty of things that we eat and drink. It's around 0.22 milligrams. So just from drinking 1 cup of coffee at a certain dose, even the water we drink, speak too soon, watch out shrimp, they're coming for you. All jokes aside, for those who still claim that fluoride toothpaste is a toxin, just know that they are either forgetting that everything can be toxic at a certain dose, like we talked about earlier, how even the oxygen we breathe can be toxic at a certain dose, even the water we drink. Water itself, all fluoride is not toxic at the levels we are exposed to. Either people are forgetting that, or they are trying to sell their own non-fluoride product, and they are using fear to sell their product. Truth. So yeah, people know that advertising with misinformation has the potential to sell them more products. Most everyone pushing non-fluoride toothpaste is financially backed. The biggest advocates against fluoride are the ones financially invested in non-fluoride to align with their own agenda. You know, you could find almost any organization. If the study results you are using to prove your point was based on 5 people, that is an insane. Someone credible interpret the data is critical. a tube of non-fluoride toothpaste because they are scared of say nanohydroxyapatite non-fluoride toothpaste. That's fine, you do you. The studies on nanohydroxyapatite look promising. It is of fluoride in preventing tooth decay and strengthening tooth.
Okay, well, thanks for the donation, Q.
Surplus tested in this study, as there were still observable differences. Influencers don't mention these differences either because they didn't read the study or intentionally cherry-pick the findings. So at first glance, they'll often say, look at the chart. You gain more fat than lean mass in a traditional bulk, and lean gains don't scale linearly with more calories. True, that's the case. But if you look at the white bar, you'll notice a greater improvement in lean body mass. Yes, the muscle to fat gain ratio sucks if you're aggressively bulking, and the increase may not be significant, though it was significant for legs. More on that later. But you do gain more muscle from a larger surplus, just with 5 times more fat gain initially. That's what the chart shows. It's not equal for either and never was. And no one who advocates for bulking argues that. So the small addition may not seem worth it to many since it'll necessitate a longer cut, but that doesn't negate the fact that it's real. And in no way are any of these surpluses the same as maintenance calorie gains. That is not what's being suggested here. And remember, these are in-season athletes who aren't likely to gain much muscle in the first place. So expecting a significant difference in 12 weeks is not realistic to begin with. Now here's what's funny. These same dismissive influencers will also say you can build muscle in a small deficit as long as it's under 500 calories. That it's easier to do so when you're at a higher body fat. They will also argue that bulking isn't worth it because you might lose muscle in a prolonged cut. But if, as they say, it's easier to maintain muscle at a higher body fat and build muscle in a slight deficit, shouldn't that combination after bulking lead to optimal muscle gains? By their own criteria, isn't this the perfect combination for recomping? So doesn't this imply that any extra fat gain from bulking isn't actually a downside, even if the cut takes longer, since you're still gaining muscle? And therefore, the slight edge, though it isn't significant, is no longer a con, as the net gain is ultimately higher? What is it then? We can't argue two diametrically opposing points. So how isn't anyone spotting this clear contradiction?
Look at his tail, dude.
Now, going back to the study, the authors
God,
also
so
mention, although NCG athletes were closely monitored, 13, so 62%, did not accomplish their weight gain goal, with a cutoff value between 0.51%. This suggests that larger surpluses doesn't necessarily end in excess fat gain. Over time, you will reach a set point where appetite naturally stabilizes. Some athletes succeeded in periods, but couldn't maintain the weight gain during the season, further implying that bulking tends to level out the initial jolt of fat gain over time. So what we see in that chart is not going to play out long term. So these athletes were not getting fatter, and best of all, they received dietary counseling. Let me stress, over 60%, the majority, were unable to gain additional fat despite this being the objective. That was the whole point. This means that even an aggressive surplus eventually narrows down to a reasonable lower number. They would not have gained another 15 pounds by the end of the year like some influencers have falsely claimed, because that would assume a linear relationship. So it eventually devolves into a lean bulk, but you only see that when more months pass by, which we were starting to observe by the end of the study, but then it stopped. Bet you never heard that before. Therefore, if elite athletes struggle to gain fat under these conditions, who are we to assume were any different? They were also in season, so not in an optimal condition for maximum muscle growth, as central fatigue and the interference effect was constantly present. The authors acknowledge this problem too. If you're under-recovered due to your sport, then that can hurt the gym gains, which diet can only do so much to help. Overall, programming is still number one. One last key omission that influencers don't take from this.
Oh my God. Oh, I love you. Oh my goodness. Do you guys see this? Oh my God, I love you. Oh, you are such a nice boy. Oh, this is my little cuddle cat. Look at him. Oh, I love you. My sweet little gum gum. My sweet little gum gum. Oh, what a nice kitty. I love you, Gummy. Yeah, you're a good boy. Oh, what a little sweetie. Yeah, I love you, Gummy. Oh, my little baby. I love you so much, Gum Gum. You're the nicest kitty. Yeah, you're so nice. You're so nice.
The study, and I quote, "The nutritional counseling group has significantly higher gains in leg lean body mass than the ad libitum group, but there were no significant differences between groups in total lean body mass or performance." So leg muscle lean body mass did grow significantly more, something completely overlooked by many. Is that not a benefit if your legs are lagging? And most importantly, the squat 1 rep max did not significantly differ. This rules out the leverage nitpick, since squats are highly leverage dependent, as discussed earlier, and a larger body with bigger gut would typically help you push out of the bottom. And that's the other misconception I wanted to expose. So let's stop talking about the science for now. I'm tired of hearing that progressive overload in a surplus is only being caused by improved leverages. This is deceptive, downplaying your legitimate progress by making it seem like it's just weight moving weight. It's twisting a portion of the truth, because leverages do come along for the ride, which has led to this idea that if you can only induce progressive overload in a surplus, then your program sucks. Or if you can't build muscle and lose fat, your program sucks. Really? Are we suggesting that only a select few influencers have the right programs? Seems pretty fucking convenient for them, that everyone else is wrong and they're the only ones with the answers. Especially when all—
Do you personally use waterproof bike panniers? If you do, which bike panniers do you recommend? You mean for like my motorcycle? Yeah, I use the, I have a set of Kappa aluminum panniers. They're the same as the Jivy Trekker. So they're basically the Jivy Trekker panniers.
Skip 2539. I know I sent this to you yesterday, but you interacting with Gum Gum reminded me of this, lol.
Let me take a look. Thanks for the donation, Ben. So yeah, I basically use these. The Kappa ones are exactly the same. It's just that they're slightly cheaper. I think like $20 cheaper. But yeah. Those are, it's the K-Force Trekker Outback. I have the 48 liter side cases and the 58 liter top box. $5.39. I think somebody already sent me this.
The most cutest kitty in the whole world. Yes, you are. And to think that mean old man had you all to himself. Oh, little...
Yeah, that's me. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
all they have are mechanistic speculations. These are not evidence-based or outcome-driven claims. So what's their solution? Join their coaching groups, buy their programs, and you'll supposedly gain just as much muscle and strength while maintaining or being in a calorie deficit, unlike the so-called bro meatheads who and pull-ups, where there's no range of motion obstructions. Why do we still see better progress in a surplus? Why do those exercises go down in a deficit for advanced lifters? For example, I can do 225 times 5 on dips when bulked, but only 225 times 2 when shredded. Even if it's just a few reps off, which would technically be normal for a cut, the total weight lifted is down by 25 pounds. Shouldn't it be the opposite? up by 25 pounds, which is funny enough, my bulked 1 rep max, or worst case, maintaining the 5 reps. There's no range of motion or form differences, and this was before depletion on a slow cut. Similarly, why can I do a 365 pound total pull-up at 175 body weight, but only 350 at 160? Shouldn't the total weight be the same if it's just about leverage, which, by the way, doesn't even apply to this lift? How is being fatter helping your pull-ups? It should be making it worse. Now, if you think I'm somehow cherry picking because there's a calisthenics element, how about we consider everyone's favorite gym bro lift, the bench press. When bulked, why can you press significantly more with a camber bar and long pause compared to a touch and go bench with a straight bar when shredded? When bulked, you have worse leverages here due to a larger range of motion in the bottom. Can literally be 4 down holes on the safeties. Yet somehow you're still significantly stronger.
Oh my God, I love
Clearly,
this cat.
something else is driving that progress out of what should.
What about bicycle panniers? I have no idea. I've never used bicycle panniers. Right now I only have a mountain bike, and I was only doing road cycling before. I had a cyclocross bike. I never used panniers.
To be a weaker position. The range of motion differences have been addressed from the thick.
No. She's going after the mouse cursor again. Gum. It's just a mouse cursor on a screen. It's not actually there. Okay, why don't you just chase after the centipedes on the floor? Just get the centipedes, okay? Just get the centipedes. Mwah. I love you. Oh my God, you're so sweet. Mwah. This is the nicest kitty. He is just such a sweet cuddle cat. Mwah. I love you so much, Gum. Mwah. You're my little baby. You're my little baby. I love you. Oh, Gum is so sweet. Look at him. Look how handsome. Look at my handsome Gum. Such a sweet boy. I love you.
Thicker torso circumference. The arm bend is just as low now, if not lower. To add on to this, why can't we hit our bulk max with a board press plus elbow wraps, let alone with a slingshot? These easier variations should reflect bulk strength, but somehow it's not instantly there. Even with cheating techniques, we can't replicate the numbers, even if we assume identical leverages from day one.
No.
That proves there's something about the process of bulking that kills plateaus and results in overall better performance gains. Here's some more questions. Why are there so few elite natural powerlifters in the IPF who are shredded, even in the lower weight classes? The average body fat is around 15%, the lowest around 12%. Why is there the same phenomenon in street lifting? Also, why do sumo wrestlers have high fat-free mass indexes comparable to natural bodybuilders, and even higher in direct comparisons? Doesn't that refute the P-ratio argument, suggesting that being heavier itself is anabolic? We're not sedentary or following the standard American diet, and normal testosterone levels don't significantly affect natural lifting strength, whether slightly higher or lower. For example, Matt Wenning had a 500-pound bench press naturally with low testosterone before hopping on PEDs, then added 120 pounds after. Also, why did silver era bodybuilders have FFMIs up to 28 in the 15% body fat range and rejecting the leaner standards of the bronze era? Why didn't any of them promote maintaining to build size or being shredded year round? Are we to believe that after 40 or 50 years of natural training, they wouldn't have changed their stance or learned from those who came before them? That they never found something better? It's a bit hard to believe. There's too many stretches here. So my experiences, observations, and analysis align with bodybuilding lore, as Fazlifts likes to say, not with novel speculations suggesting otherwise. Why do we see the same phenomenon in the WNBF today? Why are there 0 natural bodybuilders, including those who stay relatively shredded or max out at 12% body fat year-round, who grow into a show? Do they not track everything, slowly losing fat and extend their cuts beyond 12 weeks to preserve muscle? On paper, they should be prime examples of maintaining. Contrast that with steroid users who do grow into a show, and these concepts begin to fall apart. Why can't naturals grow into a show? Why?
Gummy, no.
This is a very big question mark. Are the majority of competitors that uninformed when it comes to programming? And if they somehow are, what does that mean for the masses who don't live for this? And remember, the criticizing influencers are usually enhanced. Even TRT makes a difference, particularly when shredded. Never forget. Also, why is my fat-free mass index over 25 when I'm bulked or even decently lean? But
hey, Gum. No. That's just a cursor. What a sweet cat butt. I love you.
But it drops to the 24 range when I'm shredded, even after maintaining my weight and rebounding in strength. How can you lose an entire point if your muscle mass and strength levels haven't changed significantly, just as the studies indicate? And you lost the weight in the best way possible. Do these experiences not matter? Oh, anecdote! And what about your story? Don't forget about where you started and how far you've come. Interestingly, the most vocal anti-bulkers often have a long history of bulking themselves. All the best naturals I know went through at least one major bulk. Yet some now claim it wasn't necessary. I could have gone a different path. But that's not what they did, even with prior knowledge, because we heard the same things 10 years ago. Remember, some of these studies are old, yet were rejected when new. So it's easy to forget where you came from, saying things like, don't do what I did, I regret it, and wouldn't have done it all over again. Imagine if I, the bear mode guy, suddenly claimed that this whole journey was a wasted time, that nothing worthwhile came out of it. Yet those were the years I made the most gains. Gains I still benefit from today. Calling that journey worthless? Come on. What's some months of cutting after years of bulking? It's not a big deal. And for former skinny guys or hard gainers, which I once was at 120 pounds, my starting point was with abs, I think bulking is game changing. It permanently shifts your appetite and set point, making it harder to stay small. Call this super...
You know what's funny? Gummy, likes the smell of my armpits, so if I end up sleeping with my arms up, he, jams his face into my armpits and then, might bite my armpits. It's really weird. Yeah, Gum. Oh, that's such a good kitty. I love you, Gummy. Oh, I love you so much. Yeah, you're such a good boy.
For bro science, but I don't see how I could have gone from 120 to 160 at the same body fat. It would have been painfully slow, likely leading to program hopping or giving up. So even if it could work, the prospect of quitting is far too great. And you know what else is frustrating? Working against the seasons. Like bulking in the summer and cutting in the winter.
Why are you
biting? Who really wants to do that? We generally gain weight in the winter, tend to be less active, and hard training boosts appetite.
No biting.
Why not embrace a winter bulk? As a Canadian, I'll tell you, cutting in winter is depressing. It's already generally cold. So imagine when it's minus 30 or minus 40 outside. That's a whole different level of discomfort. And maybe that's why most lifters naturally fall into this cycle, even if they say they don't want to. There's what you say and what you do. Global lifting culture shows the truth. Bulking isn't going away, no matter how strong the persuasion is. Convenience is a big reason for that.
What you doing, Gum? What's going on here? Oh my goodness. Oh my god.
Then there's the visual aspect itself, aside from pure lean tissue gains. Who cares if it's not muscle? What about the look of getting heavier and filling out your clothes? That's valuable as well. Even if some of the size gain is from fat, does it matter? If your arms go from 16 inches to 17 inches with a little layer of fat, the overall look is more impressive. It's not fatceps because the fat spreads over a larger surface area of muscle. And a lot of guys do retain vascularity. Now, some like me have bad arm genetics, but objectively bigger arms hit different, especially in a relaxed state. Let's face it, you won't always be flexing or walking around shirtless. Being beach ready is not the reality for most people, unless you live near Venice Beach, and even then, you'll be compared to aesthetic steroid users, so you won't stand out anyway. Most people wear regular clothes, not stringers. At least the 200 calorie surplus is definitely not maintenance. It requires the same discipline as shredding, and that can be just as challenging. Telling the masses to eat in a 100 calorie surplus is not an easy task. Functioning as elbow or knee sleeves that only years of lifting might otherwise provide. Being fluffier can be beneficial, particularly with exercises like the gym press or certain squats, where extreme limb thickness is not required from the start. So if you're serious about maximizing your strength potential, why not try moving up a weight class to see what you're truly capable of? Locked-in piston machines. Take Andrew Richards. He achieved a 500-pound overhead press naturally. Yes, he added over 200 pounds of fat to do that, and the improved leverages were instrumental. But if he cut down, he'd still retain a world-class OHP. Years of lifting 400-pound presses for reps would allow his body to handle lighter loads more effectively.
I think that guy is insane. Like, Jesus Christ, that is the craziest fucking bulk I've ever seen.
Even if he lost a lot of that strength, it'd be higher than if he never overloaded. Anecdotally, this pattern is consistent with other elite naturals. Another example, Freaky D could bench 525 at 304 in competition, but still hit 457.5 at a lean 220. So he lost over 80 pounds of body weight, yet his bench didn't even go down pound for pound of fat loss. In fact, it's now about
Sv3rige. This is Trump's new borders are on how he'll deal with mass deportation, and this part is where Destiny thought that it was a Giga Chad moment lol.
Let me take a look.
President-elect Donald Trump's new administration is taking shape. He's already picked a so-called border czar. Trump says Tom Homan will oversee, quote, all deportation of illegal aliens back to their country of origin. Of course, that is a quote there. Homan has been a controversial figure. He was acting ICE director in the first Trump administration and supports Trump's mass deportation plan. Here's what he told 60 Minutes.
Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there is. Families can be deported together.
Why should a child who is an American citizen have to pack up and move to a country that they don't know?
Because their parent obviously entered the country illegally, had a child knowing he was in the country illegally, so he created that crisis.
Yeah, I think their deportation plan is massively overreaching and has no real point to it. It's actually, if they actually go through with their deportation plan, it's actually expected to cause like what, an 8% reduction in GDP. But yeah, that's what people voted for. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
about a 2 times body weight bench press compared to 1.7 times body weight bench press. So even though the total number went down, it's still a super elite bench press and arguably more impressive by competitive standards. The relative strength was kept on the way down. So you can
Hopefully Hassan and the rest of his evil family is on this deport list.
Yeah, hopefully. If Hassan gets deported, it will all be worth it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
only make the leverage argument if he was benching under 1.7 times, or the same, which would be a 375 bench at the minimum. Now, would he have been in the same spot had he never bulked? We'll never know, but I doubt it. And if you're watching this video, bro, let me know. Even personally, when I cut, I'm always stronger than before, and my strength returns quickly within 2 months tops without weight gain, proving it's not just about leverages. This happens every single year. So given the same program, Bulking and cutting can lead to a faster net gain over time. Staying at the same weight and adding +1 reps over time doesn't compare to bulking and cutting down to the same body fat. The relative improvements are higher despite the many deficits. Isn't that an underrated benefit in itself? That you don't really lose the gains, and if you somehow do, it comes back in no time? And again, just look at the past. Pat Casey, Doug Hepburn, and Paul Anderson. Historically, we don't see lifetime lightweights putting up earth-shattering numbers. But we do see former heavyweights who cut down and can still do so. This pattern consistently plays out in the real world. It was the norm for OGs, and is still the norm now. By the way, this even applies to calisthenics. Being heavier is like having a free weight to vest on.
Richard's Frozen Sperm Whales donate $2 daily reminder. Pretended he grew up in humble background, was actually born to incredibly wealthy parents, pretended to be Muslim, but only when convenient to him. Spoke about how he's from the Middle East, but attended wealthy schools in the West. Justified the killing of women and children by jihadists, lived in gated community, published content claiming American civilians deserve 9/11. B. Hassan Piker, pick unrelated. Yeah. That's fucking good. Thanks for the donation, Richard's Frozen Sperm Whales.
Which worsens your leverages, thus improving the stimulus to fatigue ratio on easier and hardcore movements, like deficit handstand push-ups, front levers, one-arm pull-ups, wide grip pull-ups, ring work, etc. So when you cut, bodyweight performance explodes. It's like a free hack for unlocking skills and automatically being jacked without lifting weights. The heavyweight bulk calisthenics athlete who cuts down is going to be flying and is a force to be reckoned with. Here's some more food for thought. If you can gain 30 to 40 pounds of muscle over your lifting journey, like I did, and weigh 140 pounds now, do you realistically think you'll hit 170 to 180 in the next 10 years by only eating at maintenance, putting on little to no fat along the way? Will you meticulously track everything the entire time? Does that even sound achievable? Good luck with that, especially if you're not making a living in the fitness industry. There's already an epidemic of novice lifters, and expecting them to manage that level of complexity from the start is incredibly
Oh, stepped on my keyboard. Hey, Gum Gum. You're sitting on my keyboard now. You're sitting on my keyboard. What are you doing? You're sitting on it. Gotta move your leg and your big cat butt. Yeah.
possible for a select few. This circles back to mechanisms versus reality. Theoretical mechanisms don't always align with real-life experiences. Yes, anecdotes matter. We've seen this perspective from Athlete Next before. And how did that turn out? Not well, even for him. This talk about maintaining a positive nitrogen balance as all you need is pure mechanistic speculation. For example, many hypertrophy bros often criticize free weights for requiring skill, coordination, bracing, and stability. Yet studies show no differences in muscular outcomes between free weights and machines. Or with nutrition. A mechanism might hold up in a petri dish, but that doesn't mean it'll work in people. Or you might find short-term studies showing improvements with one diet, but long-term health issues can emerge after follow-ups, decades later. Sometimes it takes time. It's the same story with bulking. Bulk shaming persists without solid outcome data. This is not an evidence-based stance. It's a hypothesis-based stance that has yet to be fully examined. Therefore, I'll only take such claims seriously when studies are comprehensive, long-term with the right population, and establish clear causation with the mechanisms. But until then, anecdotes still hold weight. Current data supports the benefits of a caloric surplus, with smaller surplus for slower weight gain.
No, don't whack at that. No, don't whack at that. No, that's the thing for my microphone. Don't whack that. Oh, you're so silly. Oh, I love you. No, don't whack. No whacking. No, that's for my microphone, silly. No whacking at things. Can whack at stuff on the floor, not on my desk. no biting.
But comparably good gains. So that's what we generally recommend, not pure maintenance or a small deficit. So just because something sounds plausible on paper doesn't mean it works well in the real world. Many things look perfect on paper, but until main gaining, which requires a different level.
What would you rate living in these countries at, and why? Australia, Canada, Ireland.
I've known a few people who lived in Australia for a little bit and they fucking hated it. I've never been there personally, but the amount of government corruption is fucking crazy. It's probably worse than the United States, which is hard to believe. Terrible internet infrastructure. And Australians are a pretty stupid group of people. And on top of that, they have like even more cucked firearms laws than Canada. So I'd rate that fairly low. I don't really know too much about Ireland. I know there's a lot of alcoholics. It looks kind of cold and it doesn't look like the weather's great. I don't really know enough about Ireland. I'd say the worst thing about Canada would probably just be the winter. Otherwise, it's pretty decent. Like, Canada has like probably the least amount of things compared to most other countries where it makes you want to move. Like, government corruption isn't that bad. Income inequality isn't that bad. We do have socialized healthcare that's pretty good. Firearms laws, even under Trudeau, they're not that bad. So Canada's pretty okay. I'd rank Australia lower than Canada. They also have a lot of really creepy spiders. So I'd probably say Canada, I don't know where to put Ireland, and then Australia would be lower. I'm just going to take a guess and say Australia is worse than Ireland, just because of how retarded Australians are. Thanks for the donation, though, Anonymous. Richard's frozen sperm whales donated $2 were the police and the riot.
Residents and neighbors tell us they were petrified when they woke up to heavy banging and a massive police presence on East 1st Avenue near Victoria. If you take a look behind me,
Was this Semidune?
you can see where the window's been boarded up. Witnesses tell us that police had busted the glass. This is the home.
Global News identified the unit as the home of Charlotte Cates, international coordinator at Samadune. Yeah. That was absolutely 100% justified. She should be brought up on terrorism charges. She's working with the state of Iran to promote terrorism, and Samadune's being designated as a terrorist organization. So, yeah, absolutely 100% justified.
Home of Charlotte Cates. This operation happened at around 9 o'clock in the morning while residents in other units were still asleep inside.
I thought I heard something downstairs too, and then there was this giant bang and the house shook, and I opened the window and there was like smoke everywhere in these guys.
Several officers with rifles moved in with an armored vehicle. Witnesses say there was heavy smoke from a flashbang.
I feel scared just because I don't know what's going on. I've never experienced anything like that before.
What was your gut reaction when you see that?
Duck? I would say duck.
Vancouver police raided the home of Charlotte Cates, the international coordinator of Samadune, a pro-Palestinian group, which was recently declared a terrorist organization by the Canadian government. Vancouver police tell Global News they had a search warrant.
This is part of an ongoing investigation. It's a hate crimes investigation.
Samadune has already been banned in Germany. Soldiers raiding operations there last fall. I was arrested. Cates, who was in Iran recently accepting a human rights award, has not been charged with any offense. Neither has Sv3rige.
Imagine going to Iran to receive a human rights award when they literally torture and imprison people for being political dissidents.
We're looking to get your side of the story. Residents and neighbors extremely upset. They say the use of force was excessive.
It also just felt unnecessarily over the top because this is a neighborhood with
They're a fucking terrorist organization. How do you think fucking police raids go?
families and older people and disabled people.
Given the level of force, I was expecting that there might have been, possibly a gunfight.
Our emergency response team is often used in the execution of search warrants when we believe there could be a risk to the public or a risk to the officers.
Vancouver police releasing very few details. We don't know exactly what they were looking for. We do know that one person was arrested, but the VPD are not releasing that person's identity. We did do a knock on the door here at...
Yeah, they're hoping they end up testifying against their, chief suspect, which would be that fucking Charlotte Cates bitch.
Miss Cates' residence. We also reached out to her lawyer, and we're still waiting for a response. Chris.
All right, Romina, thank you.
Finally. I fucking hate that woman, dude. Like, either lock her up for fucking good, or send her to fucking Iran. She can fucking live there. She's an insane fucking anti-Semitic whack job. I'm pretty fucking sure part of the reason why they raided her residence, it's not just because the organization she runs is designated as a terror group, but I'm pretty sure she's also a Holocaust denier, and she's encouraged her followers to attack Jewish people and Jewish businesses. So I hope they throw the fucking book at her. That raid was absolutely justified. Thanks for the donation, Richard's Frozen Sperm Whales.
Level of precision and
gum.
discipline. But you know what is tough?
Oh my God, you're beautiful.
Watching lifters struggle to maintain or improve their ideal physique while trying to maintain low body fat. Consider all the naturals who plateaued after following this approach, like Alec Eubank, who's now on TRT at only 24 years old. I can think of another influencer with over 1 million followers who has maintained a weight of 135 pounds for the past 2 years, despite doing everything right and sharing excellent advice. Another insists he hit his natural limit at 25, but chooses to stay at sub 10% body fat year-round. Notice how they all plateaued within less than a decade of lifting experience and coincidentally chose not to bulk. These are the kinds of anecdotes that matter, not novices, because these influencers should at least be peaking in their 30s, especially since it's their fucking job. So there's a big problem here. Comment down below if you know of any similar cases. This reality is easy to overlook if you're injured.
I've met people personally who didn't reach their absolute peak until they were almost 50.
Content with maintaining, on TRT, or worse, buying into the natty limit scam. Anyway, I do want to point out that lean bulking is possible, and your body fat doesn't need to get high. Personally, I can make all the gains I want by gradually moving up and down in the 12 to 15% body fat range. No issues at all. You can do the same if that's your preference. Just keep eating the same healthy foods, add a bit more to your portions or grams, and don't stress about overly restricting. With long-term bulking, you'll naturally hit a body weight plateau without needing to obsess about your diet. When that happens, the main variable to focus on is your programming, since you can't force progressive overload indefinitely. And that's ideal because quality programming is what truly matters over time. If you're not gaining even in a surplus, it's clear that diet isn't the problem. So you've got two options. Stay unusually lean year-round, adjusting your programming to match that compromised state while praying you avoid injuries and discomfort, or feel like a recovery machine, never hungry, not obsessing over food, and focusing purely on perfecting the training. Which would you choose, even if both approaches could be equally effective? I know my answer, and I stand by it. Technically...
Yeah, that was a good video. Yeah. Bulking might actually be a good idea.
stars endorsing you and then calling Trump a Nazi every 2 minutes. That was never going to work. And yet now that it happened exactly the way I told everyone it would happen, now we're hearing from the left that it was all just basically not very bright people reading wrong information fed by right-wing lunatics who were spreading this deliberately to contaminate their brains. And they were racist and they were sexist, presumably including record numbers of Latinos who voted for Trump. They were presumably racist and sexist too, as were the very large extra number of black people who voted for Trump this time around. Were they all...
You know, I fucking hate this narrative where, oh, well, this racial minority voted for Trump, so how are they, like, they couldn't possibly be racist? Like, we already know some of the most racist fucking social media influencers on Twitter are, like, fucking Mexican and shit. Like, Nick Fuentes, you can just tell by his last name. He's not totally fucking white. He, like, there was that guy that somebody linked me to, the 1984 dipshit. He's fucking Mexican. His last name is like Gonzalez or something.
Also racist and sexist. So I'm not really buying this defense. Are you?
No, they got their ass kicked, Piers. You were right. I was right. Trump won all 7 battlegrounds. And I actually think as we get more and more data, here is what I am seeing. Lots of young men in America. Maybe the most staggering of all movements was young men, as you just said, Piers, not only white kids, but also black kids, Hispanic kids, Asian kids. I was driving home with my 14-year-old from watching NFL football games on Sunday, and he said, you know, Dad, I'm going to be able to vote for president the next time we have an election. And I was just gobsmacked, right? The idea that I'm going to have 2 grown adult voting young men in my family that I've raised by 2028. But what I have seen from them, and this is really important, Piers, what I've seen from them is they are growing up in an era when they say, look, why are we getting blamed for everything? Initially, the left wanted to say white men have ruined everything. White men are the worst. And then it expanded. This whole concept of toxic masculinity took in black men, Asian men, Hispanic men. Guess what's happening? Young men, boys who are turning into men in this country, have seen all of this happening, and they are fed up with it. And look, if you want to talk as the panelists there are saying, oh, well, Trump only won by a couple of points, and it's because of racism, and it's because of sexism. Democrats have a monster problem right now with young men that is only going to grow as more young men come on and vote. Piers, you look at the Wall Street Journal, they lost, Republicans did, young men by around 14 points in 2020 to Biden. By 2024, Trump, according to the Wall Street Journal, won them by about 14 points. That swing didn't happen because of racism and sexism. It happened because the Democrat Party is fundamentally anti-masculine. They know it because they tried to trot out Tim Walz and all his spirit fingers to appeal to men. It didn't work. Women are going to vote Republican oftentimes when they get married because they have young boys, a lot of them, and they're seeing it happen. The Democrat Party is in danger of losing half the population for years and years to come because they won't get away from this woke ideology, from calling everybody racist and sexist. Instead of that, how about they say this, Piers? We're not going to let...
Who the fuck is saying that?
Men win women's sports championship. Congressman Seth Moulton from Massachusetts said it, and he's getting ripped to shreds. I'm sure you saw the CNN debate over it, where it was called transphobia to say that a man shouldn't be able to win a women's championship. This is real life. It's a foundational issue. Democrats are lying to men, and men are turning our backs overwhelmingly on them. That's what happened in 2024.
I agree. I mean, Aaron, Marty, I do agree with that analysis. I do think that it was a combination of cost of living crisis and people trusting Trump to get things back on track better than Kamala Harris, but also I think the situation on the southern border, where she was billed as the border czar, and it was a complete disaster down there, and everyone seems to accept it's been a disaster. And without a secure border, as Ronald Reagan said, you don't really have a country. And then the woke element of this, where I, as a liberal, have warned for years that if the left did not get off this extreme woke ideology nonsense, then it was going to come back and haunt them. That's exactly what's happened, isn't it? I mean, is there any better spin you can put on it, Aaron, than that?
I take us back to 2016. 2016 should have been a wake-up call for Democrats when a billionaire reality TV show host pretended to be a working class champion, pretended to be anti-war, and took advantage of the fact that Hillary Clinton and the establishment she represented had a neoliberal legacy that had, left many people in the country without meaningful prospects for work and had taken the country to all these disastrous wars. And Trump exploited the anger over that, and also scapegoated people like immigrants and Muslims for that. Rather than learn the lessons that Democrats should present a genuine alternative to Trump, an actual working class champion who's actually anti-war, someone like Bernie Sanders, Democrats embraced a deranged conspiracy theory that Trump was a Russian asset and that Russia had brainwashed millions of Americans into voting for Trump and not Hillary. And that dominated, if we remember, the first few years of Trump's term. I thought that was a disaster at the time. I warned against it. And they've only doubled down. In the process, they've embraced neocons like Liz Cheney. And you're right, there has been a focus on identity politics. But I don't think the issue of identity politics, however you think about it, would be as salient if Democrats had presented an actual alternative. If they had pointed out to Trump, for example, that Trump demonizes immigrants while creating millions of migrants through his policies. In office, Trump tried to overthrow the government of Venezuela by imposing crippling sanctions that deliberately destroyed Venezuela's economy, caused major damage. That then creates migrants, which Trump then turns around and demonizes and scapegoats for America's problems. If Democrats had learned the lessons of 2016, they would have said we shouldn't be going around.
Remember when Low Tier God landed a role as an extra on an indie film? I heard his name wasn't even in the movie credits. That's pretty funny.
and destroying countries. We should be focusing on our own problems and taking care of our needs at home. So Democrats, in many ways, by refusing to take on the pro-war neoliberal establishment, helped give rise to Trump and gave Trump an opening to pretend as if he was all the things that Democrats are not. We saw this in this election. Trump went to Michigan, campaigned with Muslims and Arab Americans, said he would bring peace to the Middle East. And now we're seeing a similar con where Trump, right after taking office, or as he prepares to take office, is appointing people who have no interest in peace in the Middle East and will continue to give unfettered support to Israeli mass murder. So I see a real tragedy here in Democrats refusing to be the anti-establishment party that they could be, and therefore ceding that lane to Trump, who pretends to be
this guy's a fucking cuck. He's anti-Israel.
Establishment, while still deepening the swamp that he claiming he wants to drain.
All right, Emily Austin, your response to that.
I want to go back to Wajah's point in the beginning and just address the racism issue. We had a black president for 2 terms. We had Barack Hussein Obama as the United States president, as a black man. So you cannot pull the racist card. Kamala's strongest asset in her campaign was the fact that she was a black woman.
Again, that's such a ridiculous fucking claim. Just because Obama was black, that doesn't mean race wouldn't have played a role in this election. People can have different opinions on black men versus black women.
In fact, that's probably all she had going for her, because if she had had some policies and her celebrity endorsements and was a black female, she probably would have won. So we can't put in the racism card anymore. Now, I think Bobby Kennedy, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., he said it best. The Democratic Party, he always says, I didn't leave the Democratic Party, they left me. They went so unhinged left wing and turned America into such a laughingstock, both domestically and internationally, that now we need someone on the right to just bring us back to the middle. There's not one reason I would pinpoint that Trump won. The border, our safety, the economy. DEI is the most racist thing that has been implemented. To segregate people by their gender or color or race rather than judging people off of merit is literally the definition of racism. But the problem is, over the last 4 years, we've normalized the insanity that now going back to normalcy and listening to Trump's normal policies have become radical extremism. And I don't think it's that extreme. I think that America's gone extreme, so we need to find the proper balance again. And all of the excuses of why Kamala lost, incompetency. She was not qualified. She could not crack down on policies. Even Obama chirping in her ear couldn't do it. What they did to Biden showed their disloyalty in the party. There was a million reasons why she lost, and I could give you a million reasons why Trump won.
Yeah, I mean, I thought the 2 pivotal moments of the whole race were when Trump got shot and he stood back up, a huge personal risk potentially, not knowing there was another shooter out there, and he punched the air and shouted, fight, fight, fight. And secondly, when the Democrats coronated Kamala, and it looks like it was a deliberate act of almost treason by Joe Biden to his party, that he was so piqued by being driven out that he immediately said he was endorsing Kamala, so it had to be her, knowing that that may not be the best choice, and then depriving them of having a proper convention where they could have thrashed out who was the best candidate. I think those 2 things, precipitated by that shooting and then by obviously the debate that happened, that led to this terrible decision to let her just be anointed. And
I think also, Piers, a lot of people started to question, why are the Democrats so afraid to have Trump back in office? They attempted to kill him 2 times. They used the justice system against him. They criminalized the justice system. They've tried everything, every single thing that they were capable of doing to stop Trump from getting in office. So now a common person who, let's say, knows nothing about politics can't help but to question, why are they so afraid of this man? And the answer is, he will expose with his Avengers of a team right now all of the corruption that's been tolerated in the government over the last who knows how long, and he's going to crack down on it.
Yeah, I think that the weaponization of the justice system against Trump was a massive act of self-harm by the Democrats that came back to bite them. All it did was strengthen him, improve his standing in the polls, and make average Americans go, this is a massive overreach against a former president. And they didn't like it. And they particularly didn't like the fact that he was convicted of the crime of shuffling a bit of paperwork over a potential one-night stand he denies with a porn star 20 years ago. It was just a ridiculous thing to do. But look, they made their calls, and they lost spectacularly. Stay there, pal. I'm going to bring in, just for a quick chat about the foreign policy aspect of this, the former US ambassador to the European Union under President Trump, Gordon Sondland. Welcome to you. You obviously have had a sort of rocky history with President Trump in that you worked for him, but then obviously you ended up testifying against him over the whole Ukraine issue. How are things between you and President Trump these days?
Well, let me correct something. I did not testify against him. In fact, I had no agenda when I testified, contrary to some of the other witnesses like Colonel Vindman and Fiona Hill and others who were absolutely there to undermine. They relished that.
I'm 26 and have been vegan around 14 months. My mom randomly asks me if I'm eating meat again as if it's some sort of short-lived phase. It's obvious she's completely opposed to the idea of veganism. Not that her opinion matters to me.
Well, tell your mom from me that I think she's a dumb bitch. Thanks for the donation, though. Human supremacy can suck my ass. Appreciate it.
That testimony. I didn't want to be anywhere near that committee. I wanted to go back to Brussels and do my job.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this beautiful kitty. Just resting his head on my PlayStation 5 controller, being a little sweetie pie. Just having a little nap on my desk. Look at his paws. Oh my god, his paws are so big. What a nice boy. Oh my God, he's so good. That's what you call a good kitty. Oh my goodness.
Job. In fact, when I was first asked to appear voluntarily, I declined until I was given a subpoena. So I did not testify against him. I told the truth. I told what exactly happened, which, if you read through the record, was very innocuous. It really didn't hurt Trump, and it really didn't help Trump. It was actually pretty neutral at the end of the day. My relationship with him, according to third parties, is still fine. We haven't spoken in a while, but everyone who's been there where my name has come up said, oh, yeah, I like Gordon. What's Gordon up to? So I don't know.
Well, we shall see, won't we? Ukraine is going to be a crucial early challenge for Donald Trump, because he has said he can sort this war out in 24 hours. I've always been bemused how he thinks he can do that without giving Vladimir Putin a win in terms of keeping the territory that he's stolen, even if Putin was to accept that deal. Can you see any other way that this gets resolved quickly in terms of making Russia do a deal that doesn't involve them being given the Donbass, for example?
Well, Pierce, the first thing you have to do is learn how to speak Trump speak. And 24 hours doesn't mean literally 24 hours. What it means is that I'm going to focus on it relentlessly, and I'm going to check my watch, not my calendar, when I'm working on this issue. And I'm going to get it done in a matter of days, weeks, months, not years or decades, which is the way Washington tends to work from a time frame standpoint. I don't think that Trump wants to reward Putin with anything. But I also think that our relationship with Russia vis-a-vis China in the future is going to be a very, very important consideration in this whole thing. So this is three-dimensional chess, just like they used to play on Star Trek. And I think that at the end of the day, giving Ukraine what they need in terms of weaponry, but not only the weaponry itself, not only the hardware and the software, but the ability to use it to its full capability, will be an important negotiating tool that Trump will use to get Putin to back down. And there will be rewards for Russia if they give back what they took, because in the long term, having Russia as a permanent enemy where they're constantly attempting incursions into Europe is not a good thing for our planet. It's very, very different than China, who's made no bones about the fact that they want complete hegemony someday, and they're using what I call gradual incrementalism to get there. They are far more dangerous to us than Russia.
Yeah, but Putin is not just going to give this territory back that he's taken, because to do that would be to admit to his own people that all these hundreds of thousands of Russian troops who've been killed, it's now running at about 1,500 a day, apparently, in terms of casualties, dead and wounded, on the Russian side alone. If he was to now just give back what he's taken, that would be seen as an abject failure, and he could get driven out of office, or worse.
Well, no, he won't just give it back without cost. It'll cost us something, it'll cost Europe something, but what it'll cost is not going to be the end of another Western democracy, i.e. Ukraine. It could be oil revenues, it could be a different type of alliance with Russia, it could be carte blanche in terms of having Ukraine join NATO at some point where the Russians back down on that issue. There are all kinds of cards to play, and I don't want to presuppose any of them, because actually President Trump has quite a few tools to resolve this. President Biden did nothing but a cold, despicable political calculus, which is he treated this conflict with a thermostat. He kept turning up the temperature, turning down the temperature based solely on the polls and his prospects for re-election, without consideration to the long-term ramifications for us and for our European allies. This was all about getting him re-elected. Trump doesn't have that consideration any longer.
Ambassador Sondland, thank you very much indeed for joining me. I appreciate it. Let's go back to the panel and discuss some of this. Some of the appointments that have been made early by Donald Trump in terms of nominees, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, the Fox host, Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. The Secretary of State is apparently going to be Marco Rubio, the UN Ambassador, Elise Stefanik. What do you make of these appointments, or the people that Trump wants to be appointed? Do you think they're all going to get through? And what would the ramifications be of having these particular people running these departments, do you think?
Well, if Trump wants them, they'll get through. Trump is the leader of the party. And very quickly, we have a difference of opinions on the following. I think a convicted criminal who was held liable for assaulting a woman and defamation and incite a violent insurrection, to this day is the only president who refuses to admit that he lost. I think he's dangerous. I think that's a problem. Maybe my panelist doesn't, but I do. But I think facts matter. Donald Trump, when he ran, the first time, he said, I'm going to be pacifist. I'm not going to be interventionist. Well, who did he appoint in his cabinet the first time? Remember Pompeo, Gina Haspel, John Bolton, all these people were war hawks. And people forget. When Donald Trump came in, he promised, I'm not going to intervene. I'm not going to be aggressive. People forget. Drone strikes increased by 432%. People forget he kept us in Iraq and Afghanistan. People forget he ripped up the Iran deal. People forget he bombed Syria twice. People forget that he let Israel illegally annex the Golan Heights and move the embassy. He ripped up the Iran agreement. He killed Soleimani, right?
The Golan Heights is the biggest fucking meme, dude. It's a tiny, tiny piece of fucking land.
Funded Saudi Arabia to continue genocide in Yemen. None of this is peaceful, right? This is all hawkish. Now you look at the appointments that you just mentioned. You see people like Secretary of Defense, right? The rest of the folks we can get to. But Secretary of Defense, this is putting lipstick on a pig, right? A Fox host who, by the way, bragged about not washing his hands for 10 years, says he doesn't want women in combat, almost killed someone with an axe on Fox News, Pete Hegseth. But in all seriousness, he's a Fox host who's not qualified at all. I think this one is going to be deeply problematic. The other ones we can quibble about.
He's a veteran with two bronze
But wait.
who
Let me finish. I did not interrupt anyone.
Okay,
Pete Hegseth, in his book, right? Read his book. In his book, he himself said he was too extreme for the military. paramilitary. He is an Iraq veteran. He is hawkish. He wants a civil war. He wants to embolden some of these right-wing paramilitary movements. He wants Democrats and anyone who's a leftist to be attacked as the enemy. He is not qualified compared to Lloyd Austin. You could disagree with Lloyd Austin, Biden's pick, 4-star general, which is why you're going to get a lot of folks, even Republicans on the DL say, listen, this is Secretary of Defense. Donald Trump ran on strength, security, right? The Secretary of Defense is Pete Hegseth, a Fox anchor who's sure a veteran, has no experience, and these extreme policies. This was the one really big blunder.
All right,
this was the big blunder of all the picks.
All right, Emily, your response to that.
I just think it's so blatantly disrespectful to undermine him because you don't agree with his policies as unqualified. He served in Iraq, he served in Afghanistan, he put his life on the line. Correct. After he served and did his duty to serve our country, he became a Fox News host very successfully for 10 years. And that should show you, by the way, the range of emotion, how stable, in fact, he actually is. He went overseas and saw the worst of the worst things on earth, war, death, and comes back to America and has a successful career as a media anchor. That just shows you how stable, in fact, and qualified he is. So by you undermining him as only a Fox host, it's just you being disrespectful. No, it's not.
This is putting lipstick on a pig. This is a reach. I'm just telling you. This is a big
reach. Let me ask Clay. Clay, you want to jump in?
Let me also talk about, yeah, look, I know Pete really well, and I think it's an inspired choice, and I think it actually reflects what Trump ran on, which is the way to solve broken elements of our government is not by bringing people who were part of breaking them in the first place into higher positions of power. And this is like the universal rule here. Usually people who fix things weren't involved in breaking them in the first place. In fact, I would argue that was Kamala Harris's entire campaign. Yes, I broke everything along with Joe Biden. There isn't a single thing I would do different that comes to mind, is what she said on The View. How do you expect change when you promote the same people over and over again? This argument that Pete Hegseth is dangerous is absolutely insane. I was with him on Tuesday when Trump was elected. We were doing the Fox Nation live show. I've known Pete Hegseth for a long time. Do you know who was sitting there with him? His 6 kids. He's a combat veteran. His wife is phenomenal. Look, this guy is going to be, you didn't mention that he went to Princeton where he played on the basketball team, by the way, really threatening dude there. Went and got a master's degree from Harvard. Super smart, brilliant guy, New York Times bestselling author, War on Warriors, who has laid out things that 90% of real people serving in our military would agree with. And let me also go back, Peter, something you said earlier. You were right. The reason why Trump won, economy, border, crime, but the single most effective thing that I still haven't heard anybody on the panel try to defend was the ad he ran that I want to nail here. He said, she's for they, them. Trump is for you. Yeah. This is an appointment that is for the American people, that is for the American military, that is overwhelmingly popular. And his choices, I think, have been inspired. Pierce, what he learned, you know this, if you come in and you start doing a television show and you've never done television before or any other business, but we're doing television, we're doing YouTube, we're doing shows here. Sometimes you have people that aren't that talented as a part of your team. And when you go back and you remake that team, you know who can do the job. Trump was the ultimate outsider in 2016. He would say, and I would say, and most people who follow this, he made a lot of bad personnel decisions, people who didn't actually reflect what he believed. He loves Hegseth. He knows him. He's going to kill it as defense secretary. And I think all of his choices are inspired now because he knows who's going to move the train in the right direction.
Okay, Aaron, I just want to pick up on what Gordon Sondland said about Ukraine and also move to Israel with you as well, because these are going to be big, big challenges that Trump's going to have to try and keep his word on in terms of resolving. And yet he put Mike Huckabee in as ambassador to Israel, someone who's on record as saying he wants to basically get all the Palestinians out of there. What do you make of, first of all, that appointment?
I think the appointment of Mike Huckabee signals that Trump will be continuing his policy not of America first, but Israel first. And that reflects who his donors are. One of his biggest donors is Miriam Adelson, the widow of the late casino mogul Sheldon Adelson, who's given Trump more than $100 million for this campaign. And Trump has openly said that in his first term in office, he recognized Israel's theft of the Syrian Golan Heights, and he moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem as a gift to the Adelsons. He openly said that. And so I expect more of this.
Oh my God, these people who make a big deal out of the Golan Heights, they're just absolutely fucking unhinged. The Golan Heights is like the size of, like some people's backyard. It's not big. It's a tiny, tiny little piece of land. What is it? Like 15 square miles or something?
The same as we can see now with the appointment of Mike Huckabee, who refuses to even call the West Bank the West Bank. He calls it Judea and Samaria, the Jewish biblical name. So if we care about peace in the Middle East, if we care about a policy that reflects minimal Palestinian rights to self-determination and freedom, Trump is signaling that he's already going to be abandoning that. And that's especially cynical after he exploited the Democrat support for genocide by campaigning as a peace candidate. So that's what we can expect when it comes to the Middle East. And on Ukraine, it's hard to know what to expect. Look, this is a real tragedy. All this could have been avoided. It doesn't get discussed very much, but it has to be stressed. There was a peace agreement brokered between Ukraine and Russia right after Russia's invasion. They immediately began negotiating, and they reached the outline of a peace deal in Istanbul back in April 2022. Well, according to multiple accounts, Boris Johnson, with the backing of the U.S., came over and told Zelensky that the West would not back Ukraine with the security guarantees that it would need to reach a peace deal with Russia. And the message was, we think that Russia is weak, so keep fighting them. Well, that has resulted in hundreds of thousands of deaths, and now Russia has taken more territory. I don't think Russia will be giving back that territory. I think Russia's attitude now is, you had your chance, we could have resolved this peacefully, so now we are going to take essentially what we want. And that looks like the ethnic Russian areas of eastern Ukraine, coupled with the fact that Russia already has Crimea. So whether Trump will change the policy, I don't know, but any kind of policy goes forward will have to, I think, be a shift from Biden, who refused to acknowledge any kind of Russian security concerns, refused to rule out placing offensive weapons, U.S. weapons inside Ukraine, and refused to rule out NATO inside Ukraine, despite how disastrous that policy has been. Whether Trump has the courage for that, the fortitude, I don't know, because in office, while his opponents, Democrats, were obsessing over this fantasy he was a Russian agent, he actually was a hawk on Russia. He tore up the INF Treaty, which is a really important arms control treaty that eliminated an entire class of weapons. He tried to overthrow Russia's key ally, Venezuela. Now, he sent weapons to Ukraine that Obama wouldn't even send. So Trump is sort of all over the place. He talks nice about Putin, but his policies in office were that of a war hawk.
Okay, and Emily, on this appointment of Mike Huckabee, it is quite an inflammatory appointment if you're on the Palestinian side, given what he's on record as saying. Is it wise to put somebody in there at this pretty crucial moment in this war, where it seems like peace is nearer than it has been in the last year and a half or so?
It's kind of like, it's so, yeah, he does sound like a tanky. It's so strange how he would call Trump a war hawk because he was hostile towards Russia.
Is it wise to put somebody like Mike Huckabee in there?
I trust Trump's appointment on it. I've heard what Mike Huckabee said. I read all about it this morning, preparing to come here. And I appreciate his advocacy for Israel, and I've heard his reasoning why. And he talks about Abraham's promise to the land, and I'm very obviously an observant Jew. But that's not a valid reason today in modern times to support Israel. There are many reasons to support Israel that I'm not even going to begin to list right now because I'll go on and on. But I want to point out, he's against a two-state solution. I've said many times on the show, I am pro a two-state solution. Donald Trump is pro a two-state solution. Most of his cabinet are pro two-state solution. And Mike Huckabee is not solely responsible for peace in the Middle East, nor will he be able to broker a deal of a one-state or a two-state by himself. Of course, the president will have involvement with that. Hopefully, the Abraham Accords will continue. But I want to bring up a point that I meant to actually mention on the last panel. A two-state solution is supposed to be a solution for peace, hence the name. But tell me what part about segregating the Middle East makes anyone more peaceful. So Israel right now has religious freedom. Muslims, Christians, atheists, Druze, Jews, everyone has the right of religious freedom there. Arabs have full rights in Israel. So explain to me how it's fair or right that in the West Bank and in Gaza, Jews are not allowed.
Look at my gum-gum. Look at him. My God, he is so handsome. Look at his big kitty paws. Oh, he has the nicest, biggest kitty paws I've ever seen. And look at those beautiful stripes. Oh, his stripes are so nice. And look at the white underbelly. Oh, he's just so beautiful. Oh my God, he's so handsome.
There, only Muslim Arabs are, but that's a solution for peace? Isn't that the definition of racism and apartheid, to segregate people by religion? Yet that's supposed to be a fair solution? That doesn't sound peaceful to me, Pierce.
All right, Wajahat, your response to that.
Can I respond to this?
Well, let Wajahat respond.
You know, Piers, you've had me on your show for the past year, and even though we have our disagreements, we have several agreements as well, especially with Israel's occupation of the West Bank and its treatment of Palestinians under occupation and the emboldenment of the violent settlers. One thing that is consistent with every single one of Trump's picks so far is that there are very hardcore right-wing pro-Israel hawks. That's the one thing that's shared by all of them. Now, what we're seeing in Israel for the past year, many people call it genocide, war crimes, just numerous deaths. You and I have been in agreement about the numerous victims that we have all seen being killed by Israel. Donald Trump told Benjamin Netanyahu, he apparently speaks to him every day, you know, go ahead and finish it, right? Do what you want. If you look at Mike Huckabee, of all the people to appoint as ambassador to Israel, in this
Dude, these people are fucking cucked losers.
Moment where a lot of folks, it wasn't a major factor, but it was a factor. The war in Israel is a factor for a lot of Democrats to not vote for Kamala. That's why either they didn't vote or went for Trump. Mike Huckabee refuses to call it, Israel Palestine. He says Judea and Samaria. He refuses to say it's an occupation. He refuses to call them settlements. He calls them communities. He's a hard right white Christian nationalist on this. Also, the Mideast envoy that Trump picked, Stephen Witkoff, completely inexperienced, but hardcore Bibi supporter, Netanyahu supporter, hardcore Trump donor, zero experience, but is all in. Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, hardcore interventionist, pro-Israel hawk. Now, look at the disaster of the past 13 months. Of all the choices that he could have made, this does not signal a person who wants peace. What it does is embolden Netanyahu, who's become more extreme, fired Yoav Gallant, his already extreme defense minister. They're going to take it all. They're going to take it all. And once they take it all, imagine the chaos, the violence, and especially...
Oh, here we fucking go, dude. Weren't they already talking about the plan for Gaza? Like, it had nothing to do with... Like, they just don't have any interest in taking over the territory. They just want to make sure a secular government is in power that's friendly with Israel, and they're going to help rebuild. Like, where is he getting the idea that Israel's going to take over Gaza? And, like, by the way, why the fuck would he even care? Like, good. Israel runs much better than any fucking Arab country. It would be ideal for Palestinians to have the opportunity to become Israeli citizens. Anyway. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. Joe Biden still thinks Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. Joe Biden with the threat to democracy. Yeah. I don't see an insurrection. So fucking retarded, dude. Yeah, conservatives are fucktarded. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Especially if Netanyahu fulfills his ambitions to attack Iran, the Middle East is going to be a tinder keg, a powder keg, and U.S. is going to be completely complicit in that. What will that do to us, our forces, our security? It is a disastrous pick, and I think that's one thing that all folks, regardless of who they voted for, should be really concerned about. Are these going to be pro-Israel hawks? We're going to throw gasoline into the fire of the Middle East and embolden extremists like Netanyahu. I hope there's some sane, cool heads there. But so far,
I just want to respond quickly to that. First of all, a lot of people don't know this, but Stephen Witkoff has a lot of experience in the Middle East. Because of his businesses and Trump's words, everything he touches turns to gold. He has a lot of foreign relationships, as a politician would through his businesses. So it's good that he has friendships overseas, including Qatar and all over the Middle East. Now, to go back to Mike Huckabee's point, the reason I prompted this question, which you failed to answer, is I'm
okay with anybody being occupied, and why are you
There's
okay
no
with denying?
occupation. Do you know what an occupation is?
So first of all, Gaza wasn't occupied pre-war, and secondly, obviously Gaza has to be occupied now. What is he, like a fucking retard?
If Muslims and Arabs were not allowed in Israel with full sovereignty, I want a two-state solution. But part of a solution, yeah, okay. Part of a solution is peace. There's no peace when you segregate. That's racist.
Aaron, you want to respond to
Israel is a segregationist state. It's founded on ethnic cleansing. Emily, if you care about segregation, listen to these really...
Yes, Israel's founded on segregation, so please explain to me why the initial plan for Israel was to have a 40% Arab minority?
Holy shit, I just cheated so fucking hard on my diet. I literally just ate at least 6,000 calories in one sitting. Holy shit, I think I'm just gonna water fast for the next 2 days to help undo the damage.
I wouldn't bother doing that, because if you're already having trouble with diet adherence, that's just gonna make it worse. Just go back on the diet. That'd be my recommendation. That sounds like a lot of fun, though. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Group B'Tselem, which says that Israel is a Jewish supremacist state. Millions of Palestinians live under military occupation, and you also forget that millions can't go back to their
Yeah, guess why? It's because they commit terror attacks, stupid.
homes inside what is now Israel because they were expelled in 1948.
Yeah, they're expelled in 1948 because they tried to kill all the Jews. They're the ones who started the War of Independence, dumbass.
Legally inverted reality. It's Israel that practices segregation as official state policy,
No,
and
they
will
have
never
religious
have peace
freedom.
as long as people's...
What do you mean segregation is official state policy? Like are Palestinian Israelis not allowed in certain Jewish areas? No, this guy's just making this up and he's a retard.
Yes, Palestinians inside Israel have millions of Palestinians under occupation do not. It's a complete lie.
All right, let me bring in...
So he's lying. He made a mistake and he just realized. He was going to say millions of Palestinians inside Israel don't have the same rights, and then he just changed his statement to saying millions of Palestinians don't have the same rights as Israelis. Yeah, that's because they're not Israeli citizens, dumbass. This is like saying millions of Iraqis or Iranians don't have the same rights as Israeli citizens. Yeah, it's because they're citizens of Iran.
Full rights in Israel.
Let me bring in
That's a
Clay
lie.
to wrap things up here. Clay, let's take a bigger picture view of the world, because Trump's now got an incredible mandate from the American people to pretty much do what he wants for the next 2 years. In your ideal world, Clay Travis, what does the world look like in 2 years' time in terms of America's place and how things play out?
Look, Donald Trump is going to bring peace. I really believe this through strength. And let me give you an example.
Okay, these people are cucked-ass losers. Can play some COD matches, maybe. It's gonna make me restart. How much protein did I consume during my cut? It was 100 grams per day. It's just the computer noise, Gum Gum. It's okay. Yeah, it's just the computer. It's okay. It's a good Gum Gum. Gum Gum. Eh. Gum Gum's a nice silly kitty. What you doing there, cat butt? Do you need 1 gram per pound body weight for protein, or is 0.7 good enough? Well, when you say need, what do you mean by that? There does appear to be a benefit to consuming more than 0.7 grams of protein per pound of body weight. If you want to maximize muscle growth, it seems like around 1.3, 1.4 grams would be ideal. But past 0.7 grams, the benefit falls off a little bit.
The Pantheons infiltrated Avalon's
Oh my god, I don't care.
They're after the global crime networks. It's all about influence.
That's hilarious. Unskippable cutscene that doesn't fucking work.
What's the play? We need allies.
Alright, multiplayer. That's great. I don't care about the fucking season pass. Holy shit. Oh my god. I don't care. I just love how they just try to do fucking everything to make you buy the fucking overpriced battle pass that nobody gives two fucking shits about. Seems like they fucked the game up with the new update. Oh, that's great. So they have some... I'm sure this is going to end up being the case, but some of these Battle Pass weapons can almost guarantee you they're game breaking. Krieg. Alright, well... Almost unlocked the Val.
Hardcore domination. Capture the objective. Losing B.
What in the fuck, dude? This is, yeah, great.
Bravo lost.
Oh my god. Oh, is the one pistol, God damn it. Is the one pistol broken?
Eyes in the sky.
Great.
Controlling Bravo.
Wow, dude. The one guy just keeps picking me off with the stupid pistol from across the fucking map. I don't even fucking see anybody, and then like when I turn a corner, the fucking game lags and shit.
Securing B.
What? I lit that guy up. This is fucking hardcore. I lit that guy up. And he didn't fucking die. What in the shit?
Controlling Bravo.
Oh, great. Yeah, yeah. Wow. Wow. This is literally the worst match I've ever fucking played in my life. Okay, they have to be hacking. They have to be hacking. What is... What is going on? No one can die. I literally can't kill anybody. Like, this is a hardcore match. How the fuck is it? Like, I'm shooting them point fucking blank. Oh, finally, thank you. Did they rebalance, like, the weapons like fucking crazy? Like, this... Like this gun just actually fucking sucks cock right now.
Taking B.
I've never seen a hardcore match go quite like that, where it's like, what the fuck is even going on? What in the shit? Oh my god. Damn it. Great, killed a teammate. Is there like some new body armor attachment or something, or perk? Because like that is actually fucking baffling. People die faster in normal mode.
Enemy UAV inbound.
Oh my god. I'm not even joking. People die faster in normal mode than they're dying right now.
Securing B. Controlling Bravo.
I don't even... So how did my own grenade blow up mid-air?
Taking B.
Like, my own grenade blew up mid-air. How did that even fucking happen? Oh, there we go. Yeah, again. So when I shoot them, my bullets do nothing, but when they shoot me, their bullets do way more damage, apparently. Oh my god, this just got awful. Oh my god.
Hostile counter UAV established above. Hostile UAV established overhead. Securing B. Controlling Bravo.
They deliberately try to make normal mode suck so people wouldn't, or I mean hardcore suck so people just play normal to like not split up the community.
Losing Bravo.
This is so bad. Let me try using the pistol because the one dude, okay, yeah. So one hit kills with pistols, but I have to empty like half a fucking magazine when I shoot somebody with a rifle.
Losing B. We lost B.
How did I kill the person with one shot from my fucking pistol?
Taking Bravo underway.
Okay. Let's just find a normal match because that's... I don't even know if it makes a difference anymore. This is getting fucking stupid. Accuracy... That seems to be the most accurate pistol. It's funny how this game takes place in the 90s, but they have optics on pistols. They have stocks akimbo. It's fucking stupid. What are good exercises for triceps? Overhead extension variations, skull crushers, jam press. Those are my favorite.
Team deathmatch. Eliminate the enemy. Take them out. We've taken control. Enemy sniper shoot. No more sniper. Move.
Justin Beat any tellers, maybe Shenmue is more for someone with your skill level. This is boring to watch because you suck ass. Change games or I'm leaving the stream. How about you go fuck yourself? Thanks for the donation, dude. They rebalanced. Yeah. It looks like they made major rebalancing for the weapons. Yeah, there's a way higher time to kill all of a sudden.
Gotta move her here.
Shit.
Requesting recon above.
Justin B. Any Taylor's dude, you're just pre-shooting every time you go around a corner. You literally suck ass. Stop playing. That's cool, dude. Thanks for the donation. Why didn't the guns change? This menu system is so fucking shit. Oh my god. No. Cookie donated $2. Dude, I'm rewatching Dragon Ball GT after 20 years and I just remembered how sinister Baby was. The fact that he controlled literally everyone that Goku knew and still didn't give a fuck about them. Seeing him get destroyed by the sun was satisfying, lol. I think I've only watched maybe 3 episodes of GT, so I don't even know who the fuck that is. Thanks for the donation though, Cookie.
Domination.
I'll try this stupid
Secure the
gun.
objective. Securing C.
Okay, this is not hardcore. This is not hardcore anymore. It just isn't. It just isn't. I don't know why they made it like this, but it... Yeah, this is not what hardcore is. Okay. This is ridiculous. Like, this is actually fucking insane what they did to the game. Cookie donates $2. Dear God, I'm sorry for revealing spoilers to you then, dude. Whenever you can, you definitely should watch GT in my opinion. It's actually really good except for Android 17 part. But even that part is okay, to be honest. I'm never gonna watch GT. I just... can't really put enough time aside, and I lack the interest to watch it. They nerfed literally every single fucking gun for hardcore. You used to be able to kill people with one shot with this, if not just like a full 3-shot burst. Now you can't. This gun is now useless. That is insane. Why would you choose this gun? It shoots slower than every other fucking gun now. What were they fucking thinking? This is the stupidest fucking game ever. Headshot! I shot him in the head! What is this? How? What is going on? Is this a glitch? Like, I'm genuinely, like... Is this, like, actually a fucking glitch? Am I choosing hardcore modes? What the fuck is going on? Like, okay, so it says hardcore. Like, headshots aren't one-hit kills anymore in hardcore? Like, this is actually fucking baffling. Like, there weren't any replays, so I'm assuming it's hardcore. But just to make sure I'm not insane... So I'm gonna pick what was previously the most powerful gun.
Green light! Go, go, go!
Okay, so now they're dying when I shoot them.
Sniper's gone. Push up. Swag.
Oh my god. So what the hell was going on? I was in a hardcore match, but people weren't dying. Like, is it a glitch? That started happening? Because now it seems that people are dying when I shoot them.
Shot was good. All fucking day.
So now they're dying. Oh my god, I killed a teammate.
Over here.
Shit.
Mark's been deleted.
Oh my god. Spawns still suck.
Send in a Semtex.
What in the shit? Oh my god.
Enemy UAV inbound.
Great.
You gonna let a bunch of company assholes beat you? Fight back, damn it!
Shit, what the fuck?
All operators to your nearest DCP. We just got our asses handed. Those Crimson assholes really know how to fight.
Cookie, don't need to tell her, is the guy in your chat that said Dragon Ball Z is boring definitely needs his brain back. I agree, Dragon Ball is definitely good, but if you're going to ignore Frieza Saga and Cell Saga, then you definitely need to visit a doctor. Boo Saga was ass, though. I liked the beginning of the Boo Saga. Got a little retarded, though. And you definitely need to avoid the filler episodes. What always weirds me out is, for the longest time, people were telling me to watch, watch Naruto, and they'd always bring up the filler in DBZ as ruining the series, but then, the filler in fucking Naruto was worse. So I think, Naruto fans might be retarded. But, thanks for the donation, Cookie Cutter. Hideout. I don't think I played Hideout yet.
Hardcore team deathmatch. Neutralize all threats. Taking the lead. Stay on target.
What the fuck?
Here's KIA. Hostile long gun neutralized.
Oh, yeah, of course. Hate how they still have fucking launchers in the game. It's so fucking lame. Yeah, okay. Right. How? So many of these shots just don't make any fucking sense. Spawn flips are fucking stupid. There's no way. There's there's just no fucking way. No fucking way that could happen. Like, I hit the guy fucking first, and I was at an at a vantage point. Oh Jesus, this game like runs like fucking ass. Yeah. Are you serious? They're... Like, what is this? This still isn't, like, fucking hardcore. Like, how is this stupid subgun doing more damage than the fucking AR?
Hostile long gun neutralized. Engaging mobile.
I don't know.
Move up. Marksman is down.
This game lags like fucking white dog shit. I think some of these people are hacking. It looks like that one guy in particular with the subgun, he knows where I am before he turns the corner. I'm pretty sure that one dude's hacking. Yes, thank you for throwing out smoke so that I can't see. Teammates are very helpful.
Requesting COAV above.
Wow! Oh my god! Just... This game is ridiculous!
Good job.
Holy shit! Like, just everything about it is so stupid. Might try using one of the pistols to see if, like, it's fucking broken. Because some of them seem like they're one-hit kills. Derelict sucks. Subsonic's good. Yeah, Derelict is just fucking trash.
Escort team deathmatch.
I don't know.
Eliminate all
Whatever.
threats. We got the lead. Now
Literally
hold
doesn't matter.
This shit ain't working. We've lost the advantage.
What an asshole. I fucking, like, actually hate that guy. I'm gonna team kill that fucking dipshit who keeps throwing smoke. If he does it again, like, around me again, he's fucking dead.
Tagged and tagged.
So, yeah, looks like I found a broken gun. Pistol kills in one hit, no matter where you shoot somebody, but the rifles require like 5-6 hits, sometimes more, depending. I don't know how he didn't get hit, that's great. Brilliant fucking hit detection. I'll take a look at that link after the match with you then now. Thanks for the donation. God damn it. That guy is a Val.
No more sniper. Move.
Wow, dude. Oh my god.
Single shooter. Threat down.
Sure you did. Sure you did. I'm sure.
Hostile gone.
Oh my god. Fuck you. Literally fuck you.
Wasted.
I just, what the fuck? Oh my god. Yes. Uh-huh.
Sharpshooter removed. Got contact. Fucking bye-bye. Sniper's gone. Push up.
And a teammate killed me with a grenade. Good work, dude.
Backup's not coming. You want to get out of this alive? You better step up. Spring mine disrupted.
How? Like, bullets literally either just don't do anything or don't go where you aim.
RTB, Black. We need to have a fucking conversation. We'll make them pay for that.
Oh my god, what is this? Oh my goodness. Oh, look at all those babies. Oh my god. Oh, they're all friends. Oh my goodness. Oh, he's hanging. Oh, we gotta pick him up so his butt is on the seat. Oh, those are nice babies. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though. Hey, Gum Gum. I'll try that, because why not? Might prefer the reticle.
Hardcore domination. Capture the objective. Securing Zone A.
Okay.
Lock down A.
They're
Reclaim
almost
the
for
advantage,
sure
now
gonna go
hold
through
it.
the lobby. And a teammate shot me. Thank you, dude.
They're taking C. Securing B.
We have to
Taking
take this
C.
objective.
Charlie secured.
Gummy, can you pull on my blankie? Gum Gum. Stop pulling on my blankie, please. Oh my god.
Losing Bravo.
Move up, marksman is down.
How, like, there we go again. The hit detection in this game is just fucking horrible. There's no fucking way I missed.
Taking
the
Bravo
objective. Watch my
underway.
6.
Oh my god. Ugh.
Losing A.
Body drop.
Lost A.
Crimson, assist me on this
Controlling
OBJ.
Taking Bravo underway. Enemy UAV inbound.
Requesting recon.
Bravo zone secure. We're losing Charlie. They're taking C. We've
That's
lost Charlie.
great.
Good effect on target.
One hit from across the map, the pistol kills you, but they can't make the rifles kill you in one hit. It's Call of Duty weapon balancing for you.
Hostile long gun neutralized.
Wow. Oh my god.
Hostile UAV established overhead. We lost B.
This game is so fucking stupid. Like, it's...
Enemy CUAV inbound. Enemy UAV inbound.
I'm just surprised how bad it is. Like, only the World War II games have been this bad. This is really bad.
Bravo is ours.
Oh, maybe that's why the game stutters. I think it stutters when somebody gets spawned in near you. Fuck. I didn't miss.
Enemy RCXD detected.
Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Game is just ridiculous.
Target sighted. Confirming kill. You want to explain that?
Fuck did that asshole do that for? Dickhead? Fucking asshole. Alright. It is late, so I'm gonna go get to bed. But big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Appreciate it. Should be on tomorrow night around the same time, so I'll see you all then. And sweet dreams.